Give us a little bit. Actually, give me 1 second. Never mind, I hit it. We are live.
Audio jump.
Okay, hello the internet. How are you doing today? Don't answer that. Today we're going to be breaking down everything One Piece for the next 8 hours with I think maybe 30-40 goats. So it's going to be pretty exciting. A lot of people dropping in and out as we go. If you've got any questions in the chat, feel free to fire them away and we'll try to get to them when we can. You can find the rough itinerary for the rest of the stream in the description if you want to check out what's coming up later as we go. And now, without further ado, we are all excited about this. So let's start introducing some of these people with the starting with the people that we've got with us today. There is a few, so bear with me. That is my profile picture I can see on the screen as well, and that isn't me. So just a disclaimer. Right, so
Well, since I was introduced, I might as well go ahead and say it. Hi guys, I'm Din. I am flipping everybody off today. I'm just kidding. It is NoChillDill, first frontline combatant of the last arc, here again to talk some One Piece with some amazing people.
thank you, Dill. Nice self-introduction. Right, Dak, bring us in. Tell the people a bit about yourself. They already know you, but still.
Hey, well, that seems to be
Like and subscribe.
That's amazing.
Dak
That's
missed
amazing.
it. Okay, Lucas, Straw Hat Lucas, bring yourself in. Introduce yourself to the people.
Hello, everybody. I am Straw Hat Lucas, captain of the last arc, and I drop some theories on Din Kushi's channel from time to time, so you can catch me over there. But we have a lot of wonderful, wonderful people with us today. And like I said before stream, guys, when we ask you to introduce yourself, I want to hear from everybody why you love One Piece. So, as Din was trying to before me, I'm going to pass this over. Dak, why don't you tell the people where they can find you and whatnot, and why you love One Piece?
Well, I guess I'll do the why I love One Piece last because you just sprung that on me, so now I got to think about it. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons, so I got to pick like a good one, you know, because there's a million good ones, but the best one. But I mean, as for me, well, first off, I'm excited to be here. It's a petting zoo with all the goats. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very thankful to be here. It's going to be a lot of fun. As for, I guess, where you can find me or, you know, what I'm doing or whatever, I mean, obviously, you know, over at the Dak Sake channel, if you haven't heard of me before, definitely head over there. I got a really good Sanji vs. Kuzan video dropping soon that I know 3-Day has already seen and approved. so that's going to be a good video. So I'm really excited for that. But as for why I love One Piece, I mean, this is like I feel like a cheating answer. Like, you know, I'd probably give a better one if I could think longer, but there's something in One Piece for everybody. And I think and so for me in particular, there might be specific things I like, but what I like why I love One Piece is like, no matter who touches it, there's something for everybody there. Like whatever walk of life you come from, your age, your profession, like literally just all of it, you can find someone who appeals to you. And that's why I love it. Like everyone that gets into One Piece because of me, there's like different characters they get attached to, different moments that hit them really hard. And you know, I think it's just amazing to see what appeals to who. So that's my answer.
That's a strong answer.
That's a very strong
nice.
answer.
Okay, Free AZ, why don't you tell people what you love about One Piece and about the video you dropped earlier? Oh no, okay. Dex, we'll go with you. Dex,
I'm sorry. I'm good now, but you can go to the other guy. I apologize. I hit the wrong.
No,
free.
No,
You're good. You're good, man.
Okay. My name is Free AZ. I am an independent musician looking to start a donation-based record label. I dropped a song this morning. Den edited it. I also have some One Piece theories on my channel. I'm not necessarily looking to be a One Piece YouTuber, but my theory, I think I have a lot of evidence, and I believe in it very strongly. I'm going to be releasing some One Piece videos soon.
Let's go.
Oh, and as to why I like One Piece, in general, the themes of overthrowing oppression, freedom, following your dreams, and the world building.
Excellent answers.
Beautiful answers.
Solid answer. Next, Middleway. Tell the people a bit about yourself, why you love One Piece and any agendas you got cooking right now.
Awesome. Of course, you know. So yeah, I'm a up and coming, small One Piece theorist. Mostly known for probably the Usopp has a devil fruit theory and the Sanji is a conqueror theory. Yeah, I for the most part, I love One Piece because I feel like I feel like One Piece is the only show where you have multiple. It seems like you have multiple characters that can all be main protagonists of their own plot in one story. Like if you like Sanji, you could focus on the story for Sanji. If you like Zoro, you could focus on the story for Zoro. If you like Shanks or if you like Mihawk, literally everyone seems like they could be the main cast of their own story. And of course, the amazing world building and the deep philosophical undertones. That's why I love One Piece.
Solid answer, man. Pretty comprehensive. And what you got cooking at the moment?
So yeah, I actually have probably one of my greatest theories on the way about what exactly is the ancient energy of the ancient kingdom and the ancient robot. And I think I'm pretty sure that I got it right. So yeah, I'm in the middle of editing it right now. It's probably gonna drop by the time the next One Piece chapter comes out. So I can't wait to share that.
Nice. You can find links for all the goats below as well, linked in the description and whatnot, and in the chat, their videos as we talk about them. Okay, Ghost, why don't you tell the people a lot about yourself and why you love One Piece?
Sorry,
Ghost?
my mic was giving me troubles. It wasn't unmuting.
Oh, you're good, brother.
Now I can actually tell you a lot about myself. My name is Ghost Train of Thought. I started on TikTok a little over a year ago. Had a couple little mind rope theories with a couple creators in here. The whole Pluton is a mole thing. Oh, me and Dax were so close. I think it was a month. He was just ahead of me.
Great minds think alike,
Exactly. Exactly. We're coming to the same conclusions, just at different points in time. So it's
exactly.
good. But I'm really big on the Gorosei and what they're doing right now. I've been loving everything I'm seeing there. I'm mostly a One Piece creator. I'm going to start branching out a little bit more, dipping into YouTube. So if you wouldn't mind tossing a subscribe on that way, that would be much appreciated.
Yeah,
but I don't have too much to talk about myself right now, but I got couple things cooking as far as Blackbeard, his lineage possibly, or at least his place in the world right now.
Yeah, Ghost has got some pretty deep and wild theories, same with Middleway. And you were talking about kind of yokai sort of stuff a long time ago, and now we're getting it. So definitely excited to see what you got cooking up. Okay, moving on. Polly, would you like to do your thing and tell the people why you love One Piece? If you do, maybe you hate it.
Hello, Paula Pete Woods here. I am a YouTube theorist. I am also on TikTok. I cover a lot of One Piece, but I do cover other stuff from time to time. I have a podcast called the Rose Skull Podcast, in which I talk about One Piece mostly with my co-host Zach, otherwise known as Reddit Sephiroth. I love One Piece because I think it's the only series I have read that's a perfect expression of the human condition and how the human spirit can triumph over any sort of turmoil or trauma. Even when you've been turned into a cyborg or you are a weird, abominable living skeleton. So yeah, I recently released a video called Eclipse Theory because of the recent event that happened. That wasn't planned. That kind of just fell into place. So please go watch that. I make shorts every day, without fail. And I've only been on here about a little over a year. So yeah, thank you for coming on. I mean, thank you for inviting me. And
this is Polycade Street now.
He's the captain now. He's the captain.
Sorry, guys.
Dude came in with such energy and huge props to your mic for not peeking too.
Yeah, that was awesome, dude. He said,
He's worked on those levels extensively.
Yeah, no, we love that. That was goated, bro.
Well, Vex, bring yourself in.
Wally P, the real pirate, the one who's came here to take your brother's channels.
No.
Did you say Dex or Vex? I'm sorry.
I said Vex. Let's go with Vex. Then we'll move through the Dexes and X's.
It's your boy, Vexyz the Lurking Legend. I am mostly a One Piece D&D creator. I've done a wonderful stream with Dax Sake here on my channel, as well as every Tuesday I host the Scarlet Pirates. I'm also on Cody8 D&D over on SSJ Cody's Twitch. And you can catch me on TLA Gaming every Thursday with the GOAT himself, Tree the Wolf, in the chat in this call with us right now. Lots of love for everybody in this call. Thank you guys all so much for coming out. Lots of huge love for the whole TLA community. And this is part of the reason why I love One Piece is this all of you wonderful people. And we're all able to speak this whole brand new language because One Piece is so dense and so convoluted, and like so many other people have said, the world building, and there's so many fantastic characters that you feel like there's something there for everybody. But the number one reason why I love One Piece is because everything comes back to Thriller Bark, y'all.
Dude, I knew you were gonna say it. I knew you were gonna say that.
It's true though.
It is true.
We should move. We should move on. We should move on swiftly before we go down the rabbit hole. But okay, Ragnar, tell the people why you love One Piece and a bit about yourself.
Oh, I was wondering if you were talking about me or somebody else named Ragnar. It's all good. What's good, chat? You probably know me as Lord Vegeta or / Ragnar, most people, or Azrael, one of the two or three. I'm not a One Piece content creator. I have made a few videos because I'm a Shiki fanboy, so I like talking about like Shiki stuff.
Yeah,
I'm a Jinbei stan. I'm a member of the Katakuri Church. I'm a member of the Buggy Church, founded by Hime Swan herself. I'm also a part of the Tanuki cult. Shout out to Tanuki-sama. And I'm glad to see my boys in here in chat. You know, I'm my ladies. Shout out to you. I'm just here to have fun. Why I like starting One Piece, why I love it so much, it reminds me a lot of Dragon Ball, Vegapunk, and Dr. Gero, Master Roshi, and Brook have a lot in common. I'm a big fan of One Piece because it reminds me of the show I love the most, which is Dragon Ball. So yeah.
Nice. And have you got anything coming up in terms of D&D or anything like that?
Yeah. I play D&D like 4 to 5 times a week. Not as I used to. There's a lot of them on hiatus right now. But when it comes to D&D, we got Group 2 Tuesday coming up. Our D&D's back season to call right now.
Yeah, I've heard that Group 2 solos. Is that true?
No, it's not. But I won't go against it. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Personally,
we'll
only Lord Azra solos in Group 2, but it's all good.
Thank you, Ragnar, or Lord Vegeta. And Dr. Paulie, would you like to introduce yourself and tell people why you, what you like about One Piece? Why you decided to cover it?
Dr. Apolli, was it?
Yeah, that's correct, brother.
Yeah, all right. So I'm Dr. Apolli. I make videos about basically whatever I want at this point. A lot of it is practical psychology and a grand philosophy. So lots of people are talking about the philosophical undertones of One Piece. I've made at least one video on that. And I just like to look at shows in that light. And I guess I have a lot of things. I also have another YouTube channel where I make fitness videos. So I'm kind of all over the place. And I've written a book. So if you're interested in that.
Yeah, we'll definitely get into it because I want to talk about that a bit later in terms of how One Piece relates to your book. But yeah, have you got anything up and coming soon? Any new videos?
I don't have anything specifically planned for One Piece right now. I sort of made a couple videos that I thought were satisfactory for the moment, and then I haven't really thought of anything else after that. I'm sure I'll make something else at some point, but at the moment I don't have anything planned in that sense.
No worries. Thank you. And next we've got Tree the Wolf. Tree, tell the people who you are, what you do, and what you love about One Piece.
Hey guys, I'm Tree. I'm Dylan. I stream over on Twitch Gaming, and TLA brought me on to do streams where I'm actually streaming Vex, help me out. I can never the name.
A Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, Part 1.
Yeah,
played many hours of it at this point as well.
You'd think after 20 hours I would remember, but I'm bad.
I got you.
I'm doing that here on the channel with Homeboy Vex. And it's a lot of fun. And why I love One Piece, it's just the way it elicits like feelings, you know? Like it's the vibe, the way certain scenes like resonate. I'm like, that gets me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's understandable. The vibe, like One Piece definitely is like quite a distinct vibe, if you know what I mean. But okay, so moving on, Josh, TLA, would you like to say your piece? Tell people why you love the One Piece.
What can I say that hasn't been said yet? It's just
That's true.
It's just
There's like 1,000 people in the VC, so I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Good
it's
job,
a strong,
Josh.
it's a strong start.
Josh, you convinced me to love One Piece even more right now.
Yeah, I can actually give a take on why I love One Piece that no one has said. And I'm so upset that no one said this yet. It's because it gave us the most important character of all time, guys, and that is Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Orochi.
Oh my God.
I thought you were gonna say Orochi.
Brother.
I thought you were gonna say Orochi.
I was expecting Buggy.
I also would have taken Praline.
Praline.
Actually,
I also would
love
have
Nasa. I
taken.
think I don't think anyone's mentioned.
Yeah.
It's all about Boas Andersonian. That's who it is. Like,
Oh, dude, don't even get me started.
I think I actually do have an answer to that no one's mentioned before, or why I like One Piece.
Go on.
One thing I like about One Piece is its range of emotions and range of arcs, and how it goes from silly to sad to badass to goofy. How it has this crazy range, and I really like how the series is able to level all of that and make it still cohesive and make it all still work really nice together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's
He's able
really
to
good
take
point.
like
You don't
7
ever-
genres and make it into one.
Yeah.
And you don't get like whiplash
Also the
from the
tone of
back
it.
and forth. Like, yeah, it's all very properly married. I think that's a really good point as well.
Yeah. With that, I'm going to jump in because it's very similar to my answer, and my answer is obviously I'm Kube of the Red Sea, historian of the last arc. For those who don't know me, well, now you know me. Nice to meet you all. And for me, the best example of what Dr. Upali just said, if I'm not mistaken, it was Dr. Upali. For me, is the Sanji flashback. I think this encompasses why I love One Piece. You get so many different. The Brachia one. Oh yeah, the Brachia one. The Brachia one.
Yeah,
the first one. You get such an interesting. This is like the first flashback where you go deep on the dreams. Sanji and Zeph sharing a dream, and you're seeing how they're portrayed throughout the story, and it's like that's the beauty of One Piece, you know. It's like I feel like it has so different emotions, and every arc has his own tone, like his own themes. And then you have all those different factions, and you have the nuance of even certain characters. Like Doflamingo is one of the best written villains, but people don't say that. Oh yeah, he's just a misunderstood hero. People understand why he's a villain, but people still love him because of the villain, how he was written. So I think it's the same way. The spectrum of One Piece, the writing in One Piece is just, for me, it's unparalleled. There's very few stories I compare to One Piece.
Yeah, I guess when you write something for so long and keep some sort of weird consistency between the strangeness and the sadness and the like fun and the funniness of it, because like One Piece when I was younger, like it was famous for being like so funny. You know, it was the funniest manga out there. And then like you have moments like with Kuma recently where it's not so fun. Okay. Well, moving on. Will, would you like to introduce yourself? Tell the people what your favorite agenda is at the moment and why you love One Piece.
Yo ho ho! This is Will of Fire on the TLA. Will of Dreams. If you ever see me on YouTube, I'm all over. If you see anything One Piece on YouTube. I'm a 26 year addict. I haven't had my last fix in the last 3 weeks. I'm still waiting for that to come, so I've been reading old chapters. I'm usually writing theories everywhere, but usually on TLA. Let's see, what else? The reason I got into One Piece was I was around the time that all the other big popular Naruto and Bleach started. And my big reason is I want to know what the One Piece is. I have more reasons for. There's so many reasons why to stay in it. There's fewer ways to say, why I wouldn't want to be in it. But I think the biggest reason, especially today, is I find new reasons to stay in, and especially today with all the people I've gotten to meet, especially today, and I got this opportunity as well. So I'm very appreciative of that, and I get to talk with awesome people about a really cool subject that I think is probably one of the most amazing things ever written, because I just people researching and thinking, I'm surprised Oda ever came up with this before the internet, and that man must be a genius or has a secret group of people behind him.
It's weird.
That's about that's
some of the stuff.
and he's probably going to be one of the best teachers ever. I love him and hate him because of how much I researched on stuff I never knew I wanted. I think he's probably one of the best teachers I've ever known.
Yep.
So that's it for me.
Honestly.
Thank you. My agenda is various. I don't have any particular ones at the moment.
Let's go. Always glad to have you, Will.
Good
Like,
agenda.
legitimately.
Yeah, always pleasure to cook with you. Angel, do you want to bring yourself in and tell the people? I'm not even sure, but tell them something, and please don't get us cancelled. But Angel, tell them why you love One Piece.
Oh, I am Angel, the greatest person in this chat, the kindest, the most respectful, the most humble. I'm just all of the above.
The most modest.
Yeah, the most modest, obviously. Yeah.
Why do you love One Piece, Angel?
Why? I love One Piece.
That's a good start.
Yeah, I'm gonna just talk about my first favorite moment, and I'm gonna say I love One Piece simply because of the characters. That's it. Oh, and Luffy.
Valid.
Short and sweet.
Safe answer. There is like 1,000 of them, so I can understand.
Nah, actually, never mind. I take that back. I don't really care about some of the characters.
He said it.
Never
I like
mind.
One Piece because I like One Piece because of the Straw Hats. I don't really care about some of these characters.
Not even your boy Akainu?
Oh my goodness.
Kainu's cool, bro. But if he ain't killing Sabo in that panel, I don't want to see him. It's useless.
Whoa. Okay, cool. Let's move on quickly. Human, why don't you introduce yourself and tell the people what you like about One Piece?
What's up, everyone? My name is Human. I'm a One Piece D&D participator. I'm in 3 different groups. Group 3, I'm the captain of the Blotto Pirates. I play EGGHEAD. We stream actually today at 6 p.m. EST. I'm also part of One Piece Marines D&D and the Heart Crusher Pirates. Shout out Crown's King. I don't know if he could be here, but
yeah, he said he's gonna pop in. I was talking with him last night. Dyer should also pop in at some point before y'all stream.
We've got a lot of people coming in. Par is going to join us pretty shortly, I think. Obviously, yeah, we got people coming in and out. But sorry,
why I love One Piece, I'll say the world building. I feel like it's very cohesive. It's probably like I'm not a big fan of like Lord of the Rings, but I don't understand why people like that because of the world building, and One Piece does it for me.
Yeah, that's a solid answer. There's a lot of world building going on. Next we have Coffee Black. So Coffee, why don't you tell people why you love One Piece and a little bit about what you've got coming up as a creator.
Why I love One Piece, I'll say the world building. I feel like it's very
Yeah,
cool.
your stream is leaking.
We're getting a lot of monitoring from your mic.
Like Lord of the Rings, but I don't understand why.
Dude, I won't lie. I got crazy for a second. I said, why am I hearing Human through Coffee Black?
It's Coffee. It's Coffee's audio. Yeah, if we can mute Coffee for a sec and then we'll go back to him when he sorted his audio out.
Okay, yeah, I was having a weirdest moment in my life where I started thinking, wait a second, does somebody sound exactly like Human in here?
Wagons, why don't you tell us who you are and why you love One Piece?
You're next.
Fuck, I should have shut up. Fuck.
That's okay.
I'm a certified funny guy. Woohoo! And I'm part of the King's 13 group, the strongest group out of the D&D groups.
Yeah.
And Yeah.
There's no debate. Group 13 is the strongest.
And what do you love about One Piece, Wagons?
This is the awkward point. I'm much more of a casual watcher.
Okay.
That's okay.
It's a good time. In fact, I'm interested. What like where are you at? How much have you seen?
Due to political reasons, I don't want to answer this question because I will make people mad, really mad.
No, it's fine.
He wants to say he skipped through a mark, I think.
No, I skipped a whole Impel Down, the Marine War arc, and first like 60 episodes after Sanji joined.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
That's very specific little portion.
I skipped Impel Down and Marine 4th arc because I really wanted to get the time skip stuff.
Get him gone. No, I'm joking.
Crazy. You are lying. You did not skip
Nope.
Marine 4.
Nope. Like I have pieced it together after all these years because I have seen like random clips of like how Whitebeard dies and stuff like that. But before that, I had no idea what happened in there other than Ace dying, because that was a thing that was spoiled to me like 2 years before I got to the.
Yo,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lucas. You better just skip the arc too, so you know.
Yeah, that is.
Wagons,
no way.
Wagons, you did nothing wrong. You skipped the weakest part. You skipped the weakest part. You skipped the weakest part. That's all I gotta say. You did a good job.
Oh, goodness.
Coffee.
You didn't skip Innie's lobby, did you?
I'm gonna unmute Coffee now and see if he's safe to do his
Yeah,
introduction.
let's give Coffee another go. Coffee, would you like to tell the people why you like One Piece without using Human's voice?
Maybe not.
Wait, Lucas, don't you
We're having
need to
some
unmute?
technical
Technical
difficulties.
Yeah, okay, cool. Other than that, I believe. Wait. Am I missing anybody so far? There's
We
like a lot of
need
people.
Dexter and Elson Jackington.
Did
Dex.
Azer do
And
one as well?
Azor. And Azor. Yes, Dexter. Tell the people who you are and why you love One Piece.
Yeah, sure. My name is Dexter. I am an independent video editor. I study film and TV. And I think the thing I love most about One Piece is actually the community that has come from this great piece of media. Of course, I love the story. I follow it, read it weekly, and it is one of the best stories I have ever read, but the community means a lot to me, and I'm happy to be a part of it. So that's a big reason.
Beautiful.
Cool. I think it's a
just wait until you meet the wrong people.
like people like yourself at the moment, because One Piece has blown up so much that like there's lots of different ways to work with One Piece creatively and stuff. So it's cool to see you involved and being a part of the community. Elson, g'day. Would you like to do your thing?
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yep, we can hear him.
All right, perfect. My name's Alton.
Okay, guys.
I've been a part of.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Whoa!
Wait.
Coffee.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just Elson was talking. Yeah,
give us
You can
1
go after
second.
Elson.
Elson?
Yeah, guys, Elson here. Just been a part of the DLA community, virtually from the inception. Just been a bystander, and then more recently being more involved. And massive thanks to Lucas for officially inviting me to participate today. Really appreciate you, man.
Oh, yeah. Always, brother. Always.
For those who are not aware in TLA, Will of Dreams and Elson is what we call the only people that we know of who have the voice of all things. They will find stuff in One Piece, some panels, that no one is talking about. It then becomes relevant in a few months. They're very unique, so keep an eye out on what they say.
before we do these last two introductions, I know we're already 30 minutes into the stream, but remember, the stream is 8 hours long. But nonetheless, before we do these last two introductions, I want to take this time to not only thank our content creator friends for being here, but our community friends as well, because without the community, content creators can't do what they do. So it means the world to have you guys on here and have your input. That is what the Stream of Liberation is all about. It's about bringing the community together as a whole with no barriers. So, that said, let's get these last two introductions out of the way and start cooking. Coffee Black, if you are ready, we are ready to receive you.
Pause.
Awesome.
You can do it, Coffee.
You can do it, Coffee.
I
You
think
got
there's like a
this.
significant delay. I don't know if Coffee is doing the audio from the YouTube, but there's a significant delay on that. So I don't know if you're able to turn your volume up.
Well, I'll speak. I'll speak to Coffee in the DM, and I'll get that sorted, and I'll let Lucas do the next intro.
Yeah,
the last
before
intro.
that, we got a donation from Ragnar, and what a coincidence that he is with the voice. We're gonna have to ask him to read his own donation.
God. Lucas, get the last intro out of the way, and then we'll dive straight into that super chat and beef.
Yes, sir. Azor, can you talk at the moment? You want to tell the people where you're from and why you love One Piece?
Give me a moment. Your lovely little chaps caught me while I was at work.
Oh, no, you're good.
No worries. We'll bring you in a second.
Yeah, DM the chat when you're ready, my
I
man.
got you. You actually had proper timing. I just got on my break, so that works.
Nice.
Just to be sure you guys can hear me clearly, right?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
All right. I'm on my earpiece. I'm never sure what the darn thing will do. Anyway, pleasure to be here. What was the questions? Because I just started getting out of the door.
Why you love One Piece? Who you are and why you love One Piece?
Well, to start off with who I am the lovely representative, apparently, of Group 13, the chaotic group of people as we are. I am what is probably the equivalent of the madman scientist of that group, being the person who plays Azor. That is also my call sign upon this lovely place. As far as I will love One Piece, I mean, what isn't there to love? You got great animation. It's basically been one of the few things that's been there for me since I literally grew up. It's always continued. It's basically an ever-growing story. And honestly, I can't wait for it to end because I feel like the finale will be just the greatest thing of all time.
Let's go.
Yeah, that was nicely done, dude. You're my favorite guest ever. Okay, right. We're going to get straight into it. We'll start with Lord Vegeta's super chat.
No, Ragnar will read his own super chat, I think.
Yeah, Ragnar, you're here. Read your own super chat.
Okay.
He takes the heat.
And then
Say it with your chest out.
I want you to respond, if that's all right. You can handle this super chat, if that's all right.
I'm glad that Ragnar was able to unmute beforehand, because if you guys are new to streaming with Ragnar, you normally got to tell him he's muted, but he got it. He's good.
He's learning.
Okay. I'm learning. So, listen, I was responding to what Angel said earlier about there's nothing wrong with what he did about not skipping Marineford. Because I would say facts, Marineford arc is weak. Hashtag Trashford.
Wild.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. I'm not saying it's trash. I'm just saying it's the weakest. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god! Wow,
That's a boiling hot take.
Yeah, that is a hot take. Dak, give us your thoughts on Marineford, brother. Set this man straight, please.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's definitely a boiling hot take. That's like the perfect way to put it. I mean, I feel like this is. I feel like this is, objectively speaking, one of the best arcs just because of the setup, like all the people involved and the emotional impact of what happened there. So, like, because some arcs I can get are a little more wishy-washy in terms of how people feel about it, you know, like my favorite's Whole Cake Island, and that's definitely not a lot of people's favorite. But for me, Marineford is maybe one of the most commonly picked top 5 or 10 arcs ever. And like I said, just with the players involved, it's kind of like Wano, where when you have that many big characters fighting and, you know, there are deaths, although, you know, in Wano, there should have been more, but, you know, whatever it is, Marineford actually had those deaths. You know what I'm saying? So for me, That's shocking to hear. I don't think I've ever heard that. That's probably a take it's new to me. My brain is still
Because
processing.
it's your take, but I think your take was far more, eloquent personally.
Well, I appreciate it. Does anyone else agree?
I think it's a little more
with
unanimous
them?
that way as well.
Nope, I don't agree with them. That's for sure.
Yeah, I want to. Is it only them? Is there anybody else that agrees?
Does someone else have a steaming hot pile of take?
I have a take. I think, well, I've covered this on my channel. I think Marineford is very important amongst other arcs because if you notice, we might have seen Whitebeard's Awakening there. It's very subtle, but there's one move he does that's very similar to what Law does way later in Wano, in which one of his Quake Bubbles, the one he makes on his Bicento, is all wobbly and wavy, and he uses that in a different way from the rest of his techniques because it's the first actual attack he uses with his weapon. He imbues his weapon with his ability, similar to how Law imbues his sword with his rune power. So that could be his awakening. It may not be, but I found that was a very interesting part of Marineford. It's a very blink you'll miss it thing, but it's there.
Are any of the Rocks Pirates confirmed, other than what you're saying? I mean, I've never thought about it, but what about the other Rocks Pirates? Kaido didn't really show an awakening, right? Does Big Mom show an awakening?
Big Mom, I don't think so. Kaido is basically Chopper. He's very... He's very interesting.
That's wild.
But actually, if you think about it, both Kaido and Big Mom did some stuff before the defeat because Kaido was that melting body and kept talking about the awakening but never shown an awakening. But Big Mom, remember that her last move, she put souls in her body, in her muscles, and they were making her body was talking, her muscles were talking to her. But then she immediately got defeated. So I do wonder, I've always wondered if that was the beginning of her awakening, but was defeated just before that. Yeah.
They were definitely meant to be portrayed as being that 90% being awakened, almost there.
Yeah.
Kind of like the snake. I've always said, the snake man having the awakening scarf is 90% there. Yeah. That's where Big Mom and Kaido were.
I did want to speak on with the Marineford take and stuff like that. That what Ragnar said is not entirely ludicrous because I think that a lot of I've spoken with him at length about what it did to power scaling as far as that narrative in One Piece, and that it has been a rather unhealthy discussion because of some of the feats that were brought up in Marineford specifically. So Ragnar, if you wanted to maybe spit on that for a little bit just so you could defend your take. I don't 100% agree with it, but I do see a little bit of merit in the take that Marineford was not quite what everybody sets it up to be. I love it myself, but I understand where you're coming from to a degree in that aspect.
I think it messes up the entire power dynamic of the entire story going forward because of what played out in Marineford. A lot of people like to throw a few lenses on it, saying that, it's because we're seeing the story from this perspective, or because I've heard this take a million times, or they weren't trying that hard, or they weren't going all out. And I'm like, it was an all-out war between the entirety of the Marines versus a Yonko with the entirety of his fleet. All commanders, everything. We this is a scenario that probably will never happen in One Piece again, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe. Right?
We're gonna get it again in Marineford, but
yeah, see, I think it's definitely going to happen again.
Sabo and Dragon.
I think something is similar is happening right now.
One Yonko versus the entirety of the Marines. The Marines. That kind of scenario won't happen again. Marines versus one Yonko won't happen again.
Isn't it happening right now in Egghead though?
He's doing pretty good.
No, that's not the entirety of the Marines. That's a subsection of the Marine Force.
If I may.
Yes,
kind of. But I would say five
I do
the
have to agree with Ragnar, because let's put it in the perspective of the general idea. You had the entire Marine army basically waiting for what is the equivalent of an entire pirate army. Egghead probably isn't going to get that close because there's no resounding force. There's no reason for everyone to suddenly get around it. At most, you might see, I don't know, probably Shanks pull up because he literally seems to pull up everywhere.
Every arc.
But you had literally people you didn't even really know pulling up to Marineford until that era. And that's basically, that was a war that brought everyone together in that instant issue. And it's also because of that reason why Luffy knows so many people, because that's his connection to everyone. Because everyone in that entire instance wanted one thing, and that was to save Ace. That was all that was for. There was to kill Ace, and there was to save Ace. You were either the pirate to save him, or you're basically the Marine or the warlord to kill him. So, unless something,
but looking at the stats, there's
again, you're stuck that way.
Sorry. Yeah, there's over 50 vice admirals. There's 7 warlords. There's all 3 admirals as well as the acting fleet admiral. And then you have like over, I think it's like 14 Yonko commanders plus an actual technically 2 Yonkos showed up because of Shanks and stuff like that. Whereas at Egghead we have I think barely double digits in the vice admiral category. We have 1 admiral, although yes, the Gorosei, that's definitely something that sways it.
That's
heavy though.
Well, the strength of a Buster Call alone can't be understated.
We don't have all of the, we don't have all of the actual Seraphim there, which are supposed to be what replace the warlords, and they're actually inactive in the fight entirely at this point. So I think that there is a lot to say that Marineford. The whole point of it, I think, was to break the ceiling for the point that we were at the story. And then, Oda said in his Jump Festa message that, whatever we're about to be getting into and things like that is going to make that look like a child's playground. But we're not quite there yet, I don't think. We're getting there, though.
Yeah.
Just while we're on the topic, so far, what are our favorite Gorosei reveals? Out of all this, Egghead transformations, does anyone have any particular spicy thoughts on any of their forms, particular? Or
Nosjuro, I called it. Oh, I called it.
Yeah, you did.
I said Nosjuro was be Agasha Dokuro, which is this big skeleton yokai that Black Maria calls Brooke back in Wano. And I said that he would probably be a reference to that. He was a skeleton horse. I'm calling it. I was so close. So good. But go on. Sorry, I interrupted someone.
No, I was saying Mars was probably my favorite. Mars and Nosjuro, but I feel like Mars is so badass.
I'm the same.
I can't wait for hybrid forms.
Yeah.
I just felt
Tsunade is so freaking cool,
If they
dude.
have hybrid forms.
Yeah, Tsunade was absolutely insane.
True.
I loved it.
Jupiter kind of drew the short straw there, man. He got the worm.
Listen. The worm is my favorite one because, what if that's how they created the red line? Think about it, man. Think about it. What if that's how they created the red line? What if they used the worm to create it?
Interesting. Interesting, because you know what? Actually, that's real interesting because Dak, I've only just realized this now. Obviously, your mole agenda is pretty heavily bolstered by this, what we saw with the worm, where he dived in the ground and come out.
for sure.
Idea of tunnels and digging and stuff like that.
Well,
yeah, what?
Did you see the last anime episode? Because
Yeah,
that was the episode with the Mogura pistol. Yep.
Yeah.
So because I remember when that happened earlier in the arc. A lot of people were bringing that up, but I think it's pretty cool that around the same time we see Jupiter's worm form in action is also the same time that episode comes out. We have kind of the double mole thing going on in Egghead right now. So. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that, and also I think something important that's worth bringing up is in 1085 when we saw the Gorosei silhouettes in the the throne room. There was the one that was where Emu was up on the and people have been debating, is that Emu or is that Jupiter, because there's only 5 sets of eyes in there, and that would have to be Jupiter for it to work. And I'm of the mind that it's Jupiter just because there's 5 sets of eyes, and why would you hide one of the Gorosei? It would be kind of weird. But he had arms, so it's does the hybrid form have arms? And I just think that's I don't know, that could just add an interesting idea to the mole thing. What if the mole also transforms in some way? He has a burrowing mode and then a ship mode or something. I don't know.
Well, to add to that, you see the one sea beast on the coast of Egghead that is very mole-like, has the drill for a face as a augmentation, but for Jupiter's hybrid form, that would make the most sense for him to be in a hybrid form in the throne room as not to cause the most destruction, because his form is like literally just destruction by movement.
Yeah,
that's a
he
good
can't
point.
really help it. So it makes sense that he would be up there in his most defensive form, hybrid, like ready to go. Like I don't know why people were so like crazy. Like, no, that's Emu, and it's like if you look at the eyes.
That's Jupiter. Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the eyes and the panels, like you see like 2 panels back, they're more like saucer-like and like very sharp. And then you see that the ones on the stairs are very dull and circular-like, and the very small worm-like one once he's integrated back into the Gorosei.
Yep.
No,
What I think's going on there is, it's 2 seconds because I saw John Shiraz in the chat, so I got to say something to him in a second. But I think I think with Jupiter, because he's a long worm, the reason why he's up there at the top by Emu is like he's like probably wrapping around part of the room, and that's just like the only place he would fit. You know what I'm saying? But I hope we can all agree that the worst Gorosei form is Topman's, the Hoki.
I don't know. I like it.
I ran a poll. He came in last place. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, the science doesn't lie, Dak. The science does not lie.
I
got
to
the
say,
numbers.
So Dak, I might have something
with
for
your
you.
guys' whole
Oh, wait.
emu thing.
I'll let you go, Angel.
Yo, you guys can join the $100 bet pot.
Yeah, me and Angel, we have a bet
Y'all
going
was
on with
sounding mighty confident.
Yeah, we have a bet going on with Party Pete and Ragnar right now that the man on the steps was Emu. Cause you know, in my personal opinion, I feel like the throne is very large enough to hold all of them in their full zone forms or their full forms. But yeah, that's just my take on it.
That's spicy. Yeah, that's spicy. I'm glad like Ghost brought it up because it is like inevitable discussion that needs to be had. But yeah, it's spicy. Like, it's weird for Oda to not like be really distinct and show us these things, particularly with something like a Gorosei. So, yeah, interesting stuff.
So Dak, what you were saying, well, 2 things you should know is that around the same time that 1044 came out, the anime was introducing the Jinbei and Who's Who fight, where they talked about Nika. So you're not wrong about sometimes the anime and the manga chapters overlapping. And the whole thing of Jupiter's form, that he has arms or not, there's one thing that always bothered me in Wano, and it's Queen. Remember that form in the Zoan when he became like a snake? And he said you don't know the true abilities of an ancient Zoan. And I think he was hinting
forget that form.
Yeah, and I think he's hinting to that Jupiter thing. Like, I think certain creatures who are connected to like more ancient, you know, being a worm, it could fit with the ancient Zoans as well. Like, there's this lore where basically some of them could sprout their own arm or remove them, you know, like shed them like a snake.
It would
that was weird.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm done. Sorry.
Go for it, Polypede.
All right. Like out of all the Gorosei, I could believe that Jupiter is a ancient Zoan as opposed to a mythical Zoan. I could see it. Like there being like giant worms in the past. That makes sense. That vibes, that checks, especially seeing as how there doesn't, unless I missed it, there doesn't seem to be a lot of like yokai myth surrounding Jupiter.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a little bit, but go on.
He's like a modern mythological creature, sort of, is like the idea. I think, like, I'm sure there's probably some legends of it, but like whenever, at least in the TCB thing, that's kind of what they said is like the 3 of them are yokai. One's like it's like a yokai, but I think like a Chinese one. I think, right? Like I think that's the Hoki. Yeah, I think so. And then Jupiter's like just like a modern one. So yeah, and going back to what you said about queens, it's, you know, I think something that's really interesting there that I brought up in my Sanji video, which drops in a few days, is, you know, that snake form is what crushed Sanji, and then Sanji was like all bent out of shape and then popped himself back into place. And I think that's really weird to think about it when you look at the Gorosei's regeneration right now, because obviously they do something different, like it's better, because like they can like straight up lose a limb and just regrow it, right, which is like crazy. But I wonder if there is something going on there where, because Sanji also has like the swirly eyebrows, and there's been like theories for a long time that like he is a devil fruit or connected to them because of Judge, and he worked on Mads and all that stuff. So I'm almost just wondering, like, is Germa, or is Sanji's like Germa, you know, like repair ability, whatever, you know, I was able to like heal himself. is that maybe like a diet version of the Gorosei? And I think, going back to the worm thing, the fact it was introduced, one worm, and then people think Sanji's connected to Jupiter in some way. So you have like the double worm connection here. I don't know if that's something, but I just thought that was really interesting because the regeneration's like the biggest mystery for me right now. So
Yeah. I just real quick, I ran a poll in the chat to see if Workery had the worst devil fruit or worst Gorosei transformation. Resounding 56% said yes. JJ, I tried, brother. You know I love my top man Workery as well, so I'm sorry.
I mean, well, JJ got on all of his alt. Yeah, let's see what we got.
It's actually 50-50 right now.
Well, there's 16 votes for each, so and JJ has at least 16 alt accounts. So
yeah,
if you can keep it at 50-50, the stream goes on for 24 hours.
Oh my god, no.
Cut that.
Workery has like the worst design, but he certainly has like the biggest Conqueror's Blast that we've seen, which makes me think he's more interesting at the moment than a lot of people.
Yeah.
Hey, Big Mom did that years ago. That's
Workery's is way bigger. Workery's is way bigger.
And they're both pigs.
Yeah, way bigger.
Oh man, who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Hey, I'm just saying they can both clear a trough. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say they weren't beautiful.
I mean, all I'm
I
saying.
can't believe he just dissed my girl like that.
Lucas, I didn't say they weren't beautiful.
That's true.
I do.
I just said that woman can eat.
Topman has the best mustache at least.
Oh yeah, entirely.
Yeah.
Entirely.
How do you guys feel about how the Gorosei fight?
What were you saying, Midway?
Oh, Roger's stash.
I was saying, how do you guys feel about like how the Gorosei are fighting? Because in the back of my head, for some reason, I thought that the Gorosei were the originators of Rokoshiki, and they were like actual martial artists. But then, like, to see them kind of just enter their hybrid forms immediately, like it makes me feel like either their hybrid forms are their weakest forms, or like I don't know. How do you guys feel about how
I think they're still utilizing it to a degree, because you see Saturn using that hair ability that Kumadori has with his limbs. He's just kind of fluttering rubber hosey. So there's that little bit.
I think Najuro used Skywalk. I'm not.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That could partly be part of his yokai ability, similar to how Sleipnir, Odin's horse, could just traverse the sky as if it was just walking on it. Like that Skywalk would kind of come back into play there. So these natural abilities could be like the original powers, and then they kind of developed into this is how you bolster your body based on these abilities.
I think it's illustrated by the whole is it Nastro, the one that's the horse skeleton, right? That's
Nastro.
Yes, we're finally getting this whole cutting cyborgs and they freeze, and we know that we don't know, but there's this link between the frozen stuff and the underworld or hell potentially. Lots of swordsmen from Toshigi Law, Zoro, Ryuma, Brook, they all have ties with this weird cold thing. So I think that does speak, it goes into what you were saying, that there might have been an original power years ago, and then we've since from them derived other powers like Life Return, for example. God, I love Life Return.
I think it's a mix and match of everything that's in the world of powers. I think it's fair to assume they use everything that we have seen so far, and they will use everything. Also the powers. Life Return, Devil Fruits, Haki.
I think it's speaking of Life Return
point.
Wait, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that's a really, really good point, and I'll speak on this a lot later, I'm sure. But my whole theory is that all of the lines that have been set up where it's no, you can't do this. There's 3 different types of hockey. There's 3 different types of devil fruit. Oh, you can't do this. This is, and there's they've set up all these boundaries, and the world government is known to do one thing for the past 800 years, and that is oppress and propagandize. And I think that the things that we are told about the power system through the mouthpieces of the world have been misinformed, and individuals like Rayleigh, Shanks, and probably the Gorosei and things like that know the truth are able to do things that other people think are impossible, like what Dexter was saying, marrying the power systems in such a way that they're able to do seemingly impossible feats.
Yeah,
I think that's a
wanna add-
wonderful point. Thank you, Dexter.
Yeah, I want to
Middleway,
add
what
to
were
that
you
'cause
saying?
I have
Oh,
said.
sorry.
Oh.
No,
No, I
you
just
go ahead,
wanted to
Dexter.
add to that. I have also said before, I think we are going to see the boundaries between devil fruit categories, haki categories, been like they're going to be broken down more and more the more we progress
Spit.
through the storyline. And in the end, it's gonna blend more and more together and basically end up being the same sort of power system.
Yeah,
I don't know.
at the end of the day, devil fruits are just dreams come to reality, and haki is just willpower. At one point, the two
exactly.
boundaries will
Dak
will
Flop,
just
Flop
yeah.
Man is crazy.
Oh, yeah. That's his name, man. That's his name.
No, but
Middleway,
go ahead
what
and
were
let
you gonna say?
Middleway,
Yeah. What were you gonna say about life return, brother?
Yeah, I was like, speaking of life return, what theories and ideas do you guys have for how they're able to regenerate? I could tell you guys mine. So the working theory that I have in my Sanji theory was that if you guys haven't watched my Sanji theory, I have this idea that Sanji knows alchemy and that alchemy basically is the final kind of
they
the
still can't hear me.
final. What was that?
Oh snap! Now y'all can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah.
You're alive.
Dog, this makes no sense. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
No, you're
But-
good. Can you hear
but
us?
yeah,
Yeah, I've been hearing y'all the entire time trying to chime in.
Just needed middleway.
We'll get to you in just a second.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm here till 8 p.m. guys. I'm all good.
Let's go. Let's go. We'll do your proper intro and hear what you love the most about One Piece here in just a second. Go ahead and cook Middleway.
Yeah, like so my working theory was that Sanji knows alchemy because the Germa's ultimate science is alchemy. And my idea was also that the further back you go in One Piece, like alchemy explains everything, as well as the Gorosei's powers with if you kind of see like the alchemical circles. And my theory on how they were able to regenerate basically infinitely was that basically God Valley and other what they do on God Valley, the periodic rituals of hunting people is secretly an alchemical ritual to actually store lives in the very same way that what's his name, Hawkins used for his voodoo dolls.
Yep.
Just on a ultimate level. So when the Goroseis are quote unquote healing, what they're doing is actually sacrificing the many lives of God Valley to just replenish their health. So that's my theory on how they're healing. But I was also thinking of the idea that it could just be life return on steroids.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely a really plausible way to think of it, and it's very Full Metal Alchemist, Homunculus. You kind of have to damage them enough until they can actually get to that core, destroy it, and then you're good. But that's a lot of life to go through. They've been storing up how many lives over how many culling games, but then you just had Lelouja. That's a whole kingdom in just an instant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look at it like a JRPG boss where it's just like these guys have however many health bars that you have to work through before you can get to the actual before there's the light at the end of the tunnel, you know. And I know Lucas is the biggest grin on his face because this
dude,
kind of goes hand in hand with his Faust
with
theory.
my Faust theory. Yeah, and when I was working on it, I actually had a section about the sacrificing of lives at the I keep wanting to call it the culling games, even though I know it's not. But at God Valley.
Cleansings.
Yeah, the cleansings, the great cleansings. I had a section that I took out of the video that was about that, also equating to how they've had their longevity and immortality. So the fact that we both came up to it in two separate ways, like Dak said with Ghost earlier, great minds think alike, my man. If multiple people are thinking it, there's some validity to it in the story for sure.
Yeah, and and we even have more in God Valley, because if I always tell people, go back to Gloom Island. Mihawk talk about his island, this land that used to have a lot of people, and they were all wiped out apparently after a certain event, and the monkeys, the human drills, who seem to mimic all the atrocities, and that's why they're that horrible. They are dressed up just like knights and fight with swords. and were pretty powerful. And it made me think of what if they're mimicking the atrocity of the Holy Knights. So I do think, you guys are onto something. There's a ritual that's happening all the time, and I think the Mihawk thing happened like 9 years ago, 10 years ago, on his island.
That's really interesting, by the way. Like, dude, that's wild. Like the idea that the Holy Knights could be like soul cleavers, like just going around like killing off really important people,
collecting souls. For Emu in the
also,
five Gorosei.
One thing I did want to just quickly
before
add,
we go to let's make sure that we get to Coffee's intro before we get too
last
far
thing
off.
I'll say, and then last thing I'll say, then we'll bring Coffee in. In the anime, it wasn't on the manga, but in the anime with the Leisure Strike, there was like loads of summoning circles in the sky, like tons, like popping off.
Tons.
But Coffee, welcome to the very beginning of the stream. We'll let you introduce yourself first. Tell the people why you love One Piece and what you got coming up.
All right. Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm really new to the whole YouTube community. I'm Coffee Black, as you guys can see. And my personal favorite thing about One Piece is the fact that I think this is totally subjective, but I think it's crazy how true One Piece fans really know that One Piece is not a battle manga. It's more of an epic. And a lot of people that really get onto One Piece, they're like, man, I thought X fight was going to be better than X fight. Well, it's not about the fights. It's about the build up. It's about the end all be all. You know, it's really about the journey that we're on. And that's what I really love about it. The whole thing about One Piece and growing up with One Piece side by side with it. I started in Marineford, so I would be a fool to say that that Marineford is, anything less than peak. Ace was my favorite character, so sorry spoilers if you're not there, but my god, One Piece is something that completely revolutionized a lot of my thought processes growing up out of high school at that point. So I'm really glad that I can grow with it, and I have a couple different projects coming up. I'm trying to do an EAM theory video, a couple different EAM theory videos, but that is way more complex than I thought it was going to be. So kudos to anyone who even puts out a video on EAM.
Let me ask you a question then, if you don't mind, Coffee Black, just to get you cooking a little bit here. Because we're talking about summon circles and taking souls and stuff. How is everybody feeling? And I want to start with Coffee. If we don't get to everybody, I apologize, but I want to know how everyone's feeling about EAM. Do we think that maybe they're swapping their bodies and stuff? Because if you look, the Gorosei all call him like Lord, as like male, but he has a very feminine frame. And me and Din and Cube, and I know a couple other people have this huge agenda of Emu being like a body snatcher.
I also have.
I did a video on that.
Big theory.
I have grown closer to that thought process too, because I think it makes a lot more sense. The community's been in this uproar ever since the introduction of EAM. That EAM was a female, because the way the butterfly landed on EAM, the gentle presence and stuff. But I could totally see a body snatching, kind of like a Orochimaru, Yeah, I can totally see the only thing that they care about is making it to the next life. They don't care about what sex they are. They don't care about how much food they eat. You know what I mean? There's specific things that they want in life, and they will do it by any means. So yeah, I could totally go with the body snatching.
I'll
give it more
for jacket no me or whatever. It's like it's like the cloak.
Yeah, that was actually Emu.
I'll give even deeper. I'll go even deeper in the rabbit hole. I actually believe that there is some body snatching, but Emu does that so Emu can keep the body of a kid. I think Emu has a body size of a kid, like Sugar.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to say, if you analyze all the threads enough, you can see that that's not the same also for a normal human. Even looking at the throne,
the throne was it's huge. And then you think about it, a lot of I like characters like Kure, who keeps talking about the power of youth. When Luffy loses control in Gear 5, he becomes an old man. And the one other character we've seen who's actually immortal is Sugar, and she's stuck to the age of a child. And then you see Emu being very immature, like having a tantrum just because Cobra spoke over them, like saying you can't speak over me, and starts like getting upset out of nowhere, unhinged.
Yeah,
so that's something we think that it has the mind of a child.
Yeah, you brought up Gear 5, but also with Gear 3rd before the time skip, Luffy became a child after losing every time.
Yes.
I want to
two.
add to that.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, you go. You
Oh,
go.
yeah, sure. Okay, I just wanted to add, like, as we've seen, like, imagination plays a huge role in the storyline, and also with Bonnie and her fruit, the more she is able to imagine the future, the more she can do with it, which we can assume when she gets old, there will be less possible futures for her to manipulate. So that might be one of the reasons Emu wants to stay in a child's body with a childlike brain, because they want to have the wildest imagination possible. And that could be either out of jealousy or just hungry for power kind of
Well, is
situation.
Bonnie's powers really about like manipulating futures, or is it more having to do with the concept of faith? Because didn't Saturn kind of say that her hit didn't do that much damage because she didn't believe she got older, so she didn't believe in certain things anymore. So
Exactly.
does that kind of go
I-
couple with like the concept of faith as opposed to like?
I think that's not
futures that she could-
necessarily in the officials. It was that because there were now things that she believed to be factual, potential futures collapsed and were no longer available to her.
Yeah,
So
I think it was
yeah.
knowledge
Yeah.
based.
But there's,
So
yeah,
the
I
less
think
you
it
can
is like,
imagine
I
stuff.
think
yeah.
Yeah, Kube brought something up as well. That probably flew under the radar as well, because a lot of people say about Kureha and talking about the secret of youth. But Kube was saying the other day about the word that she uses is youth. You know, it's not like the secret of immortality or anything like that. And then the OPOP is the perennial youth surgery. You know what I mean?
Yeah, perpetual life.
So they're
You
definitely.
also see
You see it with the giants, right?
Big-
They say that they use kids for giants because they have lifespan issues, and lifespan seems like an ever-present theme
Big
in
Mom
the
too,
Well,
story.
with Big
yeah.
Mom especially, yeah, she's able to cannibalize upon other souls and like steal their youth and things like that. And I think that's huge. Before we cook, we are cooking, guys. I love it, but I have to give a huge major shout out and get an intro from my guy Kuso Land. If you're able to speak right now, you wanna introduce yourself, tell the folks what you got going on, and what your favorite thing about One Piece is, brother.
Man, I was just gonna be lurking. My cat just woke me up, and it's only 5 a.m. this morning.
Yeah. Whoa, really? Commitment.
Dedication.
We're here now.
Commitment, man. Commitment.
I was like, screw it, I'll just wake up. Wannabe YouTuber who's got one video out there, 1.5 hours. Sorry, I'm still half asleep, bro.
No, you're good,
Good
brother.
morning.
Well, good morning.
Good
Thank you
morning,
for
yeah.
joining us.
Go
Yeah,
get
good
your
morning,
Wheaties.
good morning, everyone.
Wake up a bit. Come to the cookout once you've woken up a bit. You know what I mean? Eat your Wheaties.
Yeah. I might bathe in coffee for a bit and see how that goes.
That actually sounds amazing.
Coffee's pretty
does,
great,
right?
you know.
coffee black.
That is hilarious.
Favorite thing about One Piece is Oda's writing style, I think. You know, the fact that we can all just sit here being theory cooking is just because of Oda and his genius, I believe. And so, you know, we're gonna thank the man and really hope that he just lives a long and happy life.
Rest in peace,
Absolutely.
Toriyama.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Rest in peace. Yeah. Really,
Yeah, absolutely.
RIP, bro.
That's like something that I think should be like this. I kind of think that this guy's setting the standard as far as like, I mean, I hope that he is getting a lot more of a work-life balance, but like as far as mangaka goes, you know, this is like, we've never seen anybody else like putting out such consistent quality material without having like long-term health issues, unfortunately. And I think it's really great what Oda is doing, is setting that kind of example, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
I think the worst chapter
absolutely.
aesthetically. I think
Go
the
ahead.
worst chapter we ever got from him aesthetically was honestly like the most recent chapter from the Kuma flashback. I don't think we've ever gotten one that seemed that rushed. Oda always takes his time, so I completely agree with that.
Well, what's crazy too, though, with that,
beautiful.
yeah, I was about to say with that too, though. Even his rough work though is just gorgeous. Seeing his lines of perception and seeing the way like Kuma's face reflects in the church and stuff, like it's just. Even his rough work, you can see the full vision. And if I'm being honest, it's a masterclass in being an artist to be able to do that, to be able to show someone a doodle like that, and the whole message is conveyed.
Like Whole Cake is just like I was just reading volume 88 last night. I've just finished it again, and like it's just ridiculous. I was like got halfway through and I put it down. I was like, what is this guy smoking? Like this is intent, like just weird,
Best
like
arc in the
how
series.
you could think about the perspectives and stuff. But yeah, crazy.
I think that really gets me excited for what we could expect out of 11-12, and like with him having like the time off and whatnot, you know, like because as far as like chapter releases, typically Oda is a couple weeks ahead of it, you know, and like or at least like has like broad concepts down and things like that. I think that we might see some even more phenomenal, like the double page spread with the Gorosei reveals, like all of their forms and stuff like that. That was immaculate. And I think we're only going to be seeing some very, very, very detailed work, you know, coming from like this like long break period that we've all somehow managed to survive, you know, like.
Yeah, Maze, jump in with a comment if you want. You can talk anytime.
Yeah, so that Kuma chapter that you guys were talking about with the rough art, when I was reading it for the first time, I didn't realize that it was unintentionally rushed. And I'm kind of hoping that he takes some of the feedback from some of the community, that art style, that like weird like scratchy kind of art style in those emotional moments. It, like, I don't know, it spoke to the story for me. Like it seemed right.
Oh, yeah.
And so like I really hope he uses it as an intentional tool later on.
He definitely knew which panels to go back and actually like finish and which ones to just leave scattered and like in disarray. A really good chapter.
Whenever the volume came out, he ended up refinishing up that chapter so that way it looked like his normal chapters.
Oh, I gotta read that.
Yeah, I'm a big believer. I think Oda understands how to the perfect balance to tease people. You know, like how to people on the edge of their seats. It's like the way he deals with Zoro fandom with the SBS. You know, he knows the right thing to get people like, oh, when did you put that in the panel? We wanted a Zoro, you know. So I do feel like he is also a master understanding people. You know, his readers. So he knows really what type of chapter to do, how to draw them, and also how to. That's why, if you think all the time, whenever he drops one of his letters, the way we needed that letter at that right chapter, like it felt like it's perfectly like he knows what he's doing. He's a maestro, you know.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. He's just such a good at storytelling, and that's really what it comes down to. Is Oda's just a masterclass in storytelling, and it's the kind of story that I believe someone said earlier. Like I think they said it best. I can't remember who, just because there's so many of us here, that it feels like an epic more than just a battle shonen or something like that. It feels like one of those grandiose stories that lives through the test of time. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the Odyssey, things like that. And in my honest opinion, I think it will. I think once the story is finished and all of us are gone as well, One Piece is going to still be there. People are still going to be breaking it down and analyzing it for years and years and years. And that's a testament to just Oda's not only artwork, but the way he writes his story.
He is a master storyteller.
Yeah.
I will say
something that goes to that point as well is like I've introduced a lot of people to One Piece, and the age range and the diversity in people is crazy. It's like a 5-decade like spin or like span of people. And like I find that people get emotional about the story, but not in the same parts. And that's what's so great about it. There's some story that touches the lives in different parts for everyone.
Agreed.
And when you're talking about the age range too, even like with the live action now, general audiences getting into it is one of the most wonderful things ever. My mom messaging me all the time, like, "Have you heard anything about season 2? What's going to go on with Luffy and them? Don't tell me." Like that's crazy to me, man. It just tickles my heart in such a different way. So it is wild how much the story just as a whole touches everybody. In a different way.
On that heartwarming vibe. Yeah, we're about to get a bearded dragon in my household, and my my 8-year-old nephew who just started watching through East Blue stuff and is at Arlong Park. He wants to name the bearded dragon Nami, and I was just like, bro, yeah,
that is love. That is love right there.
That is so cool. Like I don't know, that warms my heart. Yeah.
Actually, with that in mind, I might have a question for everyone. And it's not like for you, what is objectively the best one, but subjectively, what is your favorite flashback in One Piece?
Brooks. Hands down,
It's not fair.
Yeah,
That's not
Kagura.
fair.
Nolan for me.
Kagura and Nolan.
Nolan,
was the
yeah. I
question,
mean, this
Q?
got to be one of the most comprehensive.
Your
The
favorite
best
flashback.
Oh, best
But
flashback?
subjective.
Fishman Island,
Subjective to
Fisher,
you.
Fisher
Okay.
Tiger, and Otahime. Or no, Otahime. Yeah.
I do
I
like
love
Fisher
it,
Tiger's
right,
story. It
yes.
definitely it brings Arlong kind of like full spectrum for me. So I do
Yeah.
appreciate Tiger, but Nolan and Kagura's backstory is actually what pulled me in because till this day, I'm not one of the people who, watched Wano, found out about the Sun God, and then go back. Sky P is amazing. I still don't like Enel. I still don't like Sky P. Okay. I don't like electricity users. I hate Sasuke just as much. I just don't like them.
Oh, but you gotta give it to the goat Killua though. The Killua built different, right?
That's God speed. I don't call that electricity. That's like glass on it.
But no, I don't know, I think favorite flashback.
That's
I
different.
mean,
That's a
it's-
trauma
it's-
response.
Oh my god. As far as favorite flashback, I know gotta shout out to Handsome in the chat, an absolute goat. Thank you for joining us. You've been missed. And then also gotta shout out to my absolute homie SSJ Cody. And I know that the Odin flashback has like a really, really great, like wonderful place in their hearts and stuff like that. And I think with most recently the Kuma flashback has also shooken some things up, and I think we're past it enough now to where I don't think that it's recency bias. Like I really do think that the Kuma flashback was just my absolute favorite piece of any like flashbacking that we've gotten, because I honestly hope that is the gold standard for like any flashbacking that we get moving forward. It's amazing.
The
flashbacks.
panel where he's running.
Oh, dude.
It's so hard.
The ages of change.
Yeah, I'll say this: the one thing, and that's why I'm happy that you brought it up, Vex, because I was going to bring it up. Yes, there's no recency bias, because I'm sorry, one of the toughest moment pre-time skip is when the Straw Hats were all disbanded by Kuma, one after the other. We got scared. You saw how Luffy and all the Straw Hats were scared, and we got a point of view from Kuma's side. And he was all about wanting them to survive, because like you see his whole life, and he's saying, you are not ready yet, but I have hope for you. I know you guys will do it. That moment, I'm sorry, the flashback, it was like, for 15 years, we fought the other way around, Like, he was helping for Dragon, but it's not that deep. But the fact that he put so much hope when, he saw them and at that time, they were so weak, is that level of belief, And Kuma is crazy. So yeah, for me that flashback is.
Back then.
What was that for you?
My hot take on that is because he also did that while he was going to go visit his daughter, because his daughter was there too. He did that out of his own last willingness of his heart. He gave them basically his dream.
That's why I think Kuman's so great. Is like it was like 8 weeks in a row that flashback like completely wrecked me. Because he wasn't one-dimensional. It wasn't one sad moment. It was like a tragic life that everyone felt real.
Dude, just in 1098, in the anime, they did him running away from the Revolutionary Army and like pawing himself away. And just that one little bit of moment in the anime had me tearing up. I am not ready for that flashback to be animated at all.
Just knowing what's coming makes that so much worse.
Exactly, dude. But yeah, when he was running away, it was,
whenever Bonnie was facing down with the pacifista, and it showed like it wasn't like something that we really got more of like a half of a panel of in the actual chapters, but in the anime, whenever it showed Bonnie unable to fight back against the pacifistas, that gave me goosebumps. It was absolutely like bone chilling. Like it was crazy. Sorry, go ahead. I think it's Kuso.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say for me, like the MVP for me would be Ginny. Just because she was on, I don't know. I don't even know how many panels she was even on. But that moment where, it's just a phone call between her and the revolutionaries.
Rough.
And she's just
way more information too. She's like, how did she know about all the devil fruits? How did she have that fast way? What's up, Vexy?
Let's start talking about the flashback. This is making me sad.
We gotta unpack the most peak flashback of the entire series, because I was going easy on you. I was unpacking just a little bit, but the most peak flashback we ever got is Kaido. Am I right?
Oh, God. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Mute this man.
In context
to that,
This flashback had so much information. It was tough for me to remember everything. Yeah, it was such a long flashback. This flashback, man.
Free AZ. I saw your mic pop. Were you going to say something about a second ago?
I mean, I personally think that Kaido is going to have more of a flashback later. I think.
I agree. Yeah.
So through Odin's flashback, we got more insight into Roger and saw him reach Laugh Tale. I think we're going to get a Kaido flashback, and we're going to get more insight into Rocks and the full God Valley flashback.
Facts. That's
Do you think Kaido's coming back?
Comes back?
I mean, we are in the prediction
yes,
segment.
absolutely.
For sure. I definitely think Kaido's coming back, man. Because there's no way that magma is enough to kill him. There's just no way.
The entire point was he was unkillable. Like that was
I forgot whose live it was, but
do you think
I think that the best way that Kaido could come back is if like Big Mom stole his life force and made a homie out of the magma or something. I don't remember.
I've got a big theory about that.
Josh? No,
Listen,
I
I can
was
give
actually
you.
thinking she probably would make a homie out of the lava because how could she survive it when she was down there for so much longer than Kaido?
He does owe her. He does owe her a debt. Like people
I had
forget.
a similar
He does
theory.
owe her a debt.
Loki, tell him. That's how we know that we have to not just have backstory, but we need some sort of resolution. Because Big Mom said, "You chuffing owe me," you know, and we know that like there's a big gravity around that situation. And then Oda. Also, just one thing I want to say as well is like, it isn't just lava either. Oda did have them like Team Rocket yeeted into the sky with that big explosion as well. So like he definitely threw some power at them, and maybe, I mean, ultimately both of their fruits are massively significant.
He said the thing. No, I agree.
I think the main thing.
What are the chances that Kaido awakened? Because the reason why you basically need to be so close to near death to awaken, and that's why he's also been trying to die or be close to death.
Yes,
Like
that's
Luffy
did.
I
That could
think
be a thing. He saw Luffy do it too. He's like, I want to do that.
honestly,
Right after he sees Luffy do it,
I think honestly, Kaido is someone who's awakened in the past, but I think his mindset of being defeated by Joy Boy is the reason why. Because he said it
exactly.
When the mind of your the body and mind of your fruit and the user connect, and I think that could be the reason. I always say like, I don't think a fruit like that, his whole goal was just be defeated by someone else.
But let me ask you this, right? Oh, sorry. Like, would it be interesting if Kaido and Big Mom actually had died already? Like, in that moment? Would it be interesting as a story? Because if your answer is no,
a little bit.
then that's your answer. Because
for me, a little
exactly. And so at the end of the day, right, like, Oda is an author who enjoys the story just as much as the audience, right? He he enjoys writing all of this stuff. He wouldn't find it entertaining or satisfying if he ended Kaido or Big Mom the way he did. And so there's no way they're going to be dead.
Hold up.
And
I think
Kaido burning and boiling the way Odin did. Hey man, I'm just saying.
No, that's what I said. I think Kaido had a very fulfilled like bit where he realized he's not Joy Boy and he got smacked down by the reincarnation thing. I think with Kaido specifically, I think it's fine. Like, and what Free was saying earlier, I believe, when he said that I think we'll get a little bit of more recontextualization, like in the future of Kaido's backstory, and that's all I think we really need to build his character up. I think that with Big Mom, it would feel flat, and I think that she should come back. I don't know if I need both, though. I think that I know it's
Listen,
fine if he's
they're
back.
kind of appearing.
I can give
It's
you
the philosophy.
Yeah, I can give you a very simple bit of evidence that Big Mom will come back, and it's that Luffy straight told her, "I'm going to kick your ass," and he still has not kicked her ass.
Right.
Well, he also said he also said he was going to kick Jack's ass. And that never happened.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's gonna come back. He'll be right back.
He's gonna.
He did better. He kicked his boss's ass.
But like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with Big Mom and. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Cube.
I was gonna say I'll go even further. When Luffy got his 1.5 bounty and Big News Morgan labeled him as the next fifth emperor, when Big Mom read the newspaper, she got upset and she said, "I'm coming after you, Straw Hat, and then I'm coming after you, Morgans." And right now, Morgans is with who? With Vivi. So I do think we're getting the storyline. So if she didn't not forget about Morgans, we might get Big Mom in the future arc for sure.
Several things. One, there are only a few characters that like have a intimate relationship with giants. The Robin, Usopp being the two, and Big Mom being the third. So when Elbaf comes around, she has to come around. Also, probably the Fire Tank Pirates because Lolo was supposed to marry Loki. So that thing too. Also, I have a big theory on the channel, and I've made several shorts about it. I do think that Big Mom is going to get another homie, probably a magma homie named Hephaestus or Vulcan, and then of course, Prometheus will be fired, and he will run to Nami, and then Nami will have a cloud and a sun because weather.
Oh god!
And then the sun deity riding
Coffee.
the sunship. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, Coffee. You were gonna ask a question.
Oh, no, I was just gonna let him get his thought out because he was cooking. So I was just
okay. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm almost done. Okay, because it just makes a lot of sense because the sun deity captain, who is on a sun-themed ship helmed by a member of the Sun Pirates, it just makes sense they would have an actual sun on their crew. Lastly, I do love Brooks' flashback because it's the true meaning of loss, because not only did he lose his crew, he actually lost his self and his autonomy because he came back and he is a living skeleton. And lastly,
he almost lost it twice.
Wait, what?
At least he didn't lose his hair.
He almost lost it twice.
Yeah, right?
He didn't lose his hair for sure.
And then
or his soul.
And
yeah, so I don't know. I don't think that arc was much about losing, considering he still has hair. I know many guys who don't have that.
But what you still had.
No, I think that to also add to what you were saying about like the cycling out of Prometheus and getting a magma homie, it kind of also reiterates or emphasizes and strengthens the theme that he set up in Marineford with magma being superior to fire in this in this narrative, like as far as Akanu versus Ace. And I think that's also like some depth to it. There's really something there. That's absolutely goated, Polypeep.
Also, last thing, and I'm done. Going back to Gloomy Island, where you see the curling hills, that's a reference to Nightmare Before Christmas. I've always thought for a long time that Jupiter may be he's a sandworm, right? Since Oda loves Tim Burton, that might be a second reference to the sandworms present in Beetlejuice, because like Jupiter, the sandworms in Beetlejuice also have two faces. They have the jacket, and then that jacket opens up, and then you see the real face, similar to how Jupiter is built up. So yeah.
And like, also, just want to really quickly throw this in. If you think that like if you've got an idea of a theory, and then you see like a movie's coming out about it, and Oda predicted that like somehow that movie was going to come out, then it's probably true, dude. Like, it's so weird. Like everything, like Beetlejuice 2 is coming out, and I feel exactly the same. Like the worm probably has ties to like Grubs and like the Beetlejuice vibe and stuff like that. Yeah, shout out Beetlejuice 2.
Yeah,
shut up, Beetlejuice 2.
I actually want to get into your guys' predictions on 11, 12. What do you guys think is going to happen?
Okay, so I've been thinking really hard on that because okay, you guys know that have you guys heard that Oda got the concept from the Warlords from like an old video game that he used to love, and that's kind of how he figured out that Crocodile probably isn't a man and stuff. So
that one, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking like how much has Oda pulled from older video games that we don't really know? And one really popular one would be D&D. So I know this is probably really out there.
You're talking our language now, brother.
Okay.
I knew Vex was going to say something. Vex is at attention now.
So I was really thinking about the fake Hydra. And I was thinking about the look of Jupiter, and everybody is, since Dune just came out, everybody's like, he looks like somebody from Dune, the sandworms from Dune and stuff, and totally understand that. I really dig the Beetlejuice one, but I'm thinking he's the fake Hydra is really like slick, kind of like a snake more than a dragon type thing, which is kind of how Jupiter looks like a worm. And they have, if I remember correctly, the fake Hydra sings like a song and projects like a mist or something that kind of dilutes people's perspective. It's like it could be right in front of you, and then you close your eyes and you just don't know what the hell happened. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking
Also,
like,
yeah, as long as you're able to hear the false Hydra's discordant melody, it completely replaces itself with there is no possible way that you can recall it. You could literally be staring right at it, but if you can hear what it's singing, it's like it's not even there. You have no memory of it,
Like
and
disorientation.
the people that it consumes are also erased from your memories and existence. So there could just be towns of people who like think that they never had a mayor, or like a person who lives in a house who like forgot that he ever had a wife and things like that. And so yeah, it's like, but if you cover your ears up, your ears up, you could see it and you start to like remember the things that it is devoured. But yeah, I love the false Hydra. You are one of my favorite people for bringing this up right now.
I knew it. I knew you were going to get Vex's attention.
I was just thinking, like, how could Oda take the concept of that and throw us off? Because what Oda's really good at doing, he's good at taking mythologies and things that people have heard of and twisting it in ways that we wouldn't think of. So I was thinking maybe that ability of the false Hydra is an ability of one of the Gorosei which basically aided in the blockage of the knowledge of the Void Century.
Wow, that's fire.
I love that. And we even did see Emu like eat like Sabo's attack. Like, so I mean, there could be something to that. Like that's absolute fire.
What about Saturn's ability to like? What if that's his ability is for like to paralyze people? Like they all have like that. That's pretty cool. Actually, I like that a lot. They all have certain abilities that they all use.
Like I did actually want to bring someone like that up. We spoke a while ago, a few weeks back on an older stream, like about the fact that Saturn freezes everybody on Egghead. When they're in the throne room, he doesn't do that to Sabo. And now all the Gorosei are there. Why don't they just freeze everyone? But instead,
you got Volk freeze, roar, his hockey roar. That's crazy.
Strength, yeah.
I think for me, it's something I'm gonna jump in. It's something that Big Mom did, and I think Sanji talked about when he talked about love. I think the best analogy is Hancock's fruit. She uses the emotion of lust. So anyone who lusts her become turns to stone. But someone like Kube who did not lust on her did not affect her. I think what the Gorosei are doing is like Big Mom, using fear as a embodiment, like a medium to increase their powers. And I think the moment Saturn came, he started blowing up the weaker people, and then people got scared, and then other people were getting blown up. And I think it's the same thing. They're creating fear. If you fear them, you match your energy, those special abilities affect them. I think Sabo and Cobra did not have those emotions, did not feel those emotions. They had different emotions like curiosity, but not fear maybe. Because Cobra knew he was, Cobra was like, he didn't care anymore. He was just, So I think it could be that. It's the emotion. If you match the same emotion, you succumb to their abilities.
You were talking about Cobra a second ago, right?
Yeah.
Do it. Tell the people.
Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of disappointed in this entire community for not realizing this. I've been talking about this for a while. Cobra is 100% not dead. Like for
sure.
Through the butthole.
Sure.
Absolutely.
He is
gone. He's gone.
He ran a member who did not smile as he died.
I don't even believe that just dead.
And not only that, Emu wants Vivi. He kept him as collateral.
I never thought so.
So do you think that Saturn's freezing didn't work on Sabo because he used it on Cobra? Like specifically?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Do you think that Saturn's freezing didn't work on Sabo because he wasn't trying to stop Sabo specifically? He was trying to stop Cobra 100%?
I'm not gonna guess on how their powers work. I'm not gonna lie. I do think you guys put up a lot of good points where it has to either do with their emotions or just straight up their hockey.
Well, with Saturn himself, that's just his ability. Like as far as the Gyuki goes, that's maintaining eye contact is the like prerequisite for the ability.
Well, the eye contact thing is interesting because Oda showed we've looked into this, and like throughout that chapter, Oda showed distinctly that Cobra's eyes and Sabo's eyes are pointing down. There's even a panel just of Cobra's eyes, and he's looking down. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there is some element of like the Gorgon, and Gorgons are spoken about with Amazon Lily, right? And Gorgons, you have to look into them to their eyes, and you turn to stone, or some shit like that. Like,
Yeah, I think you're right.
We also have to think, like, do we assume that the Nefertari line has been kept in the family, for lack of a better term, but like with Lily and TT and Vivi all having conventional, like, is Cobra actually a blood Nefertari, or did he just take her name because of the royal family? Like, I'm more inclined to believe that.
And he said, "We are the D," as in him.
Yeah, well, Free and I did speak about this, and he showed me. The panel says, "Let them know we are D." You know, like we are the D clan and shit. So it's like he should be smiling really
not
when he
going to
died.
forget about that detail in the chapter. He reveals they're a D.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense. I was just like, it's a little fishy because, like, are they both? Like, I don't know. That's weird.
Like the lineage lines kind of flipped back in the day. Like the Nefertari line was carried on through Lily back in the day, and then when her brother took over, then like the patriarchal line kind of took over. So that's where Cobra kind of fit in.
Real quick, guys, we were cooking, but I real quick want to give a huge shout out to the homie for coming through. We got the Wizard of Oars joining us. Shout out, brother. Tell the people what you got going on and what your favorite thing about One Piece is, if you could, real quick.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Yo.
Yeah, thanks for having me, bro. Favorite thing about One Piece. You kind of just put me on the spot, bro, because I was not expecting that. Yeah,
They did the same thing to me. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's an initiation, you know. We gotta do it.
We gotta liberate you a little bit, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe we start off lighter. Which is your favorite Gorosei reveal out of the out of the Egghead stuff?
Like fruit or like anything like revealed.
It's just like which one looks maybe the coolest, or which ones are you most like pulled towards?
His name is Nuzjru, I think, the sword guy, and then I always forget their names. What's the guy with the bird guy too?
Oh, Mars.
Mars.
Yes.
I love that one too.
My guy.
Yeah.
Yep. The Itsumade is like my top one, and then Venus Guru and the skeleton horse is my second. So
Itsumade is
excellent choices.
Top tier.
The worm is my guy, man. I'm a worm guy.
The worm is pretty cool too. A lot of people were hating on that though. I thought it was good. I like the worm.
The worm in NoChillDill. NoChillDill, when he was taking down those pacifistas, it was just so sick with it. Like, I want to see him and Brook have an interaction. They don't even have to fight. I just want to see them have an interaction. Like, I want to see what they would say. If I want to see Brook see him use like his ice cold powers. I'm like, oh, I could do that too.
I need a full fight with him and Brook, and then for a moment in the fight, Brook somehow gets on his back. And
I would die. I'll die. I'll die. I'll die.
That would totally be like a Horseman of the Apocalypse. He'd be like the Horseman.
Yeah. Well, Polly Pete talks about this too, right? Polly
yes, I did.
Brooke jumping on him saying, "I've got a bone to pick with you." Sorry.
Oh, yo.
Because the Horseman of Death is a skeleton riding a pale horse. So yeah, I mean, and sometimes in some depictions the rider is a skeleton, and then sometimes the horse is skeletal or it's just like white or pale.
And he always wears a black cloak, and Brooks' clothes are predominantly black. So that
yes, sir.
And he's also because he has his afro.
Yes.
True. Also, guys, think about it. We saw Nozuro do that weird skywalk or whatever run he did. First thing you saw Brook do when he ran from the ship when he met the Straw Hat, he ran on water.
True. I was gonna say the Brook, the Gorosei when he teleported from Kuma, the Gorosei circle too. So we could definitely see like some Brook Gorosei action. I could see that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the way you said it, like they were going to get it on, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Namakura Island, I think it is where it got
what
summoned.
the bro?
Too bad our shipwright
Hey, yo.
Fritz the Ditz isn't here because he has like a whole theory about the summoning circles, and he could break it down, but allow me to butcher it. I think it's so Brook's symbol is more of a like alchemical one when he gets summoned, and then the Gorosei ones are more along the lines of like the paganism. So it's a very, very weird contrast. It almost makes you think, was that summoning circle actually meant for Brook? Was he intercepted? Was that where he was supposed to go even?
That's that's he actually did a video saying that. Yeah, that's so.
Yeah, I had a short come out on the TOA TikTok like forever ago talking about like that and how that could potentially tie to Vykthor cards. But go ahead, sorry, Spit.
Maybe you can summon somebody by their devil fruit, and that's what they're doing.
Spicy.
Ooh. So if they all have the same summon circle, then none of them have devil fruits.
But the summon circles have different numbers.
It might be like Vykthor cards where you need like their DNA or something, but the circle's always the same.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, is that the Vykthor cards could tie to it. Like,
what were you gonna say, Dindin?
Well, like, so I've brought this up a couple times now, and I do think, like, I am starting to think that it is legit. Like, Black Maria fought Robin. Black Maria was in the shape of an Ushioni, and she used a medicine which is akin to a rumble ball to change her forms. In that fight, Robin turned into some massive demon with loads of arms, and Oda never spoke about it again. And now we see Saturn, another form of an Ushioni, who changes forms without the medicine and seems a lot more strong, a lot more impervious to damage. So I do believe that Oda, by like technology like devil fruit, stuff like that, we will see there will be levels. Like, you'll have devil fruit demons, then you'll have like real, not actually using a devil fruit, but they've got like the ability of a devil fruit somehow, like the essence. And then you've got a real demon at the top of that, which would be Robin, who is the demon of Ohara, for example, one of the most traumatized backstories in One Piece. So yeah, I think Oda has shown us like there's levels to it. Like,
this kind of goes into my funky Eam possibly being a Jin theory, with like, you know, kind of being at the top of the food chain when it comes to like mystical powers and stuff like that. You know, the monkey paw aspect and stuff like that. Give and take. Without a give, they only take.
Yeah, that fear of yours, I really like it. I'm gonna let you spit a bit more on it because I would love for you to go more in details on it. But there's actually something that always bothered me, and I think we're on the realm of it. It is, remember when Buggy ate his fruit, and then the whole storyline was he lied about eating the fruit. He created a fake fruit. And then when he met Shanks, he ate the fruit. But if you look at the details in Swin SBS, when Oda talks about it, his fruit is purple, but the one he draws is orange. But when Oda describes it, he says that is Buggy's fruit at night. And what's interesting is, why did he mention the fruit? That's how the fruit looks at night. And it kind of makes you think, and I looked to it, we've never seen what a devil fruit looks throughout the day. Like the Aces, the Mirror no Mi, were shown through day and night, but always inside the coffin. Every time they would open it, you would see it from inside. So I'm wondering if certain fruits change the way they look. You know, why some of them could change color.
So any
because flowers bloom and retract throughout the day.
All devil fruits there.
Yeah. Like, what if maybe some of them even adapt very fast? This can explain how the Nika fruit was able to evade the Gorosei for so long.
Do you guys think devil fruits evolve?
Oh yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yes,
for sure.
Sugar's fruit and lost fruit is an example of that, because because they have evolution stuff. Like, if it's been 800 years those fruit exist, Sugar's fruit has like tank legs, and some of the Ope no Mi stuff is very advanced for medicine, even for 800 years ago. So I think they evolve with every user. They share knowledge.
Yeah, I think that, like, I remember I was watching a Chibi Girl stream a while back, and Hime had a thought, and I've heard a lot of other people like also have similar thoughts, but it's like, if each user, you know, and like with what we see from Sabo also gaining like the will of Ace almost immediately, there's a little bit of evidence that it's kind of like an all for one situation, like from My Hero, where you get a piece, or like the Avatar state even, where the fruits compile the minds or like the wills of all of the previous users. And I think the theory that she had a while back was that the Gorosei themselves could be like devil fruits that have compiled so many different like minds that I'm paraphrasing here. I might be butchering it, but that they're like sentient and autonomous fruits themselves, and they're not like they don't actually like have the curse that like devil fruit users have, because they're kind of something different that's grown beyond it. I also want to shout out to my boy SSJ Cody, who just joined the call. What's good, brother? Welcome.
I love you.
I love you, Cody.
That's an entrance.
That's all love, baby. I love it.
Hey, yo, guys, I'm gonna say some. It's a crack theory. I think that the Gorosei are gonna combine. I feel like we got the 5 elders, which is like the Power Rangers. Then we got their forms, which is like
like Thriller Bark,
like a Megazord.
Big
everything comes back. Everything comes back to Thriller Bark. Everything.
Dude, bro, if I hear
Frankie won like solos the whole Gorosei by like going Gundam to Gundam sort of thing. That'd be
Megazord, Voltron.
Okay, who's the legs and who's the arms?
Dude.
No,
the
listen.
Green Power Ranger
Yeah,
before
true.
he got the Dragon Zord was just grew that big, and I'm saying Luffy can do that.
Yeah,
I mean,
listen,
if
if I hear
sandworm is the
an
penis.
Eddie, oh my god, why?
That's amazing.
If I hear an Eddie Van Halen style like tapping solo starting, and then the Gorosei are like ching
Bro.
ching boom boom like and slamming together, I will lose my mind, dude, in the best way possible.
First of all,
In the best way,
that's
yeah.
Buckethead.
Crazy for
Put some respect on Buckethead, but yeah.
DQ question. Do the Gorosei have wings? Because if each Gorosei have wings, it could be just like Captain Planet, you know?
Oh my god.
Yo,
Maybe
Fear!
Emu is like
Famine!
maybe
Yeah!
Emu is like Cell, and he's got to absorb all the other pieces of the Gorosei before he can become perfect
Well,
Emu.
Yeah, Randy Troy has that theory about like rebuilding Joy Boy. Maybe Emu also has to rebuild, and Oda's endgame is
That's
a
Randy
battle.
and Dak.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dak,
that's
if you
Randy
wanna-
and Dak right there. I saw the live stream where they were cooking that. Dak, if you were able to, I see he's muted up right now, so I don't know if he's able to speak on it. But yeah, that theory is some real spice.
I do see something like it happening. Like if Dak can't speak to it right now, I can definitely speak about some other bits that they didn't cover. But like we've seen like the hand of liberation, you know, the Opie Nomi looks like a heart, the Gomu's like a brain with the stem being the pineal and the spine, right? So I do think that there are these situations where things are like not just obviously we know with the ancient kingdom and different kingdoms, palaces, that they've been split up. I think other things maybe like fruits. Kube and I have been talking about it for years, like the fact that there might have been 4 or 5 original devil fruits, and over time they've watered down and they've been split up, and that's why you get weaker fruits. And so yeah, I do feel like by the end of the story, a few elements are going to come together and go back to their old original forms.
I'm sorry, am I dumb? Were there is there proof of devil fruits before the Void Century?
Nope.
We have nothing from pre-Void
the oldest devil
There's a
fruit we
good
have
chance
is
that the Sun Tree wasn't there back then. So, and if it
The
comes from
oldest,
them,
so it's possible all the fruits could come from one person, following that
true.
theory of like a brain and a heart and whatnot.
True.
I mean,
the oldest fruit we know of is technically the Toki Toki, which was from 30 years inside of the Void Century. But there is also the potentiality that since Joy Boy also could have had the Nika fruit, and Joy Boy probably does predate, but that's like conjecture. You know, that's not like confirmed as far as like that's the oldest we go like when it comes to devil fruit.
Important though. It's important because you mentioned the All Might stuff, right? The one for all, and like if Toki's fruit skips 800 years and the Gomu doesn't, that means one of the fruit has 800 years worth of knowledge in there and the other isn't. So they probably are going to be different and different levels of power and all that stuff.
And if you think about it, like with what Denon is talking about, what we were talking about, we were spinning basically, what if like there's in chapter 19, I think it is, shout out to Joy Boy Furies for giving that panel. Shanks talks about every devil would be the incarnation of the sea devil. And we were spinning on what if, we don't know which ones are the first devil fruit, but what if when they create devil fruits, there was one devil fruit that was created as a consequence, the Yami Yami no Mi. A devil fruit that would maintain all their one under control. And what is Blackbeard's weird quirk? He's obsessed in hunting down devil fruit users.
so I will say something. So we have Luffy and Roger, and we have Blackbeard and Rocks. I think that Joy Boy's Rocks or Blackbeard was Davy Jones.
I agree.
And that was probably where the Yami came from.
Well, who do
I
you guys?
agree that
Since
Davy
we're talking
Jones is
about
gonna
back
be
then.
Damn.
I have something I want to ask too. What do you guys think someone else have had the Nika fruit since the original Joy Boy, or what's the deal with that?
It's
Because
possible,
I've
but
been
we
wondering.
know that nobody has awakened it in 800 years, but there
Yeah.
could have absolutely
Yeah.
been previous users, like previous candidates, and I know that's something that we've talked about here on the channel a lot, is previous Joy Boy candidates that just didn't like get quite all the way to the where Luffy got, and that there was a bit of like a stepping stone or dominoes that had to be set up throughout the centuries, where it's like, all we need is this, all we need is this, you know, like, oh well, we have the will, but we just need the fruit. We have the will and the fruit, but we still need like the other sovereign or this or that, and it's just been all leading up to this specific like run, if we're talking about like speed run terms, just to make it easy. And it reminds me of like Gurren Lagann, where there you see like the past failed attempts, and it all culminated to this successful attempt. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so with that, I just want to give the name of a former user, Ors from Solar Bark. The way he naturally, Ors, the giant, the Ors, the Oni, Robin, her shadow was taken, and Brooke's shadow was taken. Neither is the zombie that had Robin's shadow, or Ryuma try to use their fruit abilities. They use their styles or their jokes. But Ors, without even knowing, instantly like tried to stretch his arms and then pull his skin and say, "That's weird."
Do you think it's
And he never.
possible?
We had Luffy's shadow, right?
Yeah, had Luffy's shadow, but he had no. He had no reason to why think he would have the Gomu Gomu no Mi, unless if it's something that natural, like he used to have it before.
I think that went to what Moria was saying about the wills of stronger shadows overtaking, just kind of like how we're talking about Devil Fruit Awakenings and like Impel Down overtaking their user. Luffy was overtaking and,
Yeah,
presenting
I agree with that.
forward more, kind of like how Big Mom presents more like Mother Carmel than her actual self, because there's a stronger soul inside of her.
I mean,
Or stronger
but then again, I have this agenda. The reason why we don't hear about the Onis is one of the most prominent Oni was a Joy Boy candidate, and they wiped out the entire race because they didn't want the Joy Boy Lord to survive. But
just
an
going back
agenda,
to the Luffy being like which number of user he was in terms of the Gomu Gomu fruit. I think he's most likely to be the third, right? In that he was the third brother.
56th.
The
56th.
But like he was the third brother. The number 3 is quite important in the story. We have the Tadai Currents, we have the 3 great powers, we have the 3 admirals. We could just keep going on and on and on. And I'm gonna cover this in my new theory one day, when it comes out, we'll see. But the number 3 in Japanese is sun, so it's quite literally just a pun on the word sun, right? And so Luffy, who will be the person who defeats Emu in the end, has to be the sun as well, the greatest sun that there ever was. And so in that sense, it totally makes sense that he was the third user of the Devil Fruit as well.
Nice.
And then
Nice.
going back all the way to what we were talking about slightly earlier in terms of what the first Devil Fruit potentially could have been, like we could probably look to the North mythology as well in terms of like just the primordial like gods and what order they kind of came in. And that's probably likely what the order of the Devil Fruits would be. So I can't remember exactly, but like wasn't Chaos one of the very first primordial beings?
I mean, primordial elements like are definitely irrelevant of like, because people might have different perspectives depending on what you mentioned, Norse mythology, and like depending on the mythology. So it depends on what Oda goes with. But I do agree that like there's going to be some base. Like we've got the 4 gods. Like we've been talking about them for a decade now, like Earth God, Rain God, Sun God, which now is, we've been revealed to have Luffy, and Earth God,
Forest God,
which is obviously Emu.
Forest God.
Anyway,
I think part of the whole thing with One Piece was it was about a journey around the world. So he wanted to expand on all these different cultures. But I think at the end, like Luffy, Emu, and Law are going to be based off of Japanese mythology, like Amaterasu and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I really like the numbering, Ichi-ni-san and Luffy being the third. But may I offer him being the fourth, which is she or Yon, but she is death. And like that,
and
like
she.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, exactly. She.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Leads
I
me
like
to
that.
ask: do we think that Luffy's going to die at the end of the series? Because every week I get closer to thinking that he's
No,
going to sacrifice
absolutely not.
himself. to
Luffy's
make
gonna
it.
get a fake death at the end of the series.
No.
I was more so talking about
Absolutely not.
the impact frames where it
Not
shows
even
a very
joking.
demonic Luffy.
It could be somewhere in between where he's immortalized as well, where he's not necessarily dead, but he's also not alive.
Well,
Yeah,
Legends
Like
doesn't
on
die.
life.
Like
When does a man
Hiruluk
die?
said.
When does a man
Luffy
die?
got-
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Oh, sorry, Dan.
Have you guys heard the idea of Luffy becoming the sun at the end of the series?
Well, that's
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
that's
I was just saying. Like that's what I think. Like I think it'll be more complex.
What was the question? Who will become what?
The sun. So like there's this idea
Teletubbies.
that at some point in the story, like the sun gets eaten by, I don't know, Emu or Blackbeard or something, and Luffy at the end basically manifests into the sun.
I'm gonna keep it
actual
above.
sun?
I'm gonna be honest, since I don't co-sign the first theory, I don't have any idea.
It's Angel.
I think like I do think some of
Great
what's coming. I
addition.
never used to. I'm starting to think that like someone's gonna destroy the moon, and like Luffy will, like make another one using the red line or something like that. He'll roll it up with his Gomu and
He was
throw it into
staring
the
at it
sky,
on
and then
Planetary,
he'll become the
some
sun.
planetary devastation type shit.
Yeah, so
like,
he creates
it's
a sun
crazy.
and a new moon. Or Blackbeard creates
So-
the moon, so then you've got a new sun and a new moon, and then that's the new era.
So
I just
actually,
had like
I
a
wanted
little thought of that, like, you know, destroying the moon or something like that. If you think back to Thriller Bark, as we always do, and you remember that Moria riding inside of Oars and kind of like using him as a vessel. Keep that in mind and go back to Skypiea, and when Enel is using the Death Pia, and it's using this big cloud that's coming out of the Arc Maxim. How are we going to upgrade this idea and link them together? Emu is probably using Blackbeard as a pawn, thus why they have this whole like agreement of just like, yeah, we know their lineage is important. I have this picture here. We're tracking him, but we're letting him do whatever he needs because it's almost a means to an end for us as well. So that cloud could just be a reversal of like a forcible liberation and awakening on Blackbeard, because I've always had this idea that Logias are going to die when they awaken, and if he's truly a Logia, that's going to make him disperse into his element, cover and cloak the world in this like darkness, and if you want Luffy to become this sun, that would also create that avenue.
Because it is weird that we have yet to see a Logia awaken.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Ghost.
Yeah.
Hopefully soon though.
So
Yeah, they're
also
probably
just like
hiding
for
something.
Logia's like dying and awakening, that also links back to Egghead and what I think is going to happen. Everything on Egghead is based off of Kizaru's lasers, including the barrier of the Labo phase. They were talking just after the destruction, or just before the destruction of Lulusha, saying this is how we might have to deal with the Egghead situation, claiming they have a second charge, at least. So, if my theory is to come true, Kizaru's finally going to get his head out of his light hole, and he is going to create a temporary, like birdcage-esque dome over the island and defend against the Mother Flame temporarily, or at least like cause less damage to the island. Because if you remember back in Dressrosa, when they're calling down, Fujitora is calling down that meteor, the foothold that's left is where Doflamingo Law and Fujitora were standing. So it's like that concept of bringing down Calamity only where like this strong presence is what is maintained.
All right, so I got two things. First thing on that, Kizaru disco piece. He's gonna refract his light through a disco ball to make the birdcage type thing. Second thing, Coffee. I saw you raising your hand. We don't do that here. Speak your piece, bro.
Oh,
Jill.
I don't like to try to dominate conversations.
If it adds to a point and it's just like, hey, we can riff off that, that's just a whole another 20 minutes, you know?
Yeah, but that's why I didn't say anything, because you were cooking and I didn't think. I thought I was gonna veer off to another point, and I didn't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
You were cooking, bud. That was gold. That was
Yeah,
beautiful.
I can add another thing. Like, even seeing Ennis lobby, we've seen that it was there is an island where Ennis lobby is,
What you need?
and also that it's always
that's-
daylight in Ennis lobby. Maybe
Gotcha.
the events are happening again when the light fruit user is gonna protect the island from being distracted using the awakening.
Think about it. Luffy brought the sun in the solar bark. With that notion, it's going to be a recurrent theme of places being dipped in darkness or in light, and Luffy changed the status quo to that.
I mean,
the
like
fact that
the
solar bark
biggest,
was.
Wano, when the moon
biggest.
was high,
Oh, sorry.
the lanterns came behind Luffy. That was kind of like the light coming up from the darkness. Him pulling Wano out of the darkness.
Yep.
We've got it kind of like Oda kind of went wild with it with Fishman Island, where like these people, they want to dream to have the sun on their face, but they live under the red line at the bottom of the sea, and there's like some ambiguity between like, what does that mean? Like, does that mean that the water was lower, or does that mean that they were on land because they're fishmen? So like, it's a really weird vibe.
But we
but
did
yeah,
just see
definitely
the
like,
water level
Luffy
change
was
with the
very
mother attack. So that's actually
Yeah.
really plausible. Like, how many times in the 800 years, how many times has the mother frame been used, but they didn't know the mother frame? We see the hole in Lelouch, we see the hole in Inez Lobby. We haven't seen all of the other worlds, so it could have been used in different times, which have caused the water levels to shift, which could have actually shifted Fishman Island down way further than what it actually should have been.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a callback to like when this is, Ghost Train, you're absolutely goated for referring back to it earlier. But again, everything comes back to Thriller Bark. Is we saw that there was a malevolent figure that was basically stealing the ability of these individuals from being in the sunlight. They couldn't be in the sunlight without disintegrating. And then at the end of it, after Shadows Asgard and people have their shadows return to them, they have that right back. And you see the shadows returning to people all across the planet, even like that guy, the Marine, and that the Marine's name, the little nameplate that it showed, it was a Japanese name. And if you translate that, it literally translates to good morning. Like the whole, you are the moon unaware of the dawn. And that refers back, I feel like Fishman Island kind of harkens back to that. And then we also get, the closer we get to the dawn of the new world, the new age and things like that. And like whatever does happen with Luffy and the sun god and the pertinence, it's all going to come back to Thriller Bark. And I think that, yeah, eventually, like at one point, the Fishmen and Ryugu Kingdom and that whole established thing down there, they weren't there. They were all over and they were free to be wherever and they could be in the sun. And that there was like a malevolent being, much like Emu. And if you look at the end of Thriller Bark again, we see the Umibozu type figures and things like that. So I mean, Thriller Bark is top 3, top 1 even on some days, but
and I'll add even another twist. Now we get Sapphire Scale, how it affects both with the sun and the moon. Then you think about Impel Down is a place where neither the sun or the moon hits. True. It's actually built so that the sun and the moon. So like there is something with the whole sun and moon thing. So we are cooking. I always say Impel Down is sus for the way it's built.
Going back.
Go on. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say like literally. I'm saying Sapphire Scale could be a much older thing, and Impel Down could have been a means to protect people back in the day.
Fair.
Okay, did you see the Blue Gory, which I know last stream of Liberation Polypede mentioned, and like that unlocked a core memory because I haven't thought about Blue Gory in a long time, but like that them being something that is about it's sapphire colored, in Impel Down, it's a loose connection, but it's something that's fun to think about,
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the Ancient Kingdom having like an actual sun? Like we see Vegapunk talking about, I think Vegapunk Lilith talking about how like they want to build an actual artificial sun somewhere on Egghead Island so it could just produce all the energy that they need.
Yeah.
And I kind of think that the Ancient Kingdom probably has it. I think they're gonna recreate it too. Like later, obviously with Luffy's dream.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I'm done now.
You're all good. I think it's going to end up either being Luffy's Devil Fruit or Sabo's.
Yeah.
And we already see Luffy's Devil Fruit activating the robot.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, they go in pairs, bro. If you think about it, they all go in pairs. There's a dichotomy between all these devil fruits, whether it's a negative or a positive dichotomy, because Luffy is the son to Blackbeard's moonless Yami. And then if you think about it, there's the sun god that makes the robot move, but there's another power source that makes it sustain. So it's like, there's things that are everything couples with each other. All these characters couple with each other.
To a flow.
Yeah, because like I'm telling you, I'm convinced that there's something going on with that weird mistake not mistake, but that weird thing that happened with Saturn and Katrina Devon when they landed on Egghead. Like I'm convinced that the Drums of Liberation, if Katrina Devon or someone on Blackbeard's team, like Katrina Devon, for example, can awaken her fruit, and then that means she can copy the heartbeat of an individual, something like that, and then they can create the Drums of Liberation, and they can control what Luffy can control, and then it would be a lot more explicit to the reader. Like these two people are very
Bonnie as well.
similar.
Well, if you look back into Wano, like we remember whenever the four gods were first brought up as a concept in Skypiea, and then we see in Wano that Big Mom has an attack literally called like Tenjin, the lightning god, which is not something that we necessarily heard of in those four gods that are listed. And then you also see that Old Man Hyo refers to Luffy in his Snake Man Gear 4 as like the fire god, or the like one of the wisdom kings and things like that. I think that like the pantheons are something that's up for interpretation, and the more that individual cultures believe those things in longevity and in perpetuity, there are other concepts that can be brought. So the sun god fruit being something that is from like more of the Shandian belief system, whereas the Mera Mera being something that's more of the Wano belief system, and we're seeing different I guess amalgamations of those like centuries long beliefs in the forms of these fruits as avatars. And I think that like if they're trying to create an artificial sun, like what Ors was asking, if they're trying to remove the human or fruit like element and trying to just solely encapsulate that within technology, and I think that while removing the human element, you're never technically going to actually get something that is like perpetual. You're not going to get like an eternal flame, and that's like the thing that maybe Vegapunk has come to the conclusion of, and that's why he's gotten to the business of recreating devil fruits at this point.
Well, what's the closest thing to an eternal flame in our reality is nuclear fusion, and to mimic the sun's power is to control nuclear fusion. So like maybe that is what the ancient power source is, or
it's more advanced than
something
what we have
akin
now.
to it. Exactly. Something more akin to that, though. But like Bruce was saying, making that fake sun, the process of nuclear fusion happening infinitely like that, so that they can draw it as an energy source. Maybe in One Piece terms, though, it's just the sun.
I could totally see
the concept of nuclear energy. Sorry, go ahead.
Could you totally see the because we don't know if the ancient kingdom was really good or bad, or if they were just like that gray area. So could you see them sacrificing people with devil fruits to fully Sabo could make a sun, but in order to be a son, he would have to give his life or something along that. Do you think that they would like kind of how in Skype we saw that they were willingly going to give their life to the god, to the snake god and stuff? Did they have like a situation like that in the ancient kingdom where people would willingly give themselves to the devil fruit, the devil, in order to provide sustenance for the people that they truly cared about? Did they have a way to like? Did they have a kind of?
I was just gonna say, there's also Law's fruit that you literally die to make someone immortal.
Yeah, the perpetual.
So, like, that's
youth.
confirmed.
And I think that kind of is like, I feel like that's the cheat code to like if you were to ascend to like a pantheonic level where you are referred to as a god, and that there are people, entire cultures, like maybe 1,000 years or more later, because we do have like that the tree of knowledge goes back to 5,000 years. And so although we don't have a lot of knowledge of what Void Century, if there were gods and those concepts and they are still around to this day, that means that these individuals, these figures, have not been forgotten. And when does a man truly die? And so that's like, I feel like that is like the thing that would be required for like an eternal flame, is like nobody's really heard of that. except for like maybe some higher ups in the world government, and then like you see like Lilith bring it up whenever we enter it, but like it's a foreign concept to all of the Straw Hats, and I'm sure not a lot of the rest of the individuals on like the laymen of the Blue Sea are thinking about anything like that, but people are thinking about the Sun God and the Flame God and now the Flame Emperor and things like that. And so it's because of erasure and propaganda. They have, I feel like they've kind of shot themselves in their foot in not being able to accomplish a true eternal flame, is because people have forgotten.
Here's a quick thought. Would you consider? Okay, first of all, have you all seen the movie Howl's Moving Castle? Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Would you consider Prometheus an eternal flame?
I think
kinda
there's
thinking of
a
that.
chance. Yeah, like I mentioned in the chat, Big Mom's fruit could be another contender, as well as Sabo's and Luffy's. Go ahead, Spittree. Sorry.
In Greek mythology, Prometheus is the one who stole the eternal flame and gave it to humanity.
Yeah.
Which is also
from the
to-
gods.
Very true.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna
Quick question for Dak. We're talking about all this sun stuff, and I remember, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, you released I think it was your last vid, and it was about Blackbeard and Pluton. Like, what's your thoughts with Blackbeard and the whole sun thing? Do you think he could, like, do you think there's going to be an energy source needed for Pluton, or do you think Blackbeard's completely separate from the whole eternal flame? He won't have any interest in it.
He thinks Pluton is Momo, and I agree.
Whoa, what?
I think Momo's the key to Pluton.
I think that's a tough thing, because I think one thing in general, which I think somebody mentioned it a little bit earlier, is like, you know, Blackbeard's darkness Logia, like when it awakens, what's the context of that gonna be? And so I think thinking about that kind of helps everything else in this regard, because like, you know, you know, we're talking about like power sources, like, is it going to be a sun, a fake sun, like all that kind of stuff. It's like, you know, Blackbeard's awakening could maybe squash all that. And tying it back to Pluton, it's like, you know, I think something really interesting is that Blackbeard already planned to go to Wano before, like, that's why Shanks was there. And we don't really know like what made him not go, but I think it probably has to be that he didn't get Boa's fruit, right? Because
so, can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry to interrupt, just on the point you said. So just refresh my memory. Is it not because he read the newspaper and was like, let's not let the world government get it, we'll go get it for ourselves?
That was why he went to Boa, like that's why he went to Amazon Lily,
okay.
but we don't know why he didn't go to Wano, because Shanks was like, oh, I thought he was going to be there, and I'm thinking, because the Amazon Lily thing was weeks before the Wano.
Yeah, a week. It was a week before.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I think a week before.
And so I'm thinking like
3 weeks before.
Yeah, I think it said a few weeks. Like I don't think they gave a specific number. I think that's what. Anyways, so basically, I think I think not getting Boa's fruit meant, oh well, there's no point to go to Wano yet. Basically, so it's like, what is the connection there between Boa's fruit and Wano, or probably Pluton? Like I would imagine that's why he was planning to go originally, which would then also hint. Also, does Blackbeard already know Pluton's there, which makes this whole caribou thing funnier, because it's like, what if Blackbeard's like, I already know, you know, you can, like, you got anything else for me? Which I think,
Pluton, or is it would he need it? Because I know, Dak, I know you've heard theory about, you know, rocks probably still being alive and being frozen in stone.
Yep.
So do you think that instead of it being for Pluton, that he went for like he opted out of Wano because he didn't get the fruit? Do you think it was just like he wanted the fruit more for the rock's purpose as opposed to the Pluton purpose?
Well, it's because he didn't go to Wano after that. Like, you know, Shanks thought he was going to go there and he didn't. That would imply to me that it has to be a Wano related thing that the fruit was for. And so I don't know how it could be the rocks thing. It's just, it would make more sense to me. Like, oh, well, without, you know, if I was going to go to Wano before, since I don't have this, there's no point. You know what I mean? And so
May I say what?
Go for it.
So Blackbeard doesn't know that Pluton is in Wano yet. He's going to because of Caribou, but I don't think he understands that Pluton's in Wano yet.
Right. So that's what I was just saying is that that would be the interesting plot line there is if the reason why he didn't there has to be a reason why he didn't go to Wano when he was originally, right? And so that's what we're theorizing. Agree. So that's what we're theorizing is what that reason would be. And I'm saying that it being Pluton makes more sense than anything else because that's the main attraction there. And if he didn't go, well, we know that Pluton is trapped in giant stone walls right now that apparently only Zunisha can get rid of. And we're like, well, how is Pluton locked in there with these stone walls? Was it turned to stone and all of this and that's why so to make Pluton freed you have to turn it back or something is that part of it? So we don't know if Blackbeard knows about Pluton, but that's what I was just saying is it would make it really cool then if Carib was like, hey, I know all this, and Blackbeard's like, well, I already know, man, that doesn't do me any good, you got anything else for me,
that would be funny. I agree.
It could actually it could be that because what if it's something more of a Zunisha is connected to Pluton, so it makes sense that Zunisha can help out getting Pluton out.
Mm-hmm.
But what if it's this thing for Blackbeard? He knows he doesn't have that luxury, or he doesn't think of that. So maybe Hancock's fruit being something that affects stones, he has a certain way to use it that he can at least reach to Pluton. Without maybe there's the stone component to it because the borders are made of stone, so
right,
it could be that.
Like maybe he knows that he has to destroy those walls to free Pluton, and maybe he can't. You would think his Gura could just do it, but maybe it can't for some reason.
Yeah.
And then so maybe he knows that it has to be destroyed, which Zunisha can do, but maybe he's well, the other way is because maybe the walls are made of something special, right? Maybe that's why only Zunisha can break them. Is because the poneglyphs are also indestructible rocks that were even said to have a voice in them, right? Which is well, what can those be turned back? Which, if anyone's seen the Reassemble Joy Boy theory on Randy's channel that I've helped with, that's another angle. But all of this is mainly just to say that there's a lot of important stone-related things in One Piece, and I would imagine Blackbeard's plan has to tie to that. But the Wano thing is what makes it confusing because also the poneglyphs were made in Wano, so I don't know if that could also be part of this whole thing. He wanted Boa's fruit to go there, and maybe there's some secret thing he can do, with how the poneglyphs were made. I don't know exactly how that would all go, but somehow getting Pluton with that fruit seems to have been the plan, and maybe he can skip that with the intel that Caribou has. Maybe he just knew Pluton was in Wano but not where, and now maybe Caribou could help with that. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to tie it together, but yeah.
The Giants talked about not being able to destroy the Red Line. That the border of Wano might be made out of the same material.
Great point.
Quickly, sorry, I'm gonna have to go early, but just some closing statements. So for the infinite flame thing, what I was thinking is that maybe when they shoot the mother frame, maybe Vegapunk or someone or Kizaru may be able to reverse engineer that energy to turn it into a sun. That's one thing. Mm-hmm. And also for another thought, I was thinking of the Thriller Bark connections. I have had the idea, you guys can discuss it after I leave. I have had the idea that just like Luffy losing his shadow in Thriller Bark, I have had the idea that the Gorosei can somehow extract the Nika fruit from Luffy. That's a spicy take, but it was a pleasure, guys. It was really nice to see you, Dak. I've been watching your videos for a while now, for sure.
Appreciate it.
Been tapped in with everybody here. Wizard of Words, of course. Love you guys, love the community, and I hope to see you guys soon in the next stream.
Either way, much love.
Yeah, bro.
Frankie's getting the paw though, not the sunny. Bye bye.
We'll see.
Neither.
On that note,
there's so much evidence for Usopp getting the pawpaw, it's ridiculous. So
No,
real quick. Before we go off on another tangent, hold on. I want to address the entire, because we're addressing the whole stream. I just want to say to those of you who hopped in, like Kuso at 5 a.m., your time. And to those of you who are popping in while you're at work, or like Ragnar called out of work for this, we really do appreciate you all for being here. Thank you guys so much. And there's still plenty of more time to spit. But yeah, thank you guys for real. Thank you all in the chat. Make sure you you stream.
Yeah, we got.
And thank you all for in the call for being here.
Thank you
for having us.
No, thank you all for being here. And with that being said, I want to put someone on the spot because I think he dropped another of his video, and I think it's such an interesting concept. And I'd like Ors to talk about the Kingdom of Mu. For those who don't know about it, because it's such an amazing take, man.
You want me to just say like the whole thing or just like the Mu part?
Just how do you think it connects to what we might be getting soon? Yeah, just to keep it in brief. We want people to go check out your video, so don't spit the whole thing. But like, how do you think it might connect sooner rather than later potentially?
So first of all, I don't know for sure if the Ancient Kingdom is going to be actually named Mu, but I do think for sure it's based on it's like a real life theory basically. Like I don't really care if you actually believe in it or not. The theory is more so just like trying to show like the connections with this theory of an ancient kingdom called Mu.
Bro, I want to piggyback off.
And all right, and so to start off, the kingdom of like I pretty much read actually I think I got it right here. I read this entire book on it, and I obviously got my notes and stuff. But like, if you read this book, you'll see like all the connections. First of all, this continent of Mu or kingdom of Mu is called the Empire of the Sun, and I'm thinking like, okay, that's obviously like the ancient kingdom pretty much. And then if you take a look at all the symbols that are supposedly for this kingdom of Mu, there's like I didn't come up with this theory, but there's like a pretty known theory in the One Piece community that the ancient kingdom symbol was like the symbol with like the 8 circles around it or something. And if you take a look at the symbols used for this kingdom, it's like literally the exact same thing. I think sometimes they do use the circles like in One Piece, but sometimes they also just use like triangles, but it's always 8 sunlight beams around the sun. So that's the symbol of it. Let me think what else. Oh, like the king of the Empire of Mu is the sun god Ra. So there's also that with like the sun god Nika, obviously. Let me think. Sure, I just made the video too.
Yeah,
it's tough, man.
Because I don't have my notes, and I'm just kind of like
when you finish the video, your brain just moves on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I'm already on the next video.
Yeah, you have no choice. I totally get it, man. I totally get it.
What's Mu? What is the Kingdom of Mu?
One thing before we go off a lot on that, I wanted to also like ask you really quickly, like, do you think that's what we're about to get from Vegapunk? Is the name of the ancient kingdom? Like, what if that's what we get, and like that'd be a huge W, like, you know, and like a perfectly timed video release, I think. So what do you think, Ors?
Okay, so I pretty much say in my newest video that I think the name is either gonna be Mu, or there's a kingdom in One Piece called like it's kind of like a made up one, but I think Oda's trying to basically say like it's actually kind of real. There's a kingdom called Necrara, which is the Island of Dreams, and I think that could also be what the ancient kingdom's name actually is. And if you take a look at this Mu, like the word is spelled M-U or M. If you take a look at it in Japanese, I think the word Mu can be translated as dream. So there's also that connection too with it being an island of dreams or Necrara. And so one other thing with Mu too is that it's literally, it seems almost too good to be true, like with the ancient kingdom, because it's also supposedly the theory says that it was a kingdom with like a bunch of technology, like more technology than we have today. There's ties with like Vegapunk's what does he call it? Like the free energy source. There's ties with that. Apparently the Empire of Mu was lost to history according to the theory because there was like some like crazy nuclear war back in the day that was erased from history. That's what the theory says. I'm not saying this is actually true in the real world, but it's pretty much One Piece. If you know it, like that's just what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
What's crazy, Ors, is me and Cube, like, a year and a half ago, we were like just trying to come up with theories and stuff, and I was like, what about the Kingdom of Mu or like High Brazil or something like that? Like talk about like lost continents and like how they can inspire the ancient kingdom. And then we just completely like never did anything with it. And then when your video dropped, I was like, what?
You should have just looked into it, bro.
Yeah, I know. I should
have had it. Yeah,
there. I was right there.
One thing, one question. So you said the king of the that place was Ra. Was that correct?
Yeah,
king,
like
yeah.
The god
okay,
that they
whoever,
worship.
yeah, like whoever becomes the king, his title is Ramu, or like it's
Yeah.
literally
Okay. So
just the
that's
sun god
interesting.
Ra.
That's where I
Yeah,
was going to
like
go because in
yeah.
my theory, right, I say that Jorubo's name in the Void Century, his name was Ramu, right? As in because
Mm.
it's a pun on the word for ram, lamb, the
Mhm.
ram, and it's also in Japanese you could say lamu, and that would mean rum, lamb, ram,
Oh,
and on top of that, it could be a homage to um Rum,
what about
who
Big
was a
Sake
character.
maybe?
Yeah,
Guys,
well,
I got
exactly.
Final
Rum.
Fantasy
Yeah.
brain
Exactly.
rot. Ramu is a
Big
god of
Ram.
lightning in Final Fantasy.
There we go.
That's
There
true.
we
Yeah,
go.
Ramu is the god
But,
of yeah.
but that's probably because of the character from Urusei Yatsura, which was a story created by like a super old school like mangaka who did
Mm.
a character called Rum, and she was also the god of lightning from outer space. And Oda's even drawn her as like an
Yeah,
homage as well. So you should definitely look into that as well.
for sure.
I'm
What's
still
what's the
sold.
name?
Oops, sorry.
Which one of the anime? Urusei
Yeah,
Yatsura.
yeah.
I'll put it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I
throw
think
that
there's
in the
even a
Throw that in the
remake.
chat. I had no idea how to spell that.
Yeah,
Can
please
I
please
chime in
text that
real
in the
quick?
chat. Yeah. Okay.
Um,
There you go.
So this is kind of what I kind of wanted to bring up a little bit earlier. Thanks, Oris, for segueing into this. The whole the Eam thing, and I think it's crazy that you said the nation of Mu because I just found out something new. Because I was thinking it was gonna be the nation of Eam because I keep going
Oh.
back to the chapter where where Gear 5 is revealed and how they're just talking about the way they're talking about everything. It just seems like we should have already known what the island's name was going to be. Like it's named after somebody. Like Alexandria is named after, Alexander the Great and stuff. So I was
Mhm.
thinking that since it's Emu of House Nerona, and this seems to be like a heavy head name, is it the nation of Eam? Because what's Luffy's power? The power of imagination. Nation of Eam,
See.
imagination, and then I also
Mm.
I keep playing with the word imagination and all of these symbols and stuff that we're getting in the story. Imagine, Jin's. It seems like we're getting magic introduced. Was magic a former power source in the ancient kingdom? Is Emu really a Jin? Because we think about parallels of devil fruits, and the only genie fruit that we have seen was Big Mom's son, and he wasn't really a genie. He just had like a genie lamp.
Yeah.
So we've seen the genie. So what would be the opposite of that? A bad genie, which is a jinn,
Yeah.
which could also
Damn.
which could also be the dichotomy of Luffy's devil fruit, because Vegapunk was saying that basically devil fruits were created by the wishes of people who wanted to do
Yeah.
more, pretty much, for lack of a better term. So
Mhm.
maybe this goes back to the pair concept. Eam's devil fruit and Luffy's devil fruit originally back then needed to be pairs in order to create something. So both of those powers together make a god of creation, but separate they are, like
Dude.
something.
One thing I also add on with the imagination thing is that the word for Meiji is in there, and Meiji was a period
Yeah.
in Japan, and that was a period in which the borders of Japan was open, just like Wano it needs to be open.
Oh,
right?
okay, dude.
I want to say the
Bro,
in
I'm so
Greek
scared to make a
mythos.
this is
video
too
on
much
this
right now,
topic.
bro. God.
I've been so scared to make a video on this
Eames
topic. I've been
Kingdom of
talking to
Magic.
so many
Yeah,
people
also,
about it. It
also
sounds
Coffee
too
Black
crazy.
in actual French, because I'm from a francophone country. The fables are based on reveries. They're actually the name of those fables, reverie. It is just like the Dressrosa arc with the themes. And the evildoer in that story is called imagination, because evildoer takes over imagination. But even the concept of a reverie, imagination, is seen as the enemy because it's been co-opted by the villain.
I want to add that Emu and like the it's not dichotomy, the parallels or the pairing idea of like
Parallels.
Luffy and Emu. The first primordial god in Greek mythos was chaos, which is a void or a gap, and it's described as like that location between Tartarus and Earth. It can also be named or having seemed the name of like being an abyss or having no body, and it predates creation. as like the abyssal water that existed before anything else.
Ooh, like an abyssal torrent.
Yeah, a tourbillon.
So guys, just to say hey to KevDO, just saying hey to KevDOG, another goat jumping in. What's up, bro?
Yo, Kev.
Yeah, my guy.
Oh my guy. True.
KevDO,
I had to hop in.
Oh, sorry.
I had to hop in after the Moo talk, and then someone literally, I think it was Kuso, literally brought up Urusei Yatsura, and I'm like, bro, I love that show. I love that show. Yeah, and you even brought up that Oda drew Lum. I was like, oh my god, like I don't know, and it's like an old school like comedy, but there's also a lot of like, you know what I mean? I feel like that could be a big inspiration, especially
Oh, for
because
sure. And like, if you don't know
Takahashi
Urusei
still does
Yatsura,
stuff.
you're definitely gonna know her other works like Inuyasha and Ranma 1/2 as well, right? Like those are like
Ranma, dude. Ranma
go
hat
to.
is
Let's
such
go.
a goat
Ranma
show.
hat.
Oh, Ranma, man.
Dude.
Yeah, I mean, and
Ranma, man, that's a
Usopp's
blast from the
voice
past.
is Inuyasha, so that even furthers that. I'd say.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. Nice to know, actually.
And I know all the American homies remember being woken up at 2:30 a.m. by that outro on Inuyasha. Like,
I have all of them downloaded, and I listen to them every day at work.
Yeah,
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. One thing I would also say is that back to the imagination thing. Like, it could be interesting if they were like a nation of mages. Like, their science was so developed that they was considered to be mages because it's like imagination, like the word is in there kind of as well.
Damn.
So that could be quite interesting.
Hey,
and like it makes sense
Eam
because
is in
like
there
the exactly all the components are in there. But like the fact that
Imagination.
What was
the fact
Clover
that
about
magic
to say before
doesn't
he got shot?
really
He was
the
about to
magic
say,
in this world is also sorry. You go.
No, I was just about to say, what was Clover about to say before he got shot? The name of the ancient kingdom is the Nation of Eam.
Nika. Brood in Nika's
I
kingdom.
think it was
Sake is
One
an
Piece,
acronym.
as in TEACE.
But if it's the Imagi like nation, like imagination, I don't know. Like,
Oh my god.
Guys, I'll say this: I love you guys' theory about what is an ancient kingdom because mine is the most simplest thing. I actually believe that before the ancient kingdom was called Earth, Wano was called Japan, Whole King was called France, and I think it's just this play on of our countries, but changed the narrative. That's why they never used the word Earth to describe the planet.
I swear I heard at one point in time that Oda said something like, the story of One Piece is going to show how like pirates came to our world or like our world turned into the pirate world or something like that. I could have swore like this is an old video from like 4 years ago, and I think it was Grand Line who made it. So please don't quote me on anything, and please don't at him. Don't at him at all. I'm pretty sure I've heard this, and now I need to go fact check myself before the whole internet.
I think what it was.
Wait, do you mean
was-
Arturo
he
Hara
was
or the
saying
other
that-
O'Hara?
No, he said Grand Line.
Grand Line. Yeah,
Grand
Grand
Line.
Line.
He's talking about Liam. But no,
Oh, even worse.
I
My
think-
bad.
I think it was specifically we got love for every single One Piece creator here in the TLA community. But no, I think that specifically what it was it's how a band of pirates turned the world upside down. I don't think it was like I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
One
Yeah,
second,
that
Dak.
sounds
I
way more
think you were
accurate.
about to cook on something.
I was gonna say earlier that I mean I like a lot of the reasonings for like the Kingdom of Eam or Kingdom of Mu or like Emu related names basically for the ancient kingdom, but wouldn't that kind of make more sense for the current world we're in because it is Emu's world? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then because like I get that like a lot of these names aren't because it's Emu, it's because like Mu means dream and all this stuff. But I almost think like it would be cooler if we found out like maybe Emu or the Gorosei just they consider this world the Kingdom of Mu, like they have their own name for this kingdom because it's Emu's world and Emu's like dominating it. And then maybe the ancient kingdom name would be the exact opposite. So like I love the Brood and Nika Kingdom idea, from being Sake from 3-Day, and some of you guys have mentioned it already this stream, but I like that. I think the Kingdom of One Piece is the one I'm definitely still with from Hidden, and I'm sorry, and I know a lot of other people have backed it at this point too because I think it's just a really good idea.
It is, yeah.
But that's kind of my thoughts on it. Is like, you know, there should, because Narona Emu was just one of the 20 kings back in the day. Now obviously Emu did something to get to the very top, you know, of everybody and survive for this long and whatever. There's something special there. But at one point, like in the ancient kingdom, you know, when this all started, Emu was just one of the other 20. And so there shouldn't be anything that important to Emu before that time, before Emu was like alive and making these plans. So I hope that the Ancient Kingdom name is something that's like completely devoid of any Emu relevance, because, you know, like this is Emu's time now, I guess is the idea. So
No,
I
I
think
totally
it's
understand.
not necessarily.
I
I
totally
don't think it's
understand
like a
that, because a lot of the,
predetermined. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say a lot of the when it comes to a lot of people who make the theory based off the name, I totally understand why you say that. We're kind of just basing it off of a lot of information that we don't know. Like we're kind of taking it like Emu has been the one to be in charge for 800 years, but Emu probably is just the most recent one in the line of House Nerona. So I can totally see how you would say that. I can 100% see that.
The real question is,
personally for me, like I don't. Oh.
Well,
I was just
this
gonna
started
say,
a lot of discussion. I like it.
Yeah,
Or
like,
you first, since you're the Kingdom of Mu guy.
All right, yeah. Okay, okay. So the only reason I say Mu is literally just because that's the name of like the one from like the real life theory. But like I agree, like I don't think like that's why I say I don't think it probably is Mu, and I probably lean to like Nekrar more, because Mu, like it's just like, I mean, the only way I could see that is if it, like the only way I could see it's called Mu is if somehow I guess Emu was like the king of Mu back then before, because like we know that Emu had to be a king of some kingdom, and I think we saw in Dressrosa that like they kind of deleted who the kings were of like a lot of those countries from the Void Century. They completely deleted that from history. So if Emu was the king of Mu, that's the only way I could see the connection. But I agree, it's probably not Mu. It's probably something else. I think it's just
in the name of the kingdom that opposed them, like the gathering of 20 kings that became the celestial dragons.
I mean, we've already discussed that Mu means dream, right? So the concept of dreams in the world of One Piece in itself isn't a negative or a positive thing. You know, there are people with great dreams and there are people with sort of negative dreams like Emu, right? And Emu meaning one dream, literally, he could be trying to hypnotize the whole world in order to sort of put them all under his control, whatever. But having the Mu be the title for the Ancient Kingdom couldn't necessarily be that bad either, because dreams are generally seen as a positive thing in the world of One Piece, right? But on top of that, like the kanji for Mu can be used in many different ways. Like it can be used for the kanji for Mugen, Musu, Mugen meaning infinite, right? So it's about the idea of infinite possibilities. That like a parallel universe, there is a and so it could very well be that Emu took over the meaning of the Mu and turned it into something negative. And
Well,
so
I think that
What about Void too?
the Greek mythos
I've been
that I
wanting
brought
to
up
spit on
supports
that.
that.
Yeah,
I think
so
Emu-
Mu by itself, exactly. Mu by
Well, yeah,
itself.
Emu's dream is world domination, and so is Blackbeard's. So, like, it's not always a positive thing, you know?
Well, the big thing is Emu refers to themselves in third person and calls themselves Mu. Right. That's like the most One Piece driven part of this is like, I know the Mu can mean a lot of different things and there's like good connotations of it, but the fact that Emu refers to themselves as just Mu is like, okay, that is like in the One Piece world, that Mu thing is in the past? And what if Emu was named that as like kind of like how Blackbeard can't sleep but has big dreams and all this, right? That was his whole thing in his introduction. It could be a similar thing where maybe Emu was born as like an evil person, but given this big dream and like is a a dream chaser in that aspect, maybe because dreams were such a big deal. But yeah, the main thing for me is just since they refer to themselves as Mu, that's like it's evil kind of thing.
Yeah,
on the topic of
for sure.
Oh, okay, I'll go. Well, no, I'll go after Kube.
Yeah, because since I have, there's two things. First of all, I am a big believer on the Void thing because I think Void Century means the era of Emu. Simply as that. It's been since Emu took over. But I've also one thing is Emu truly its real name? Because it keeps referring to itself as Mu, and then Ivankov said there was a ruler 800 years ago, but we've seen many times Crocodile, Blackbeard adopting names that are they're not their own. So that's why I'm even wondering, should we wait just to finish?
Actually,
so I think
sorry, I just had a crazy idea, like literally just now, bro. What if because Emu is an actual like name of the actual guy, right? What if he calls himself I am Mu, because what if that's like the name of his demonic powers or something? Kind of like how Luffy is Miko.
Wait. I can let me jump in first. And
all right, good. Now go ahead.
I like that a lot. Kev, I see you waiting, but right, like let's not forget that Emu is connected to Alabasta through Lily, right? And Alabasta has this history where the calendar is separate from another calendar. And there is a couple of constants that allow us to line up this calendar and puts the hero of Mamudin that Robin was talking about 1,200 years ago, around the time that Alabasta was taken over. And as I say, it's the hero of Mamudin. So it's very possible that Lady Atreya, who's most known in like Romania particularly, and Oda has a lot of like myths from around that part of the world in the story, like he does all over. Lady Atreya was said to be the mother of somebody called Mamudin in real life. And there was a relationship and a betrayal, and one of them got put in prison. Someone died because of it. The son ended up killing somebody and then getting killed himself. So I do think that the Mu might come from like the Mamudin. That's where Oda like started it in the One Piece story. And Kev, like say your piece.
I've been trying to spit. Okay. I was just like real quick. I'll chime in. Like I've been trying to say like how to connect this and whatnot, and like to refer to what Dak was saying is that like it might not be. It doesn't seem like it could be like that. Emu and the Ancient Kingdom have the same name. Because Emu is just another one of the 20 kings. I think that if they would have potentially changed their name at some point, and Tree even brought it up earlier that Emu could have existed for long before. It could be some sort of other possession, which we've already talked about, like theories of that. But like somebody malevolently from before the Void Century taking over one of the 20 kings and then enacting through the body of one of those rulers. But it's also interesting that Emu is supposed to be somebody that people don't know exists, and they can't speak of who is on the empty throne, and they can't speak the name of the Ancient Kingdom either, as we've seen that Clover was shot before he could actually. And so if those two are the one and the same, that could also kind of feed into that agenda. And it being Mu, which could mean void, or a looser translation being nobody, this harkens back to in the Odyssey whenever Odysseus like said that his name was nobody, and because of his name being nobody defeating the Cyclops was a possibility. And that's like, so it's like a bit of like wool over the eyes of humanity. If nobody can sit on the empty throne, replace nobody with Mu sits on the empty throne, nobody sits on the empty throne. And so I think there's a little bit of like a poetic setup as far as that. And if nobody can have multiple devil fruits, Mu is nobody. So what if Emu can like have the powers of multiple devil fruits? Or if nobody can do this with hockey, but Mu is nobody. And so if those two things are interchangeable and one and the same, and that's like what's kind of giving them the power. If for 800 years propaganda is spread where they've drawn the barriers where like, oh no, nobody can do that. Nobody can do that. And the entire world population is believing that for normal individuals, that's impossible. But somebody named nobody can do it because of that kind of wordplay. And I think that's definitely within Oda's wheelhouse, is that we might be getting something similar to that. So what do you guys think about that?
I think to further
That's
on
fire.
that Emu's been around forever, and the Void Century was a cover up of the first time someone figured out what was going on and they tried changing it. I think that the El Illuminati, if you will, trying to
Oh my
like
goodness.
control everything.
I mean, and with what, just 2 seconds, just with what Vex is saying, it does fit because, you know, we've been talking about how Emu could represent imagination. That statement about Luffy's powers, only limited by imagination. What it actually means, you're only limited by Emu. Like maybe there's no ceiling. Like literally, Emu is the ceiling. It is causing the ceiling in this world. Like maybe there's not supposed to have a ceiling.
But yeah,
One
if
final
800
pun,
years worth of the entire world population is led to believe something, there's going to be a lot of like, you know, like synchronicity or manifestation to that power. And this is the through the power of erasure and limited knowledge and things like that, and them stunting everybody else's progression with these power systems, they could be simultaneously vaulting themselves forward towards godhood, which I think would be really, really interesting if that's like what Emu's true agenda was. Sorry, go ahead, Spit.
Quick.
Yeah. So what's interesting about Emu as well is her body proportions, right? It's quite elongated, like it's almost like stretched out, and it makes you think about how like a sun is the greatest source of light, and so with great light creates a great shadow, right? And so what if Emu was actually created as a counterpart to Nika, the sun god, kind of like in Peter Pan, how it's like, you know, there's actually a shadow of Peter Pan that kind of has its own kind of characteristics, own sort of persona, as you will, and so it would be interesting if the pun was something along the lines of "I am you, Emu." Like
Do you
Emu
think
is
it's kind of like?
literally.
Okay,
I got you.
Kind of like how Dark Zelda and the Water Temple.
Yeah,
Not
with
a
Scott
link.
Pilgrim, you know, like the final battle with Scott Pilgrim was like what was
Yeah,
that,
like Mega Scott.
Evil Scott, Mega
earned the
Scott,
power of
that's right, yeah.
self-respect.
There we
Yeah,
go.
like,
Let's
that's
go.
hilarious.
Real.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about Emu a lot, and I'm kind of pushing this agenda because I made a big video about it like a few months ago. So who tells us the house name of Emu?
Ivankov.
Exactly. Why does Ivankov know that? That's such a random thing for him to know.
I feel like the revolutionaries probably know a lot about the history,
Yeah,
as much as they can about the history of the world, the
and
world
also,
government.
For anyone,
Go
I tell you this. You can ask Den. I said that months before the God Valley flashback when I reread the Impel Down and Marineford flashback chapters. Look at what Ivankov says. It's very sus, but it literally foreshadows a lot of stuff that was happening from Impel Down till now. Like he calls out the next white Blackbeard commanders before they're even introduced by naming them each one after the other: Shiryu to Vasco Shots, Kaltovan and San Juan Wolf. Every time Emu talks about the way Ivankov talks about Luffy, it literally describes what the Gorsei was saying about Luffy's fruit. It's like that's what it is. That the night we said, Ivankov is the One Piece theorist.
And then it's so interesting that Ivankov, in more ways than one, is two-faced.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. I
mean,
think
he's a dude.
You mind if I go off for a second about Emu?
Sure.
Pop off.
Okay, so before we were talking about like Emu might have a feminine form, and Den was talking about its connections to Alabasta. I think what Emu is somebody who was born a man who used Law's devil fruit to switch into Nefertari Lily's body and then make themselves immortal. And this is why they want Vivi, because Vivi has the same powers that Lily had.
I think that comes down to like the manifestations of powers, like Shirahoshi taking 800 years. So
Yes,
like
I
after
think
that
that
certain amount of time, Emu's like harvested power is now waning and needs that new power emergence, right?
I think that Lily and Vivi were the manifestations of the Earth, like the planet.
But didn't they say that that Lily ran away after she did that, and then they couldn't find her after that?
Exactly.
So,
because she was dead in Emu's body.
Whoa.
But didn't Eames wait? I need to go back and
Actually,
There's two possibilities for Lily's body. It's either Emu harvested and like went into with like the personality swap Lily's body, or it's that figure that kneels to them and has the straw hat on there. Similar to the Sindri situation where they have like the plate trauma. You're having this like person, Lily, constantly serve you, wear a straw hat in some sort of like subservient diss.
Yeah, you know what, actually, and it fits because Vex are going to be very happy because I'm going to talk about the main antagonist of Thriller Bark, Moria.
Let's go.
If deep into lores, like I think because it's German, the old German myth about doppelgangers, originally doppelgangers are basically shadow versions of people who perverted nature. So immortality would fit on that. Like, so basically someone who becomes immortal, they at one point, they would be a shadow version of themselves with their wills. Someone who would be natural. So since Moria, one of Moria's most famous attacks was doppelganger constantly, it could be a thing that if Emu did take Lily, Vivi became this reincarnation, and their power is now limited because there's literally a countermeasure. It's a balance. A doppelganger is to balance out anything that's perverting nature, just like becoming immortal.
I'll
I
also
think it
say
could
the
be like
powers
that.
go passed down through the generations. We know that because of Odin and Momo, and how there's a mermaid princess born every few hundred years. So it would make sense for the powers to pass down from Lily to Vivi.
Yeah.
Well, even inherited
Yeah.
will is like a metric for that. And like we've seen that Conqueror's hockey, it can be tied to lineage to an extent as well. Real quick, I gotta, shout out to two of the goats that joined into the call. We're joined by three of the goats actually. We got Dr. GB in the house. What's good? How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? I'm doing
What's
amazing,
good? We're so glad to
honestly.
have you.
Yeah, I'm not able to catch the streams often, but it's been a pleasure listening to it so far, and a lot of great things are being said. Actually, I was just it was interesting listening to the back and forth about like the ancient kingdom's name and how I don't remember who said that it was not possible that the name would be related to Eam because that would mean that Eam was the one obviously leading the ancient kingdom already. But I feel like it would actually kind of make sense because if Eam was already in power at the time, then the name of like the god of liberation and stuff like that would make even more sense, and it would also make sense that like Nika, like the god of liberation, stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'm just forgetting everything I was thinking about, but I feel
Oh,
like
no,
it's
no.
actually
You're
it
good.
actually kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we know that it was super like scientifically advanced, and maybe at the time it was not a secret that these people, the Gorosei and Nemu, were ruling the world, and they realized that with this power of knowledge and science, they were in too great danger, and they were almost completely, destroyed by Joy Boy and its team, and that's why they decided to change tactics after the war, and they were like, now we're going to push them into total darkness of knowledge and something like that. And I don't know, I feel like that could work that type of way.
It's fire. Yeah,
There's
before we
definitely
get
a
too
way to
much,
make. Oh, go
further
ahead.
into that, I just wanted to make sure we shout out to the other homies that just joined us. We've got Balenci, the captain of Group 2, the Scarlet Pirates. How you doing today, brother?
Yo, what's up, everybody? I forgot this even happened. I just seen everybody in this VC. I'm like, yo, what's going on? All the homies in here.
Oh, yeah, we're on and
Feeling
popping.
faces. I'm liking the theories I'm here. I'm not gonna lie. Got me thinking.
Yeah, we're super glad to have you. We'll probably spit more on D&D in a little bit as well. And then lastly, I wanted to make sure we give a proper introduction to Desnus the Dwarf. Thank you for joining us. I saw you had a lovely mug that you put in the chat. If you're able to, go ahead and give us your intro. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up? Hey, lovely people. I hope you're watching the Fallout live action adaptation. And
so
yeah,
good.
having a great time here. Amazing theories as always. And yeah, I will hop in when I have to say something.
Let's go. Yeah, we can continue speaking about the ancient kingdom, and I think somebody like a Ghost Train. I think you were about to bring something up. I just wanted to make sure we recognized the people who joined us.
Yeah, of course. The only thing I was going to say and add to the previous discussion was it's a similar situation You can make Emu kind of take over the Ancient Kingdom over Joy Boy in like an organic way. If you look to how Orochi took over for Odin while he was away, and then kind of laid things to ruin. And then when Joy Boy / Odin comes back, puts a whole bunch of stipulations in place to try and give him back his kingdom, which he was never going to give back anyway. Thus, why you have all these people associated with Joy Boy in the Ancient Kingdom awakening and apologizing. Like Zunisha saying, like, I committed a crime. This Iron Giant saying, I apologize. But then you have Joy Boy apologizing to Poseidon. So like you have one person, like a one-sided apology, but you're also getting a lot of apologies back. But this is also could be bolstered through the Gedatsu and the Hachi cover stories too. Like you have through the Hachi cover story, Hachi going through his journey representing the Joy Boy, being sent off on like what he would assume was a wild goose chase at first, because when he gets to his destination, what was on the map was quote unquote not there. So he goes back to these people that showed him the way, and they stole Kami, they stole all these things, basically like being betrayed by your friends, because he knew these Marco pirates before. I should have established this before. So like they were friends of his, and then sent him on a wild goose chase. Come to find out that this wild goose chase wasn't actually a wild goose chase. It represents the One Piece. Like the One Piece was always there, but just was never found, right? Or like never to be found again in this situation. And then the Gedatsu cover story, you have kind of like while Joy Boy is gone, Gedatsu laying the groundwork and creating this utopia, linking Alabasta, kind of dealing with the locals there, possibly introducing the concept of the dance powder back then, you know, just laying all these seeds of destruction while Joy Boy was gone, and then all the kind of like coming to a head at once.
To jump in even more, think about like the biggest level of betrayal is with Blackbeard. And if you think about Ace being the son in this situation, the way he died, you could say that there's like a Nika-esque type of situation, you know, Luffy losing Ace. And the fact that Blackbeard was so close to Ace and Whitebeard in that storyline, it does fit that Emu and Joy Boy or Nika will have like a very close relationship.
Right.
Follows the same thing over Oshi, yeah. I do agree.
That's perfect. And that's all I wanted to expand on. I yapped enough.
To speak on the taboos, like we saw that, like like it was referred to as a huge taboo in the pirate world to betray one of your own crewmates, and that was why Blackbeard was put to such scrutiny by Ace and so many other individuals. And we saw that, like, as far as like what the world government considers a taboo, though, which could be like what leads us, the breadcrumb trail that leads us to like what Rox did as a character, we see that, you know, there's obviously a lot of their agenda input into like what is like, you know, you're not supposed to read poneglyphs, you're not supposed to speak on the ancient kingdom, you're not supposed to do all these things. And like that you brought up dance powder, the fact that they consider dance powder as an illegal thing, and it is supposed to be something that devastates climates and steals from like surrounding areas, that actually seems like an actual bad thing that the government, you know, does disown, whereas like studying the poneglyphs and the true history of the world is like a good thing. So like, what do you actually believe could be like the biggest taboo, you know, if we want to like start talking about rocks a little bit again?
Biggest taboo.
Honestly,
like what the world government would consider, because like there's pirate taboos, and then there has to be something that is like the world government's agenda as far as like what Rox did, right?
Emu's panties. Dragon. Yes, mating with the celestial dragon.
I've had the thought on this for a while,
like
and I personally think that the reason that Rox was known as the taboo pirate was because he was researching Void Century information, and or he knew of Emu's existence, which was what labeled him as a taboo pirate.
And got the draws.
So I think there's another taboo, and I have to give a shout out to Sage, because she's the one who brought it up to me a few months ago. The knowledge of flying, because if you look at One Piece, they have the technology for it, but they have almost nothing as planes. So I'm wondering if the concept of flying was like made taboo or made it very hard for people to actually create planes. The closest thing to a plane is a blimp from Big News Morgan. But a lot of people can fly, but they have
we have
no technology
Witheria.
to fly. Yeah, and
There's
Witheria,
also
true.
Witheria.
There's also Witheria, yeah, true.
But on a point, Witheria flies around to be undiscoverable.
Yeah.
I mean, it's known about. Like, it's people know about it. It's just that, yeah. But I think that's interesting. Oris, I saw you put in the chat that you're about to have to go. Do you have anything you wanted to say before you go? Anything you got to say to the chat or to anyone here in the call?
I have a theory. I don't know, because I don't want to like completely just, change the convo. But all right, so this one's actually for Dak. That because I kind of didn't want to tell him. It's actually for my next video. The theory is pretty much that like it's on like the final saga, the final war, and I do think that the One Piece will be like pretty much the last thing that's gonna be found, because I think Luffy's gonna raid Marijo with like Shanks and with a bunch of other dudes. And I think he's going to do it before he finds the One Piece, because he's just going to be too upset over what happened to Cobra once he finds out what happens. And knowing Luffy, we just know that, he's like, he cares more about his friends than anything. So I think that's going to happen. And then, but the theory is pretty much that I think at Marijo, I think Blackbeard, Shanks, Emu, I think a lot of people are going to die. And I think it's mostly going to be like the big bosses, like I said, Blackbeard and Shanks. And then I think after that, though, I do think that Buggy and Luffy are still gonna be on the race for the One Piece, and I think those two with Crossco and with the Straw Hats, I think those two are gonna be the ones to actually reach Laugh Tale. And I just wanted to ask Dak if how does he feel because I think at that point in the story, Luffy he's gonna be way too strong, and I think Buggy's gonna realize that, and he's gonna be like, oh, we have pretty much no chance to fight the Straw Hats right now, because at that point Luffy's gonna defeat Emu and stuff. And I was kind of thinking about, I was like, well, what if Buggy proposes to Luffy that they have a Davy back right at the very end, and I wanted to just tell Dak that because I know he thinks that the final island is on Longring Island. So what do you guys think about that though?
Well, so wait, are you saying that after they get the One Piece, Buggy would have this Davy back, or like at Laugh Tale to determine who gets it?
Yeah,
okay.
To determine who gets it, yeah.
I got you. So it's a tough question because I definitely think Buggy will be at Laugh Tale, but I don't think the whole Cross Guild is going to go. I think they're going to lose first.
I agree.
So it's a tough thing to break down, because I do think they're going to have a Davy back fight. It's just going to be on Elbaf as like a whoever wins gets all the road poneglyph rubbings would be you still have to figure out the man mark names, but at least for the the Cross Guild needs to get up to the same level as everyone else, right?
Yeah.
But to tie into kind of what you're saying is I think when they do go to Laugh Tale and they get the One Piece and stuff, I think the way, and I did do a video on this, but I think the way that it's going to end is that basically, Luffy's going to have a lot of notoriety at that point. Like, he's going to be the Pirate King, which like he wants to do, and that is okay, but he's also going to be heralded as Sun God Nika by that point, right? They're all going to think he's like a god. And so I think once he accomplishes his dream, then I think he's gonna like not want the fanfare anymore. So I think he's gonna find a way to pass that on to Buggy. So like maybe Luffy will be the Pirate King, but then maybe Buggy kills, quote unquote, Luffy. Like they frame it so it looks that way. So then Buggy can get heralded as like the Pirate God, which is what he said in chapter 17.
Oh, yeah.
Because he killed the Pirate King. But then it'll be a fake thing because Buggy's awakening. Like maybe he can chop off Luffy's head, but it won't actually, be chopped off because it's, the awakening powers. And then Buggy will get heralded as the god after that for doing that. So it's kind of a tough question to answer in that regard. But Buggy's definitely gonna,
he's gonna be there.
Yeah, and he's gonna get shine, even like Pirate King level shine.
I agree. Yeah.
I mean, it could be like in Orange Town, the first arc where we got Buggy and like the first Straw Hat together with at the end of the arc, Luffy and Zoro and Nami had to run away because they basically took the blame for everything. Remember, the dog had to defend them.
Yeah.
The entire village was chasing it down and saying that they're despicable people.
Yep.
That
And
was,
Logtown, Buggy almost killed Luffy right there. He almost ended the whole journey. So it's like,
He said he should have.
I mean,
actually,
it was
really
by
like
chance.
this idea.
Do you guys think go ahead.
I had an idea that it kind of fits into what you're saying, Dak, with Buggy quote unquote killing Luffy. But I think it's really interesting because when we think about how pre-time skip started, Luffy was pretty much dead already. The fact that people were already emulating Luffy, like Tomorrow Black, and using him as a sort of title. In that moment, Luffy was technically the most free person in the world because he was dead and no one would have to worry about him. And that's why Emu is the most free person in the world right now. So I think Luffy could be the Pirate King. Obviously, we all think he will be because he's going to be King of the Pirates, of course. But say Buggy then kills Luffy. Buggy could then be the Pirate King and Luffy could be dead. But because he's dead, but not actually, he'd be the most free person in the world. And he would be able to do whatever he wanted.
Exactly. Because
I never thought about how pre-time skip.
Yeah, I want to go to that.
In a way.
Yeah, the thing is with Emu is stuck at the top of the red line. They can't leave the Marija, or they're gonna be seen, and their existence is gonna be known. So in that,
I agree.
Free.
Yeah, it's like a catch-22. Like they can't Emu can't kind of leave Marishwa, but at the same time, it's a benefit, but it's also a problem. Like,
I think to feed into that, it's like, so there's like the realm of the living and the realm of the dead. We've been shown the underworld in multiple like different references and like how souls act in the afterlife and things like that. And if Emu is a bit of the representation of what the freest person like could be, maybe in the realm of the living, and what if Luffy is able to transcend the boundaries of life and death and becomes even freer in that sense? Like through what you were saying is like, if people, I don't know, that's interesting. But yeah, there's like, I can't imagine like a freedom that doesn't have some sort of limitations, like Josh was saying about Emu potentially having the most free power set because they are somebody who has the littlest precedent, like nobody like has like predetermined thoughts on them except for potentially the Gorosei and now Sabo. And like I guess some people could argue like Doflamingo, but like as far as like how Luffy could beat that in terms of freedom, it could be that everybody knows Luffy's name and he still doesn't have to worry about those like precedents being something that holds him back,
But he
Oh, yeah,
doesn't
but
want
I do gotta go, guys. Sorry, guys.
See you later, man.
Yeah.
Have a good day, man.
Thank you guys for having me, though. Yeah, peace,
No,
guys.
yeah,
Thanks for coming.
And also, I hate to be a Debbie Downer here, but I also got to go. I was waiting until 3 p.m. and we crossed 3 p.m. in that discussion, so I'm also heading out. Or I'll catch you later, man. But yeah, and I'm sorry I'm dipping out at the same time, but it was just serendipity here.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
But guys, awesome stream so far. I gotta go get some things done, but I'm gonna try to tune back in later on. But this is awesome. A lot of goats here. Everyone, subscribe to all of these people. I just looked in the description. There's a ton of links in there. Go check them all out. It might take you a little while, but go check them out. Yeah, hope you guys have an awesome stream though. I'll be tuning in later for sure.
All right, have a good day, man.
Everything that Zach said, bro.
Later, Ors.
On
Cheers,
Peace. On the subject of freedom,
can I add something quick to the thing that we were just talking about? The eternal flame in Greek mythology was later left in the underworld as that was deemed the only safe place to keep it.
So would Pluton be would that coincide with the power source also applying to Pluton? Do you think Pluton like
around when the Ancient Kingdom was and was like probably an ally of the Ancient Kingdom, right? Like Poseidon. Probably it was powered by the same thing, the ancient power source.
Yeah. I just thought it was cool food for thought. That's all.
So that makes me wonder because if we look at it right now, we have two weapons that are powered by the Eternal Flame, and then it seems like we have another two that are used to control, like actual things like Zunisha and the Sea Kings and stuff like that. So do you think that there's actually more than 3 ancient weapons?
For sure.
I mean, there is the thing with the Gorosei all being named after planets, but I'm not sure how literally that applies.
Okay, I got one. Roger's ship.
Well, real quick, hold on. Polypede was trying to. I think there's definitely some ties to it, but Polypede, you were trying to spit on something. I don't want to get too far away from that.
Oh, actually, 2 things. One on the subject of freedom, it's very interesting that Luffy's bounty poster has changed after Gear 5th, because now there's a bit of a disassociation between how he normally looks and how Gear 5th looks. So that kind of gives him freedom already. And it's kind of like the Dragon Ball thing, in which like you see this little squat little guy, you don't think he's strong, but then he actually does something, and everyone freaks out like, wow, he's strong. So in that way, no one's going to believe like this random dude walking the street is a big criminal, a big celebrity in the pirate world, the Yonko Monkey D. Luffy, until he actually starts fighting, and everyone turns like and says, whoa, that's Monkey D. Luffy. And you already kind of get some of that disbelief going on in Dressrosa, where people think he's like 12 feet tall or something like that. So the bounty poster change adds to that. Now, going way back in the start of the, like in hour 2 of the conversation, where the ghost mentioned the death of Kizaru being a thing. Do you think if Kizaru awakens and dies in Egghead, seeing as how he is a light man and Luffy is the sun deity, could the Pika Pika no Mi go to a person on the fruit or go to a construct that they have in the future? Like, say, like if Zeus ate it, or if they get Prometheus, if Prometheus ate it, something like that.
Be crazy. Giving a homie a fruit. I wonder how that would actually interact.
I've contemplated what the ramifications of that could be in One Piece D&D, because like you can kind of like go beyond just theory crafting and try to put it into like practice in your own like little version of Oda's world. And I think that's such a like quite literally a fire idea. You know what I mean? I think that would be insane, giving a homie because we've seen that like Zeus can have like a bit of a will of his own, and he can act like autonomously to like what Big Mom's command is, because of Nami's, you know, obvious conquerors haki. And so I think that like it's really interesting if you were to, because with devil fruits, if devil fruits have a will of their own, how that would play, or if it would completely like overtake like Zeus, because he has like, I guess, a bit of like a submissive will. And he has to be like he has to be directed to do things, but he does have like a layer of autonomy. But like if we like what we were mentioning way back in like hour 1 of the discussion, is that like, you know, if you were to put a stronger shadow, or like a like, you know, like if he himself as a soul doesn't have like a strong enough will, and the will of the fruit is stronger, if it completely overtakes him.
You know.
Yeah, that isn't that the fear for Luffy and his devil fruit, because Vegapunk just said in the latest episode that he thought it was strange that Lucci could have so much control, because usually after they awaken they lose themselves. So yeah.
And real quick, if we're talking about freedom and whatnot, we got a shout out to Free AZ, who I'm gonna let you spit, because I know you said you were about to have to dip, right?
Yes, thank you. I'm an independent artist. My dream is to open a donations-based record label and do a completely different genre each album. I'm in the middle of doing an EP where each song is a completely different genre. I have a One Piece theory on my channel. I'm not necessarily looking to be a One Piece YouTuber, but I have a theory that goes over how I think the entire series will go from here on. Mind you, the beginning of that series was literally my first video. There's some audio issues. I apologize. I'm remaking it now. So over the next few months, I should. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I went from about 0 subs to 1,000 in a month, which is pretty good. But afterwards, I started working on my music, so it stagnated a bit. I'm going to be releasing some new One Piece videos soon, though, so please check them out.
Thank you for joining us. We're super glad to spit with you.
Thank you for having me.
Next time we see you, we'll talk about how many straw hats, how many straw. Wait.
The big bomb of my theory is that I think Luffy is going to have 29 different allies with him at Laugh Tale, and then he is going to save Sabo and Vivi at New Marineford and Mary Joie, and that the final crew is going to be 31 members.
Woo! Wow.
Whoa.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
I think I have a lot of evidence to support it, though.
Yeah, I've seen the video. It's really thought provoking, and I like a lot of the diagrams that you presented, and like there's
I was missing a few things on my old videos.
Yeah,
I will admit. I'm remaking them now.
Keep an eye out for the remake. But thank you so much for joining us, and we're definitely hyped to see what you crank out in the future.
No, I appreciate you having me. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everybody.
You too, brother. Good luck.
Appreciate having you here, man. So, I have a question for everyone, and it's a very important question. What's up with Smoker? Where do you guys think where
he's
Smoker
a
is?
fraud. Sorry, I had that came out.
I couldn't stop myself.
Came
From nowhere.
He got put in a vaporizer.
Yeah. He's
Because I have big stocks for Smoker. I know Cody is about to spit on Smoker. I'm just gonna say I have big stock for him. Cody, if you need to say something, because I can sense it already.
Nah, it's already been said.
Jokes aside, when actually was the last time we saw Smoker?
It was a Dressrosa, right?
Stampede.
Oh.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He was sucking. He was sucking Doflamingo's farts.
Oh man.
He was subservient to Doflamingo's butt hockey.
Yeah, that's
true.
Oh my god, that is true. That is absolutely true. He's got armament cheeks. That's confirmed. But I think with Smoker, I know Mr. Bushido has an interesting theory, which I'm not fully on board with. But I think it would be interesting if, like, because he was made to be one of the first, like, truly insurmountable, like, adversaries to Luffy back in Logtown. Is like, like Arlong, Luffy was able to just like punch hard enough and like use his own weapons against him, and like his battle IQ prevailed. And with Don Krieg, it was again I punch hard enough, and like there was like a lot of like fights in the East Blue that Luffy was overqualified for, and Smoker was the first adversary, and it built up what Logias were pre-time skip to be a bit of like some like unattainable, like he unconquerable enemy until he got to the point where he could get hockey. And I think that now that we're seeing more Logias in action than ever, I think it would be like since Marineford, maybe it could be really, really interesting to reintroduce Smoker. And I think that it would be cool if we did get a Smoker like awakening, and if that was one of the first Logia awakenings we got confirmation of seeing. But I don't know if I believe the rest of Mr. Bushido's theory pertaining to all of that. But I think it would be really cool because like there's no way Oda just forgot about him. You know what I mean? He's somewhere. He's doing something.
Part of me feels like he didn't forget about him. He just makes me feel like he was kind of, you know how Oda is like the master of improvisation, pretty much. We know how, he thought of Ace being Roger's son pretty much on the spot, and then he pretty much made the Shichibukai pretty much on the spot. So it's kind of like, I feel like Smoker is just kind of that he's like a product of Oda's growth. He's just got lost in time. Like he's the one thing that Oda probably has to leave behind in all of One Piece that he wanted to introduce, because he kind of got replaced by Kobe. When you think about how we were thinking about him at first.
What's the saying? A smoking gun.
One thing I will also say is that it is like a game of chess, right? Essentially, what Oda's doing. Just because the pieces aren't in play at the moment, it doesn't mean that it won't be played later on. It might be a piece that needs to be played much later.
All
fragment, right?
Like a victim of the story being originally intended to be 5 years and then been stretched out to 30. So he's got like an endpoint in mind that's going to be satisfying. But when that comes, it's just going to be pushed later and later and later.
Yeah.
Everyone who has zero faith in Smoker, you will lame. Smoker, have faith in him. He will return greater than ever.
I
will. And
I do have
Vex,
more faith in Kaido and Big Mom's return than Smoker's.
And I'll say this, Vex, with the Bushido take that you brought up, I'll say this. I do agree that even though I would love Kizaru, it would be very full circles that the first Logia awakening we get is the first Logia we ever seen, Smoker. And other than the original Admiral, Smoker is the only Logia pre-time skip that Luffy never defeated.
True.
I hope we get a Smoker flashback just to spite everyone.
The argument that I have as far as like Kizaru being awakened is that like he is like he's constantly working against his own, like he's having to quell his ambitions, and you could see like that with that whole panel, like I'm just a cog in the machine. Like I don't know if that's exactly going to
Yeah, exactly.
Like parallel the will of his fruit, light, which is typically unbound. And like, so I don't know, like, I feel like there is something to say about like Kizaru not showing or exhibiting an awakening. And if we get something like Smoker showing it, I think it goes hand in hand with Smoker fully defecting from the Marines, and that he is seen like Saul, he is like, and Dragon and all these other individuals. If he becomes aware of like the reasonings as to why they had deemed the Marines as a lost cause and jumped ship in their own rights and times and things like that, I think it would be really cool if we got Smoker properly defecting, maybe in Elbath or maybe even in the final war, when he sees or speaks to Saul and or Dragon, and that would lead to his full awakening. Is like if all of these individuals are on the cusp of it, but we don't actually see it from them because their ambitions are not their own, or they're having to stunt or like, you know, like hold them back for other reasons, I think that could be a really cool narrative device. And so I think that there is still purpose that Smoker could serve in the future, but who knows? You know, Oda could just be like writing about, like, I don't know.
I do agree.
Yeah, well, I
with
really
you,
like the
Vex.
idea of Smoker's awakening, like of his devil fruit literally happening at the same time that he awakens, like his truth about the world, like he sees how you know, everything is, and he deflects and stuff. That's great.
Smoke screen, right? When the smoke clears and Smoker can see the truth, and he can like do the delete properly.
Dude, imagine. Oh no, sorry, go. I'll go after.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, we're talking about the concept of freedom, and now that we're talking about Smoker and all this stuff and his awakening, it makes me think, like, you know, who was it that just brought up? It was vexyz. He just brought up Kizaru being like against his like just fighting himself, and that's probably why he isn't awakened. And then I think about it, like, did Lucci and Kaku learn their awakenings in the cover story on their journey? Because we just saw Lucci just do something we never seen him do before, and that's actually care about somebody, because he asked them to save Kaku. So the fact, did their relationship growing cause them to actually grow enough to where that's how they were able to blossom like that? Because even though they're the only two of CP9 that we've seen with their devil fruits, is all of CP or CP0, is all of them awakened like them? Because did all of their relationships blossom like that? Since we've seen two of them be awakened, and Stussy was the third one, so she's not really
an awakened Jabra.
So, Coffee, I've been of the headcanon for a while now that the reason that they've awakened was because through the powers of hypnotism.
Oh,
like Django?
Yeah.
More so like Lafitte, but yeah.
On
So
the
are
top,
you on the Lafita Satori? You're on the Lafita Satori train?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm one of the co-founders of that train. Yeah. Yeah, I ride that train to the death.
That's probably one of my favorite theories that I've heard this year, so I'm totally with that.
On the topic of
It's,
Smoker, I find it very. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, it all lends credence to the fact of Lafitte being the demon sheriff, and if he was recruited by the Marines, that would explain why the impelled down jailer beast are false awakened. They are the beast taking over and not the human suppressing that will.
So do you also think that Lafitte is probably, with Lafitte being potentially Lucci's pigeon, do you also think that Lafitte was a former member of the Rocks Pirates?
Huh?
I don't think the ages line up.
I really think that Dax hadn't left, because I think it was Dax's video that I saw that said
silhouette is us.
There's a silhouette cast on two of the figures that hop off the Rock ship at God Valley, and there's a specific person named Lafitte in real life that that has died twice, that has two deaths on his gravestone, and they're 50 years apart, or whatever years apart, which is equated to the same amount of time of distance between current time and God Valley.
Coffee. I'm just gonna bring it up because I was at the moment. It was Hidden's video. Hidden made the Lafitte video.
It's Hidden's. Okay. It's Hidden's
I remember him drunkenly rambling to me, bro. There were two of them. I remember that so distinctly.
It was Hidden's video. Okay, yeah. Sorry about that.
That was an amazing video, and I agree. I'm not fully on the Hattori train at this point because I like the Rocks idea more. I just think it has more intrigue behind how Blackbeard was sort of influence to be the man he is today. I think that would be pretty cool. And I don't know, Lafitte's always been a character with a bunch of mystery around him, especially in a group as mysterious as Blackbeard's. So I think there's a lot of potential there. But I also wanted to.
Sorry. No, go on. Sorry, Kev.
I was gonna say I really like your awakening idea for Lucci and Kaku. I really, really like that because I felt as though the CP9 cover story was really like it was the first thing that kind of it like humanized them. You know, there was always like some little moments of like, oh, I don't want to eat this fruit. It looks disgusting. And it was funny, but these guys are obviously insane people at the end of the day. But, you know, seeing them actually somewhat care about each other, they walk on the tracks, they go to save each other. Like, I don't know, it was endearing. And I think if that's the reason they awakened, and like you said, Lucci caring about Kaku is very out of his wheelhouse compared to everything we've seen from him so far in the story. I think that'd be really great. So I'm a big fan of that idea.
On the Lafitte train, I could see there being a world in which like there's another type of Zoan fruit. Because I've made videos about this because I thought Karasu was this, but it turns out he was a soot man. You know how animals are referred to like in a group by a particular name? Like say there's an army of ants.
A flock of seagulls.
Exactly. So what if Lafitte is like a flock of doves? And what's interesting about that is because, Lafitte is the navigator, and he's like potentially some sort of bird Zoan. So he could be a flock of doves, and his consciousness could be like divided up between all these doves. It's kind of like if you were a Logia, but you turn into animals instead.
Yeah.
What's interesting about this too is that there is a cover request with Lucci in a park feeding a bunch of pigeons or doves rice or something.
I do remember that.
Hattori gets beat up.
So it's cool.
Yeah, Hattori looks pissed.
The collective noun for a group of dubs, I just looked it up, is actually a bevy of dubs, a coat of dubs, a duel of doves, or a flight of doves. But yeah, all these animals all have like their own individual collective nouns, which I think is so cool. Sorry to detract a bit, but that's what the proper term would be.
And to add on to that, it's very interesting too that earlier on in Nami's story fighting Ms. Doublefinger, a lot of the climate attacks did involve doves. So that
I was curious. I looked it up. A group of demons or devils is called a legion.
Oh,
yeah. One thing, just quick shout out to I don't think he's here right now, but Kev. His favorite character is Lafitte. Yeah. Wait, is he in here?
Stop, bro. No.
Okay.
He was in the chat earlier.
I've been waiting to bust on for like literally like 4 months or something. Right, let's move on.
Yeah, yo, how you know this? What's your name again? Vender.
Yeah. Don't watch your name, me.
No, but
Angel, he's making a joke. I'll explain it in your DM.
No, I understood the
But
joke.
no,
I was like,
I
I'm
think
just surprised you knew.
The thought of Zoans, the thought of Zoans possibly having another form of the collective nouns as opposed to the singular, I think that's absolutely crazy. I don't know how much like I really believe it, but if that is true, that's really, really interesting. I think that's like because like it's called like a murder of crows or something like that. So if that was what Karasu had, even though we have we have a confirmation that that's not it, but just like that kind of concept, that's actually like super crazy out of the box thinking, and I love that.
There's some debate, right, over the 5th flying user, if I'm not mistaken, that Pell mentions. So
I think it's probably just like 5 birds, right?
I have a breakdown.
No, actually,
about that.
5 flying devil fruits because there's like way more than 5 by this point.
Is it because it could be it like particular flight rather than like Shiki's float and stuff like that? But like I mean, Lafitte could be the Rock's agenda and the Hattori agenda at the same time. There's no.
That's what I was going to bring up earlier. Is that there's no point that he can't be both, because after the end of the God Valley incident, we just know that the Marines went one way and the pirates went another way, and they could have been like, "Hey, you were
old." I mean, Kueha is really old. She's like 149, 148.
141.
141.
Yeah, so Lafitte being like 137 with a massive amount of makeup, is that out of the question? He's not really in any fights, so we don't see his dexterity levels.
It's true. And like obviously we did have this weird thing recently in Egghead where with the whole Saturn thing where Devon touched Saturn and they were like, "What do you want?" And he was like, "Zavaldo," you know what I mean? Like it was him that delivered that line with that weirdly cold
That was
frown.
Van Auger. That was Van Auger, not Lafitte.
Shit. Don't listen to me. brother. Don't listen to me.
Lafitte is unknown right now. Whereabouts unknown.
He's still MIA. Yeah, he's still MIA. That's crazy to think though. Like maybe it's because he's so old.
Do we think he's
that,
going to be the one that
he's
shows
so
up to Wano?
frail.
No, Henry, don't.
I think that's very plausible. He's got to show up somewhere. You know what I mean?
An emu of
Wano or
Gorosei.
Egghead probably. Egghead like smaller chance points. But
Stop.
I mean, what do you think's going to bring us back to Wano? Because if you think about it, everything that we're saying is heavily critical, holy shit, on Wano. Because we've talked about Blackbeard going to Wano, potentially. And then if you think about the fact that he has Avalo Pizarro is nothing but an upgraded Pika. And he could just become the walls and bring the walls down himself. And then if you think about the other thing that we talked about the potential that Kaido and Big Mom are still alive. If they bust out of the ground, Wano is done for. So, I mean, that's two completely Wano ending events that could potentially happen at the same time.
Not to detract, but Elise Jackson brings up in the chat a point I've made videos about. We could have our 5 flying fruits already, but the way that it's probably categorized is that seeing as how Zoans are named, you name every Zoan fruit under one animal type. So all the bird fruits will count as one type. So that's like Morgan's fruit, Pale's fruit, all that's under one. So the bird fruit class allows flight. Then you have bug characters like the 2 Tontadas, the Hercules beetle, the rhinoceros beetle, and then the Japanese hornet.
Beetle.
Yeah, right, rhinoceros beetle and
Suzumabachi.
Exactly. Then you would have the dragon fruit type, or I guess the dinosaur fruits with king. And 4th would be the horse fruit with the Pegasus fruit. And then 5th, it depends. Because if you're including Shiki would be the 5th. But if you're not including Shiki, we still have one more type to go. It depends.
Well, I was also thinking that
Kaido doesn't have
it's not technically flight. He's just conjuring flame clouds and climbing on top of them.
Well, maybe
but I mean, it could count, but I don't know.
No. Maybe it's to show the lack of information based on the New World versus the Old World, because Alabasta is in that early part of the New World, and then as you get deeper, the bits of knowledge get heavier. The giants know about the sun god, but nobody else knows about the sun god because you're not that deep to talk to the giants.
Well, it speaks to the world government's agenda. Like there were literally individuals like Alvida didn't even believe devil fruits existed.
Right, exactly. So it's like the further you go, the more information you gain. And then, so what if the further back in the grand line you go, the more you are likely to find actual older copies of the encyclopedias that are more accurate. So the earlier you are, if you start knowing that devil fruits are around, you're probably only going to have access to more newer encyclopedias that has been more recently published, that have way less information, if not altered information, about said devil fruits. Because Blackbeard has an encyclopedia, Sanji's read an encyclopedia, Buggy's read an encyclopedia, Vegapunk obviously has an older encyclopedia. So there's obviously multiple copies, just like there are multiple copy prints of the Bible.
There is some weird stuff going on there.
Ginny as well, because she was aware of the fruit at God Valley that was up for grabs. So like that's another example.
Right.
Of somebody who would have had older information rather than newer.
Yeah, and that's why I think the word important. What Pell says is known. Pell uses the word known. I think that's the whole thing.
Literally,
I think yeah. That's why I think you guys are spot on. It's about the knowledge of it. I think there much more is just.
There's something extra I did want to add though. Like it's weird. I've still not figured it out, or got close to really. But you could say it about Lafitte too. But Hattori, Organs, Tamago, all these bird dudes have like top hats and ties and like are dressed in the exact same way. It's really strange. Like it seems to be distinctly matched to the flying, the proper flying type. So, or the bird type, should I say?
Yeah, the only bird it was.
Top hat,
Then
right?
again, too. Wait, I'll go on. Sorry.
No, I was just saying. Doesn't Django have a top hat?
Who?
Django?
Django
Doesn't
is-
Django have a top hat too?
It's more like
No, it's more of fedora. It's Michael Jackson, right?
Yeah. Michael Jackson.
Yeah, but it doesn't really fit that mold of the outfits.
I mean, Pell doesn't have a top hat, but he is stylishly dressed in his native clothing, so I think he still applies. Pell.
I think it fits. I think it has to connect to the wheels of the foot. It's like searching down voodoo users like Magellan putting fake horns. I feel like it's based off shaman. To host a spirit, you need something accustomed to it. So something that the original body had. So it could be also connected to the wheels of the fruit. They're more accustomed with top hats.
He wears a hat. Zoro wears a headband.
I think it's a coincidence because if you just look at like what like Baron Tamago, or if I refer to him as Viscount Niwatori, but like if you look at him, he is a dapper dude because that's just the theming that he was given, whereas Big News Morgan's is like he's like like that like give me pictures of Spider-Man type of vibe, where he is like a well-established aristocratic individual as well, somebody who has like his own like place at the Tea Party, and like as like somebody who is an aristocratic figure who has like stake in the entirety of the underworld and pull at the level of like a Yonko, it makes sense that he would also have that. As far as Hattori, I think that Oda just did that because it's cute. I don't know, but I think that's a little bit of a coincidence. I don't know if there's really like a full theming there, especially because Pell kind of does break that mold, and he is somebody who is directly adjacent to nobility, one of the original 20. Like so I feel like Pell, if like it'd be a weird one to break the mold if Pell was the one to break that mold. So I don't think that mold actually exists. I think it's just coincidence.
That was
like a cool observation, though. I think there's definitely stuff going on there with the it's weird for Oda he's smart enough and he's wise enough to not restrict himself by saying the 5 fruits thing, so in my opinion. So it's probably we know that birds are huge in the story at this point, like in terms of like
naming.
Yeah, I don't mean like physically huge like D from Always Sunny. I mean like I mean
wow.
I mean, like,
what a callback.
They're like important,
No,
we saw with the Kazuki symbol, and Robin's name is Robin, and there's tons of them.
Well, there's like almost every single like prominent female in the story has like some sort of like hearkening to like a bird in another language or even in our language, and like so it's like there's like. True. It's even more interesting to think about, seeing as like birds don't actually exist, like, and they're just government drone. No, I'm kidding. But
no,
like,
get out of here.
I don't know. It is fitting if Lucci is like the guy for the government and Hattori is right with them. I don't know. Maybe Emu's Hattori.
Well, we can all agree that Morgus is the biggest bird.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, there is an actual theory that Emu is Goku's goat, right?
Yeah, there's definitely. I mean, why wouldn't there be? Of course.
Okay. Well, I'm not too sure about that one myself.
Crazy.
Why don't you tell us, Moog, about how Green Bull is Tashigi? Because that will throw a lot. Green Bull is Kuina. It'll throw a lot of these off.
Yeah. What? So, it's too much to get into, man. I've got like a whole script on this that I haven't made into a video yet. But essentially, the main idea is that Green Bull's. I know some people disagree with this. Probably a lot of you do, but Green Bull's probably going to be like a Zoro opponent with Sanji, Kizaru, Luffy, kind of whatever. And I'm thinking like how there's kind of not really too much of like a connection, either like a thematic one or just like a personal connection between Zoro and Green Bull, as there is for Luffy, Akainu. Obviously, like there's obvious stuff. Even Sanji and Kizaru, you have like Kizaru being like the inspiration for the Mads lasers and having a bunch of parallels to Sanji in terms of like their powers and stuff. But Green Bull, there's kind of nothing, and so I'm thinking like, okay, we have this guy where kind of the one mystery around his character is the woman that died in his past, right? And then you look at Kuina's flashback, and there's kind of a bunch that's about, you know, there's a lot of kind of suspicious stuff around her death, you know, the way that Koshiro doesn't really seem to act too phased, the way it kind of all happened off screen, and the way that Zoro and Kuina like promised to fight one day, right? And obviously, like, the point is that, okay, you know, Kuina died the day after. It's very sad. But I'm thinking, you know, could there be a fight eventually? Could they eventually, like, you know, Kuina come back into the story to fulfill that promise or whatever? And I'm thinking, like, out of all the potential, like, Zoro opponents that he's set to face, you know, Shiryu, Venustero, whatever, like, Green Bull is kind of a good candidate. And there's a bunch more to it than that, like, if you really look into all the details. But that's kind of the main inspiration for the theory. And it is, like, I get it sounds like ridiculous. It sounds really unlikely, but at the same time, we don't have a lot of Green Bull yet, you know? So probably the more we get, the more kind of clues we're going to start to get. And I've actually been, I mean, I could say more, but that's basically it, yeah.
No, I like that. That's actually pretty good. That's the first time I've heard anything kind of even bordering that.
Yeah, it is like there's a load of like little details in it as well, like that actually connect them on a sort of a harder, like a more solid level. But it is weird. Like the Queen has got to come up at some point.
Yeah.
Something's got to happen. There's got to be some resolution, and surely it's going to be through some combat with Zoro.
Well,
Here's the other thing, right? Zoro's whole motivation in the story for fighting Mihawk, for doing everything he's done, for joining the Straw Hats, it's all so that he can eventually become the world's strongest swordsman. And the reason he wants to do that is so that Kuina can hear his name in heaven and realize that he kept his end of the deal. You know, they made a promise that one of them would become the world's strongest swordsman, right? So all of the stuff that Zoro's done, his whole motivation, it's based on this kind of Kuina potentially being in heaven and her potentially hearing that Zoro's like become the world's strongest swordsman. And it's not really like, you know, once Zoro becomes the world's strongest swordsman, once he defeats Mihawk, it's like, you know, like there's not going to be like that definitive moment where we get, unless Oda literally shows us the afterlife and like Kuina crying from up above, there's not going to be like a definitive moment, and particularly for Zoro for like notice that, right? So if Kuina is like an actual person in the story that is still alive and does literally hear, you know, Zoro becoming the world's strongest swordsman and then fights him for the title, that would just be a lot more like, I don't know what the word is, but a lot more satisfying, I guess.
Did fight Ryuma, so there is a bit of infighting going on.
And I might have something from you, Moog, since, you know, Kuina and Zoro connect back to Wano. If you remember in Thriller Bark, Dr. Hogbag's wife, Cindy, she dies the same manner as Kuina. She dies falling down the stage.
Down these stairs.
And so you think about Ryuma's connect to Wano as well. Yeah, and Ryuma is connected also to Wano, and he's in Thriller Bark, so there is that as well. It's a year before Kuina's death. Cindy dies falling down off the stage.
Wow.
Well,
but interesting take, honestly.
Here's a theory, because I've kind of been thinking about this ever since Big Mom's backstory, and it kind of goes back to how Moog just stated that Kuina's dad basically didn't really seem fazed by her death. And it also kind of couples with what Kev said about the power of hypnosis. So I've been thinking for a while that Kuina probably was knocked out at some way, death faked, sold off to the government by her dad for some sort of reason, in order maybe protection for Shimatsuki village or something, and she's just Tashigi under a massive amount of hypnosis.
I think that it is way too late at this point. It's been like 1,000 chapters, and they haven't even entertained the possibility that Kuina's still alive. I think we should just get over this. She's not coming back.
But Oda has, though, with Tashigi. He did that like fake out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he has a couple times with
Tashigi. Chapter 100.
In chapter 589, Dragon stops by Zoro's hometown. I'm reading a theory that's saying that, like, maybe Dragon faked it or something.
I don't know.
Maybe, but I just don't think it's
Yo, I'm gonna be honest, yo. I don't know who said it, bro. But whoever said to let it go, I'm standing with you.
Yeah.
This man,
it's been so long. I don't think I don't think Oda even cares that much about this anymore. Like she just like shows up in Zoro's flashbacks. That's all we really get of her. And
that I think is the craziest thing I've heard all stream. Saying Oda doesn't care about main characters' flashbacks, Zoro, the second main character in the entire series, to me that's crazy because so many people in Wano were like wanting, oh, Zoro's gonna get something crazy. Zoro's going to get something crazy. And what happened in Wano? Well, for me, I don't really care about Zoro's flashback like that much because it's not like some emotional tearjerker like Robin or Brooke or Sanji. But Zoro did get more development on his flashback. And then after Wano, we see when Sabo is getting all these revolutionary uprisings in all these countries, the Revolutionary Army logo's there, but also the village logo of Zoro's hometown. There's an inherent connection between the Revolutionary Army and Zoro's flashback. We don't really know why. We don't really know what's going on here, but that's all part of the journey. You know, Oda is one of those drip feed authors where he's able to make something that seems completely like unbelievable to what we had like so long ago. Because think about early One Piece. Would we ever think we'd go to a place like Whole Cake Island or Thriller Bark after Syrup Village? Like, it's impossible. And I think that's part of the fun of the story. There's always something that could happen that you would never expect. Like having Luffy's fruit have this crazy connection all the way back to Shanks in chapter 1, in chapter 1047. Like, it's insane how Oda's able to do this, but it always feels, no, not always, but it feels like there's always like a web connecting like the past and the present. And I think that's one of the major themes of the story. You know, that everything is connected in some way.
To add to that, I think we're also interestingly poised to get a little bit more information and depth out of this with the reanimation pending, and then with like as far as like season 2 of the live action. We know that in Logtown specifically, where we got introduced to this whole concept that opened this can of worms, Oda had specifically wanted to include more into Logtown, and so he couldn't put it into the chapters supposedly because he wanted to get chapter 100 to be the specific event with Dragon, but he did go in and advised on the anime, which he controls the manga. He does not control the anime, but he did have the anime add anime canon episodes like into Logtown because there was more that he wanted to introduce there. And with the live action and the reanimation being able to kind of recontextualize and re-encapsulate some of those concepts, we actually might get more insight into this retroactively. I think it could be really interesting, and it's not something to entirely dismiss, but I definitely do think that it's one of those things that has fallen enough by the wayside to where it's like, I don't know how it would make sense to introduce it into the story at this point. But like there are other avenues in which it could be introduced, like the SBS or the live action or the One Piece instead of just One Piece. You know what I mean? It's just interesting food for thought.
Yeah, I think like that is interesting when you look at what Paulie and Kev were saying, like contrasting each other, because like it could be that like when we got these weird like single still frames in Wano when Zoro was fighting, there was a girl crying in the flames, right? And it wasn't a young girl, it was a woman, like green hair, which could be Fariko and blah, blah, blah. In other words, what I'm saying is, yes, Kuina has a massive relevance to Zoro, but it might be like that Kuina is representative of the ships, you know, the history, like between the Shimatsuki. She's from a 2-sword school and she uses 1 sword, which leads Zoro to using 3 swords, and that makes the Ashura, stuff like that. So I think that maybe it's possible that Kuina, if she doesn't come back or something like that, rather than SBS, we might get details through like maybe a God's Night, or we might get details somewhere else from like other characters in the past, like the Shimatsuki clan and the history in Wano and why they left and went to the East Blue, and the Wado as well. Spicy.
I think the main thing for me with Kuina is like, I don't personally think she's going to come back because I feel like that would ruin a lot of the impact of Zoro's flashback. And because I do actually really like the idea of her getting like sold off to the Celestial Dragons or something. That would be a really tragic spin on it, especially since One Piece ends, you know, in Marie Joie for a lot of people. You know, the final war versus them, it would make Zoro have a lot of motivation, obviously. to go against them even more than he already does with just, hating them in general.
It's true. I feel like a lot of what Zoro, I feel like a lot of characters like Luffy, like Robin, Frankie, they all have these grand narrative relevance, whereas Zoro, it feels like he just kind of hit his own world. So I guess if Kuina was still alive and she was part of like the revolutionaries or something, or she got sold to the Celestial Dragons, that would give Zoro some kind of impetus to have a personal stake in larger events, because right now it sort of just seems like Zoro's in his own world. Like he's like, I want to fight Mihawk, I want to do with the Straw Hats. Whereas I guess if Kuina did have
It's a
that
little
kind of
bit
relevance,
like-
would rectify that.
Yeah, it's a little bit like Goku
I mean, the thing with
coded,
Kuina,
where it's
and this is
like
like the
there's
last
strong
thing I'll really
guys
say on
over
this.
there.
Oh,
That's
Hello?
what, that's kind of like what his motivation kind of seems like to me. So it would be interesting to kind of get a little bit of a recontextualizing on that. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. No, I was just gonna say like this because I know like it does sound like an insane theory, right? I get that. I'm not gonna try to like spend too much time trying to convince you over this stream. The one thing I will say, like the last thing though, is it goes back to the 5-year story being stretched into the 30 thing. Oda originally planned for the story of One Piece to last 5 years, and it's gone on to, I mean, it's at least what, like 25, 27 now. So the fact that Zoro's flashback and Kuina and all that was introduced so early in the game, like that means if Kuina is gonna come back into the story in any like relevant way, even if she's still dead, right? But there's some like big development there. It's gonna be like the greatest distance between Zoro's flashback in literally chapter 5 and anything more we get about Kuina, right? The fact that like the only real development of Kuina and that whole story that we've got was in Wano with the Zoro King fight, and that was over 1,000 chapters in. That suggests to me that if there is like an endpoint, like a culmination to this whole story with Kuina, it's going to come like really late, and the developments we're going to get for it are going to be like really sparse throughout the story, but that doesn't mean that there's not going to be an endpoint. You know what I mean? It just means it's going to be really, really slow.
Just to kind of like shrink some of what you were saying, just and to reiterate it, it's a really interesting point. Like, we do know about the whole time skip thing, about the extension. We know that Alabasta now has come back into the story. Vivi's ancestor now has come back into the story like 25 years later or whatever it is. So yeah, it would make sense that like a lot of the elements from the first couple of arcs are going to come back, like we are seeing Shanks. So maybe we will see something to do, for example, with Nami's sister or stuff like that, or Kuina, and yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I've talked about it before, and I refer to like that point as like the tipping point where it's like you realize that Oda had started to now stretch things out, include more things, and start to extend the timeline, push the goalposts a little bit. And like there are things in the Alabasta saga that are referenced to that we can't necessarily get a lot more depth on until we get to the point again where Oda is no longer in a wind up and is actually in a wrap up phase. And now that he has told us that we're in the final saga, a lot of these things from the first 100 or 150 episodes or the first like 100 chapters are starting to come back into the fold. That kind of speaks to that, as far as like him getting to the point where he is now incorporating a lot of those things from before the tipping point into his wrap up phase, now that we're out of the huge like wind up stages. So like a lot of these details, like Crocodile coming back into the story, and like Alabasta becoming more important again, and like Dragon, somebody who was introduced in chapter 100, somebody who he it's, I don't know if it's confirmed, but somebody who he actually like legitimately had to like choose to not include things in the panels so that he could get Dragon at like a specific chapter number, and then like retroactively went and added into the manga because of that decision. And so like there's a lot of importance to some of the things that were in East Blue and Alabasta saga leading up to that tipping point that we're starting to get more information on now. And that just like kind of leads, like gives credence to the fact that those things are important to the end game.
That's
and like
why
with Pluton especially being like something that is we're speculating that the war for Pluton at Wano is going to be huge and a part of the final war. That is also like kind of like along that same train of thought. So a lot of those things from the first like little stretch of the Alabasta saga before we actually got Luffy versus Crocodile, all the way leading up to that tipping point, we're going to be seeing a lot more of those things becoming more prominent in the story now. So I do really like that. Yeah.
That's why I can see the idea, speaking to the point you made earlier, Vex, about Smoker coming back into the fold. Even though I do dunk on him a lot, and it's been a bit odd seeing as how from, especially in Egghead, we've had a lot of recent Marine W's or Marine presence in Egghead so far. So it would make sense that if not now, then soon, Smoker should be coming back to the story, and we'll see how he develops. He could be a revolutionary member. He could be like the next fill-in for Kizaru if Kizaru does step down or betrays the world government. But we'll have to wait and see. But I could see him actually coming into prominence, because it's weird that we actually have gotten the full breadth of Kobe, Helmeppo, and Prince Groos's career in the time that Egghead has gone on. Which, well, Prince Groos is weird because he's like a rear admiral, so that like kind of throws me out of my seat. But yeah, it has to be a thing now with Smoker. He has to come back. I'm done.
No, I think it's good.
Yeah, it's really interesting, like to think about like what we could, and so that was a really good point. Whoever brought that up, like I really like thinking about things, and when we think about like end game theories, which I don't like to like really think about like the end of One Piece when I do like any theory crafting or anything like that, like with any absolutes. I like to think about like, you know, what's going to happen at the end of this arc or what's going to happen next chapter or something like that. But when we do think about like the end game of One Piece, we do kind of have to take into consideration like that the timelines have been shifted and like that there was that tipping point at one point in time. And so that like gives more weight to certain concepts within One Piece than we can give to other things that were meant to just be part of the wind up and not part of the wrap up. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Everything's coming back full circle. We're getting, like you said, we're stepping back into paradise.
Yeah.
Into
So
utopia.
right. So just to flip the topic, Kev, we were talking earlier about the Gorosei and what our favorite transformations are. Like which one do we prefer? I'm curious. Have you got any particular Gorosei that stand out to you or anything?
I mean, we all think the horse dude is awesome, right? Like he's so cool.
I think he was the
my
most
God.
voted.
Yeah, he is so sick. I do love the worm though. The worm is pretty cool. I like his weird mouth. The weird mouse and the worm. It's really cool.
This guy.
Somebody clip that. I'm sorry.
No, because it's like an X mouse, and then it's like a normal human mouse, and I think that's funny. How it's like Oda, the animators are going to have to go through hell to draw that. But
Is he more like a sandworm from Star Wars than from Dune?
Yeah, I definitely think it
I
isn't
mean-
like specifically like the worms from Arrakis. Like I think there are. It's like, you know, like
mean,
a lot of people have mentioned what a
Star
dragon
Wars
is.
was inspired by Dune.
Yeah.
I will say again, the worms from Beetlejuice actually have those big lips. And they're blue.
That is true.
And they're worse in the cartoon because the cartoon they have big green lips. It's disgusting.
True.
Yeah, like
these are
I think
strange.
I think personally the fact that he is the most serpent-like and the others don't tie into a serpent at all or anything like that. I think, except for the Itsunadi, but Oda's like leaned into the bird side of it, not the snake side of it, right? So I think Jupiter definitely stands out as being different from all the others. And if you do look at each of them, with Saturn, you've got like the flames, right? And we hear all the stuff about flame energy in the South Blue and stuff like that. And he appeared on the South Blue. And then we see Itsunadi was a bird, looks like a Gamful and stuff like that, right? Like, so probably connects to the Sky Islands, and then you can probably link the others to their respective seas. So one comes from the North Sea, one comes from the South Sea. The North Sea would be the Hoki because his pattern is the same as like Law's fashion design, right? Which is all over his hat and stuff like that. So Flevence, I think it is. So yeah, like I think each Gorosei is going to be revealed to be from a different sea, and then one of them from Skypiea. I don't know how I got onto that, but yeah, that just happened.
Hey guys, I appreciate you guys having me on and stuff like that, but I got to get out of here. I got work in a few hours.
Fair.
All right, so
yeah,
No, definitely. Thank you for coming in and spit with us. It was good.
Yeah, bro.
I've never been on stream with you, but it was a lot of fun. Definitely
Yeah, thanks.
glad to have
This
you.
is actually my very first one.
And if anyone needs any editing done, Coffee's your man as well. Like, there's a few editors. Just let us know. Coffee's one of them, and Dexter.
Oh yeah, thanks. Appreciate the shout out, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, all right, guys. Have fun. See you later.
Yeah.
See you later, bro.
Man.
Peace,
See you
brother.
later, man.
But that was a cool guy.
I liked him a lot.
Cool guy. What a nice
But
guy.
no, yeah,
Oh, what's up, Mark?
Looks we just hopped in.
Just quickly, I'll
David Mark
introduce
himself.
I'll introduce our new guest in a sec. But I do want to say that Coffee Black, who just left a few weeks ago when he first joined TLA, he got locked in the VC and couldn't leave. So he left himself in the VC all day, and then a couple weeks later, it happened in someone else's VC. Coffee got locked in a VC again, but now he's learned how to come in and out of a VC, so he will be around more. Make sure to check his channel out, and we'll drop the links in the description.
Wait, are you being for real?
Fully for real, yeah,
How do
yeah.
you
He dropped,
lock
yeah,
yourself in a VC?
yeah. Anyway, Kube, I'll let you introduce Marth and do your thing.
So, everyone, I would like to present to you Tainted Marth, also the first mate of the pirate called Marquise, who is going to become Pirate King. Marth, can you introduce yourself and also tell us why you love One Piece?
Yo, well, I'm Tainted Marth. Thank you for having me, guys. I am a One Piece content creator since a year. It took me quite a while, but now I'm at 1K subscribers.
Let's go, Tomato Gang, 1K strong.
Woo! Okay, anyway. Why I like One Piece? I think it was the year 2001 when I snorted that line of creation, like anime creation, manga creation, and since then I couldn't stop. I'm addicted. Okay, it's a curse. I can't get away from it. I really try. Like every day, I'm like, man, if I could only stop reading One Piece. And then Oda brings out another chapter, and I'm like, shit, I have to read that. I have to read that. It's insane. It's worse than crack, bro.
Oh my goodness.
But I was listening in while I was at work. You guys have been spitting for a while, so I'm glad I'm here. I see some familiar faces. I saw some other big players in here earlier. Pretty cool.
Yeah, dude. We're just cooking. We were just getting some takes on the Gorosei, actually. Kev was saying that he loves worms. So what about you, Marth? Who's your favorite Gorosei?
Wait. What's the question? If I love worms or
the gut? No. Don't worry about that. Ignore that question. The Gorosei, their transformations. Did any of them stand out to you? You got any content coming on any of the Gorosei members in their new forms?
Well, I'm glad that I can disappoint you on that. There's no content planned on this for now. I have my hands full with other stuff. So if anyone is interested in stuff that is wacky or old as fuck and still connects to One Piece in a way, then my channel is for you. If you're looking for recent content, I'm trying to keep up, but that's not my strength. So nah.
So what are you looking at the moment? What topics are you sort of diving into?
So I don't know if you're familiar with I don't want to call it a series, but like I made 2 videos already called Ancient One Piece, which is like kind of a mockumentary on ancient aliens. And there's going to be another one. I'm writing the script at the moment, not right now, but since a while. And there are going to be a scoop of great creators on there. Like I don't want to drop any names yet, but you can definitely look forward to it.
Hype. Yeah, and I also want to say congratulations on the recent Baron von Munchausen theory, which absolutely goated video, and it got a lot of love in the community. And
oh yeah,
it's great to see you at 1,000, brother.
Yeah, that one got me to 1,000 actually. I was so surprised because I made that mega theory before that was like now a 20, which I put so much more work in. and I was hoping for this video to blow off, and then I was literally saying to Kusoland, not sure if he's listening but the day before I released the Munchausen video, I was like, man, whatever, like I don't have any ideas right now. I'm just gonna release this and see what's happening. And then this blows up for some reason, but the other one not. Weird,
Marth,
but okay.
Marth, big kudos on that because it's so funny. I have this series called like One Design, and I was looking into that movie as well for Van Auger research. So we're of one mind. That's a good call, bro. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely great. If you haven't yet, check it out. It's only 20 minutes or so. So yeah. Anyway, glad to be here.
Links in the chat and stuff. 3 days, throw them down.
Can I say, guys, we're halfway through the stream.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
God.
Whoa.
Living on a prayer.
Let's just
Okay. Yeah, we just hit hour 4.
Like the stream.
Cody, we can't you're quite quiet, I think. Like the green circle's going, but we can't kind of hear you. But yeah, okay, moving on. So right, let's talk about Egghead and surviving this whole break, the Void month, the Survivor. We've just survived 4 hours of streaming as well. There's a lot of survival going on. So what's happening next on Egghead? How are the Straw Hats getting off, on, up, or down? What's people's thoughts? I'll start with Dex, if that's cool. Dex, tell us what you think is going to happen towards the end of Egghead, and how everything's going to sort of split up.
Can I interject? Can we put up a poll? I want to poll if people think they're going to leave or stay and fight on Egghead.
I think Lucas isn't here.
I don't know
is
if
he?
Anybody who has access to the TLA account could put a poll up, though.
Oh, okay, cool. 1 sec. So Dex or Tree or whoever wants to answer, really, let us know. Tell the people
Whether
whether
leaving or staying on Egghead was a question.
Yeah. I mean, Paulie, you can go as well if you want. Like, no, not if they're leaving or staying. Is like how they're going to basically manage. How's Egghead going to close up? How are they going to manage to leave, or do you reckon they're going to stay and fight and win and just taunt around?
Other flame.
I
haven't given.
I don't know. I think maybe. I don't know. Never mind. I'll just try to get the question.
I mean, I can answer with what I would like to see more so than what I have like. But I would love to see something akin to the time skip again. Maybe not a time skip in that sense, but someone mentioned in the chat earlier that with Bonnie's power, it might be a possibility to age the crew up to their prime. I don't know if that's how I want to see it exactly, but it would be nice to see some development within the crew. There's still all of the Frankie and Vegapunk stuff I feel like is unsolved. I'd like to see what happens to the satellites now that the main body is dead. And also Punk Records, because if the Devil Fruit transfers to a new fruit, then what happens to the brain that it occupied before?
Yeah, I think Punk Records is definitely one of the biggest biggest features of Egghead moving forward. Like something's got to happen with it, man.
Yeah.
If we're just talking about general things we like to see in Egghead, one of the things I've thought about, and I think I've made a video on it, but I want to make another one on it. The world government should take the biggest L in history from this whole occasion, this whole ordeal here. And I think what's going to happen is that the Seraphim are going to get split up between various groups, with only perhaps the world government keeping hold to S-Bear and S-Shark, whereas the others are split up between maybe Cross Guild, because they're the S Flamingo, S Gecko, and S Crocodile are going to Empty Bluff Island. So I think they're going to lose all those Seraphim there, and the rest are probably going to go to Blackbeard, because you could see like S-Hawk fighting Blackbeard as a sort of audition for S-Hawk to be in the crew. And then he wanted Bonnie, not Bonnie, he wanted, oh my God, Hancock's power at Amazon Lily, so he can have a version of Hancock in S-Snake.
Hold that, pause.
Yeah, okay, so not way, but
I mean, there's also the whole will of all living beings, which we see in the seraphims, but also maybe more in the devil fruits. And I'm really hoping, since it was built up for such a long time, that Vegapunk was going to be the one to reveal what devil fruits were. I feel like we didn't really get a full explanation on that. So I'm hoping to see some more of that in the message he gives out to the whole world.
I like that because the majority of the world still believes that devil fruits don't exist.
Yeah,
that's so true.
Yeah. Also, if my idea of that Vegapunk was the mastermind this entire time, and he planned that all the Gores is gonna be there, he's gonna reveal to the world that the leaders of the world are devils themselves. Everything is gonna be revealed live. What's happening on Egghead?
I think I don't know, like before the introduction of Dorian Brogy into this arc, I didn't think that we were going to be leaving Egghead anytime soon. I was like I was hugely on the fact that I was like, no, I think we're going to get at least like 15 to 20, maybe even 25 more chapters. But now it seems like with this countdown, there is a bit more of a timetable that I feel like is to be expected or respected within like the narrative. And I don't know, like my main question is like, do you think that this countdown we're going to get like immediate payoff next chapter or within the next 3 chapters or so, or do you think this is going to be like, you know, on Namek when this is going to be like the longest 6 minutes we've ever experienced in manga history or something like that?
I mean, at the very least, it's going to be probably at least 1 chapter per minute, right? Probably even more than that, because we had basically 3 minutes pass like within the 1109, was it? Where like the chapter after the countdown was introduced, right? The thing is, though, I don't think the end of the countdown is going to be like the end of Egghead. Like, sure, the countdown itself is probably going to be like 5 or less chapters, but then Vegapunk's message itself is going to take at least 1, maybe even 2 chapters, right? And then after that, like, there's going to be like some big, you know, climax, right? Because that's going to be what pushes the Gorosei to, you know, once they're exposed to the world, like just kind of, I don't know, the way that I imagine Oda structuring it. That's when the big maybe fight between, you know, Luffy and Saturn's going to happen. I know that's a bit less likely now, just because of the way it's panned out. But I don't know. I feel like the Vegapunk's message is going to trigger some like the climax of the arc. And the way I personally see that going down is with the Mother Flame. I think there's a good possibility that the Gorosei, they summon the Mother Flame to Egghead, and that's like the big final kind of like, you know, we have to get away until the island gets destroyed. You know how like every arc basically has like the clock tower in Alabasta or the birdcage in Dressrosa. There's always some big thing that's going to destroy the island if the Straw Hats don't, you know, save the day in time. And I could definitely see, like, for multiple reasons, the Mother Flame being that. I just think that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Mother Flame coming to Egghead by the end of the arc. I will say, though, I do think it might be a possibility that we end up having the crew, the Straw Hats, not learning or hearing the message from Vegapunk because they'll be too busy escaping the whole situation.
Bro, if it gets off-screened and we gotta find this out in like an SBS in like 100 more chapters, like,
I mean, maybe not.
I agree with what he was saying because we can have the rest of the world find out what Vegapunk's telling them while not having the Straw Hats hear it because it's something that they will learn later on.
That's
That's
really
my thought
interesting.
too. They
I
will
think that
have to learn it through the world.
Yeah, to speak on the Mother Flame like being a thing that shows up, we do know that's one of the conditions that like specifically Cypherpole Zero had in coming to this island. They had to eliminate Vegapunks, secure the power source of the Mother Flame, and then like I don't remember what the third one was off the top of my head, but like that was one of the actual conditions as to why CP0 was even inbound in the first place. And to
I don't
learn
remember
about
that. Was that like at the very start when like chapter 1062 or what?
Yeah, it was when they were first getting to Egghead and the Straw Hats were still split up and goofing around and things like that. And then Cypher Pole was showing up, and Rob Lucci mentioned, or I think it was Stussy or Kaku who mentioned whenever they were still pulling up to the island that there are three main objectives to why Cypher Pole, i.e. the world government in general, is interjecting into Egghead right now. Is I think it was to figure out about the missing Cypher Pole agents, to eliminate Vegapunks, and to recover the power source for the Mother Flame. So if the Mother Flame does show up, that I think that has to be after they have, well, as far as it being like a something that is cataclysmic, is that would be after the power source is recovered. And so I think like that's like a part of the reason why they want York, and that's like an alternate win condition for the world government, is that York would be able to replicate the power source. So that means that like as long as they have York, they don't need to worry about the active power source. They would be able to recreate it. But if the Mother Flame is going to be something that actually has any impact, like actually physically at Egghead, I think they would need the active power source instead of having to wait for York to recreate said power source. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think Oda's been like intentionally vague with how the whole power source Mother Flame thing works. I mean, he hasn't actually even shown the Mother Flame yet, right? Like, I think he's being really vague with it, and I think he's doing that intentionally so that we can't immediately, like, from like where we are now, guess one way or the other. You know, could Oda use the Mother Flame on Egghead? Could he use it here or here or here? Like, what does he have to use York for? Like, how long? He wants it intentionally vague, I think, so that he can keep some amount of surprise when like the Mother Flame is used again and it's not, you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I can't remember any. Yeah.
Like a veil of ambiguity, then like it's gonna make it harder for us as like theorists, to, to speculate like any like or put too much weight on any one thing. And so I think that like he's probably gonna draw that out for as long as he can. But it's again on introducing this timeline, like with the whole 10-minute clock and something like that, that really puts like a little bit of a crunch on some of those like factors. So I mean, we should be getting that information sooner, like within 6 minutes in story, but we don't know how long that 6 minutes is actually going to take. And a lot of people seem to be thinking it's going to wrap up within the next 1 or 2 chapters, which would be really interesting. There's a lot of information that we'd have to unpack in such a short amount of time. That's why I'm thinking it's going to be a bit more drawn out.
Well, I agree. Like the reason I'm so like kind of dubious about anyone saying the arc's going to end in like 1 or 2 chapters, right? Is that's what's basically people have been saying since this arc began. Every single chapter of this arc, people have been saying this arc doesn't have any more than 10 chapters left. So I could easily see this arc going on for another like 15, 20 chapters, honestly.
I wouldn't be mad at that. And like, I don't know. It's just a lot of people, there's a lot of theories as far as like things that could also push the timeline even more. Like if like we see with before the most recent chapter, a lot of people were thinking that Dory and Brogy were about to be like, like they would not really make it off of this island. I think that's kind of still like a popular theory, is that we will see a bit of self-sacrificing. I think that for me, I think Kizaru is going to be somebody who self-sacrifices, so it's not like a proper defecting from the world government. It's like him in his last moment doing like, that guy ate pizza with Bonnie and did the Nika dance. Like, I don't know, it's part of it. Like, I've been on the Kizaru is a traitor agenda for a really long time, but I don't think he properly defects from the world government. I think that he self-sacrifices so that he doesn't have to live with the ramifications of what defecting from the world government entails, especially from such a powerful position. So I think that's something we might see coming up soon as well.
I like that.
I'm not gonna shut on that point. I just want to say, like, if there's gonna be one self-sacrifice this arc, like one big one, it's probably gonna be Kuma, right? Like that's the Occam's razor kind of thing. Him, because I've always imagined him like huge. Just like God Valley, just like Sabaudi, pouring everyone away to like escape them, and then like dying in the process, right?
Man, leave Kuma alone, please. That the poor guy has suffered.
He's gonna die, man.
He's already Listen, I think it's gonna end like this. The giant ship obviously doesn't have a coupe de burst, so Brogy and Dory they will be standing there at the edge just like a little garden, and they will do their thing and like propel the ship out of the danger zone, so to say, while staying behind and taking care of the rest. And therefore probably dying. You never know with Oda. And I also think that Neomads will march in there at some point because they still have some stuff to do with Vegapunk. And now that they heard about what's going on there,
like greedy fat folk. Sorry, go on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah. They definitely want to like get a piece of the cake, and it's especially weird because we have seen all the reactions of the other people, how they reacted to the news all across the world, but we have not seen a single one of the Neomads reacting to this. So I really think they will be putting up as well to bring all the actors there a little bit of more trouble.
Also,
Neomads I could see pulling up. Like everyone kind of, I guess, like overlooks them. But if one extra person is going to show up at the island rather, like Neomads is probably going to be it because they were the one that was set up in the cover story, and they're all to do with Vegapunk. And we know how the cover stories now are playing into what's going on in the actual chapters. So yeah, Neomads 100%.
Yeah. Also, if we are talking about prediction for EGGHEAD, what does everyone think is going to happen to the robot?
I have literally no idea.
Yeah, it's like one of the biggest like MacGuffins or like smoking guns that I just really have. Like that is such a curveball to me. Like I don't know if it could be so many things, and I know like one of the most cursed options is if the Vice Admiral Bluegrass with the ride fruit ends up, like I don't weaponizing that against raising straw hats or something.
I just had an
I don't know.
idea.
It could be a lot.
Or like
of
she
things.
tries to do that, and then the ancient robot overtakes her or something.
I just had an idea if I can real quick because I'm old and I forget real quick. What if the ancient giant was he had the task to guard the giant straw hat, right? And then for some reason it failed, and when it got reactivated 200 years ago, it remembered its mission and went all the way to Marie Joas to retrieve it, but then got ultimately stopped, and that's why it says like, "Sorry, I failed you, Joy Boy," because it failed to guard the giant straw hat.
I think with the fact that it's climbing up the red line 200 years ago, where did it come from? But what's below the red line is Fishman Island, and specifically with Joy Boy apologizing to Poseidon, it could be something that ties to Ryugu Kingdom, the ancient, like the Iron Giant, as well as Joy Boy, and so like that could be like a bit of a cycle of apologies, as like there were like a rock paper scissors type of diagram there. Before we get too far away from like Kizaru, I know Dill put in the chat that he wanted to spit on Kizaru.
Yeah, not literally, but figuratively, yeah, because we have an interaction that Luffy wasn't aware of, but it was when Luffy punched Kizaru away. He asked him, "Why do you want to kill Vegapunk?" And as Kizaru was flying away, when he finally stopped himself, he said, "It's not like I want to. I'm operating under orders, you see." And then flew back, and as he's flying back, he says, "Acceleration is power," and then hits Luffy to knock Luffy away, which was right before Kizaru popped into the I think it's the Labo phase. No, the top part where all of the Vegapunks and the Straw Hats were at.
Yeah, the Labo phase.
Luffy. Yeah, before Luffy came back and grabbed him. But that's an interaction that Kizaru had to himself as a self-reflection, but no other character was around him as he said it. He comes to this understanding of, I don't want to do this, but it's my job, and I'm carrying out the order. But in the inevitability that he gets stopped from completing that order, it's not going to be the end-all, be-all, because he still gets what he wants of Vegapunk being able to live.
Yeah, I think it also fits with like him and Kuma having such interwoven backstories, and Kuma knew that through sacrificing his autonomy, he had a very few last precious moments to be able to, basically help propel the Straw Hats out of danger and into the new world back in Sabaody and things like that. And like, I think that's why it seems similar to me that Kizaru would be somebody who self-sacrifices. Is because, like, again, he's somebody who is aware of what it means to defect from the world government and who might not want to live with those repercussions and with the consequences of said action. So it's like I've always been on, like, since like before Egghead, I was like I was definitely on the boat that Kizaru is a traitor, but now instead of like him actively choosing and switching sides, I think that it's just that he does self-sacrifice for the opposite side, which is there's a bit of a distinction there. But I think that the parallels that he has with Kuma and what Kuma did whenever his autonomy and his like livelihood was being removed from the world government, and the fact that they both tie into Vegapunk as well. I think that is like a main reason why I really do believe in the self-sacrificing, but I don't know if I believe that there need to be like a whole lot of people that self-sacrifice in this arc. I think that would be pretty impactful. And we also have to think about like what the newspapers what all that entails, and like what the egghead incident is because like if I'm correct, like obviously there are people who have already gotten word that Luffy is trying to apparently quote unquote kidnap Vegapunk, the world's greatest scientist, but that's not the egghead incident, because the egghead incident has been referred to in other like instances as like this is something that it hasn't hit the headlines yet and is going to hit the headlines in another day. And it was also called the Siege Barricade incident. And so I think that we still haven't seen like the biggest headlines that are coming out of Egghead yet. So what is going to be something that's a bigger deal than a Yonko taking the smartest man in the world hostage? It could be maybe the death of an admiral, or like the exposing of all 5 of the Gorosei or something like that. But whatever the truth of the world is, yeah, it's interesting.
I mean,
because like, we still haven't
lobby
seen
was
like,
a failure of a Buster Call.
No, it was
And that was
successful.
spread around.
Yeah, the Buster
it did
Buster Call
successfully
was
take out the island. Yeah.
Well, its main goal wasn't to destroy the island. That was not the Buster Call's goal on Enies Lobby.
I mean,
No, it
that's the
was.
goal of every Buster Call, is to destroy an island, is to remove it from
It's
the map.
to remove everything, which is the reason that they would call a Buster Call, is because there's a problem here. Taking out the island would eliminate everyone on the island.
Well,
Yeah, but it's
so
to
the first- the
remove an island
Ohara,
from the
by
map.
that
right?
metric. Yeah, by that metric, the O'Hara Buster Call was a failure too, because they know that Robin exists, and Robin is like, she has a bounty and she's known across. So by that metric, every Buster Call has failed so far. I think.
Well, also the
purpose of
O'Hara
the
Buster Call would be a failure because the island wasn't literally like gone, right? Like Lucia.
And the O'Hara Buster Call wasn't a failure because the information that they had was also saved.
Yeah, but the world doesn't like know that. But like, so I think that there's multiple interpretations that you could. But like, I don't think that that's
They do know
something
that
really
though,
shakes the.
because with Robin being alive, that's
Regardless.
still information being known from O'Hara.
Yeah, but regardless, I don't think that's something that's really gonna like make worldwide headlines bigger than like a Yonko taking the smartest dude on the planet hostage. I think that's
No,
like,
I wasn't saying that. I was just saying that we've had Buster Calls fail before. That was my
I
only point.
think our friend Dyer is going to make headlines with this wonderful intro, as he has been patiently waiting. Dyer, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? What got you into One Piece?
Oh, you're
we can hear you.
You're muted, bro.
Law. I saw a design of Law once, and I was like, "Oh, that guy's really cool. I have to watch this show until I reach Law." And that's like Marineford. So if you're not in by that point, what the hell are you even doing?
I mean, so that's a great segue. Then, do you like a lot of people are like with what's going on with like what we saw on Winter Island and Law versus the entire like half of the Blackbeard faction and things like that. Do you have any thoughts on what Law could be doing in the immediate future, or potentially to what he provides to the end game?
I still think like Law and Kid against Big Mom on Wano was foreshadow of their own end game, because they immediately got beat up right after. They're definitely still in the story. They had way too much setup to just be done that way. And if anything, I'm hoping for an alliance between the Hard Pirates and the Kid Pirates. As unlikely as it seems, I think it can work.
Yes.
Plus, we would get Beppo dressed up as a punk. So who doesn't want that?
Let's go.
But to be
Bro,
fair, like,
yes.
not trying to hate on that, right? But who do you think could they possibly fight? I don't think Blackbeard, because that's probably Luffy's thing, right? Neither Emu,
Field.
neither Shanks. Yeah, probably.
Why not Shanks?
Just God's Knights, like that's the default.
Wait,
right?
why are you discrediting all of those right out? Like Emu and Blackbeard, sure. Why not Shanks?
That because in my opinion that's also like Luffy's task, no?
No,
Luffy's fight
never,
plus
never,
Blackbeard.
no.
No,
Wait. I have a hard thing on Shanks. Luffy is definitely never the person beating Shanks. I don't even think Luffy will get the opportunity to re-see Shanks in person. One of the first goals Luffy ever got was to give the hat back to Shanks. The Straw Hat Pirate can never give back the hat to Shanks. Therefore, something in story
That's
has
why
to
he
prevent
dies.
them from doing exactly.
Blackbeard.
I think Blackbeard is the most likely because Luffy has no real direct grudge to Blackbeard. Like, yes, Ace was after it when he got cut and all that, but he has no direct grudge to Blackbeard. He just doesn't vibe with him. If Blackbeard kills if Blackbeard kills Shanks, then Luffy has a real reason to hate him. You took away one of my dreams to give back the hat.
Exactly. If Blackbeard kills Shanks in front of Luffy, if Luffy and Shanks, this is how I've always like seen it going, right? Luffy and Shanks fight, like Luffy said he wanted to do. He wanted to fight all four of the Yonko, and like just as Blackbeard always does, he comes in at the end, right? He sneaks up on the people he wants to take down, just like he did with Whitebeard, right? Kills Shanks, and then Luffy like gives back the hat to Shanks' dead body, and then Luffy and Blackbeard fight, right?
So something like that. I would see definitely going down somewhere like that. But yeah, Luffy definitely has to be aware of Blackbeard beating Shanks. That for me is just
interesting.
I mean,
I
if
agree,
there was
but-
a scene that I was just gonna jump in and say because it's a perfect segue to that is if you remember the scene of if there's a foreshadowing with the Kinemon scene and with the roof piece, Kinemon and all the scarabs who were taken down, they're all in the color of red all around them. If you remember, the whole animation was all red, so that could also be foreshadowing of Luffy just finding the Shanks' dead body. You know, same way as Kinemon.
I feel like it would need to be in front of Luffy.
It's not super One Piece to find a dead body to me. That's the one thing there.
But
unless it's Moria.
Before we
Yeah.
sidetrack, this was not what
my
this was
God.
about, right? It was more like that I don't see Kid and Law fighting.
Yeah.
Shanks.
I don't necessarily Shanks as their opponent. It could happen. Oda can always surprise us, but Kid and Law, like, there's a bunch of people. I could see them taking an admiral. I can see them taking
That's what I
one of
mean.
the
Like,
admiral.
I don't really see
A Kid Shanks
what they are-
rematch would be pretty cool.
Also, they could take back
Yeah.
Big Mom when she gets back up because that woman's ain't dead.
I think basically the God's Knights are like the kind of what Oda has to just wrap up every like pretty strong character who's fighting on the Straw Hat side, like Law and Kid, like Yamato, you know, all these kinds of people, right? God's Knights, you know, whatever. Just throw them to God's Knights. It's fine.
Law and
I'm
Kid
curious.
if Kid and Shanks had a rematch, then Kid's just gonna die.
On a different topic.
At this point, 1-on-1, yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah,
He'd actually just like his entire crew just die. Like Kid Trace is gonna be so annoyed with this guy. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna kill him now.
I want to toss it back at our boy SSJ Cody because homie came in hot and then said nothing when Blackbeard was brought up. Speak your piece, brother.
No, I have nothing to add. Everything I wanted to say has been said.
Ain't no way. You think Luffy
Bruh.
has no beef with Blackbeard?
I think it'll be very weird if Shanks and Luffy never meet, though. I will say that much at least. It does. I know it's kind of weird, right? You know, red hair Shanks. It's not Straw Hat Shanks, and then Straw Hat Luffy. He's not like, I guess, black hair Luffy. It's like,
hey,
their
they'd be the
adventures
monkey
are so
pirates
closely
otherwise.
related to.
that might sound a bit like meh, but I really think they're gonna meet, and Luffy wants to give him back the Straw Hat, and Shanks will be like, "No, you keep that," and then whatever can break.
That's what I
loose after
prefer,
this.
to be honest.
Isn't that too
But I
simple
really
though
think-
of a resolution? Like that doesn't fit with Luffy's
What
hard
if-
head. Shanks to just say no.
What if
and Luffy
Shanks
take
is?
it.
Yeah,
What if
I
Shanks is just
agree.
like, you're not a real pirate yet? You know, I said when you're a great pirate, you're not there yet. Like, what if he's still like pushing the goalpost and he just trolling Luffy?
Also, it doesn't always have to be like super complicated. I mean, Oda said like Luffy's not gonna beat Kaido with a big punch, but he still did it again. So
Oof.
I mean, yeah.
No, but yes.
Stinky.
I guess the implications that maybe Kaido's not beaten.
Yeah, he
But
didn't
I
die.
agree-
He didn't die. It's
Regarding that, what do you guys think of
Can we like do a
cover
poll on
story?
if people think Kaido's dead still?
I think
No.
the
They'll
new
show
cover
up in the
story
cover
is
story.
interesting.
I think it'd be interesting if they did, but I don't know. Like it, so we never really seen cover stories that tie in directly with like the chapters up until like up until the Jerema's emotionless excursion. And so if that's like the new standard and that's what we can expect, then that's interesting. Or this could just be something completely innocent that we're kind of just like reading too much into. But I do think that it's going to tie in with the war for Pluton. And it would be really interesting if we did like, but I don't know. It'd be weird if we got like Lafitte or like Blackbeard and then like Big Mom and Kaido in the cover story, and we don't like I don't know how I think that would really be received. And I know Oda doesn't really use that as a metric for like what he does with his story, like boarding and his world building. But I just don't know if like that's where I see him going with it entirely. I think that this could allude to that, but it would feel like a lot of that is just happening like off screen. And I mean, yes, the world does keep turning and like things happen outside of the scope of what the Straw Hats can interact with and be aware of and things like that. But I think that that specifically is a bit heavy for like us to just like, you know, see that off screen and not actually be able like have the Straw Hats be able to interact with it. I don't know. It's possible though. It is possible.
But it is what Oda did with the other cover story that we just had. Like Shanks, not Shanks, like Blackbeard's crew came in for like 2 chapters and then, or 3 chapters, and then they left, and then it went back to the normal story, right? So if Blackbeard is going to come to Wano, it'd probably be something similar, right? Where he takes what he needs to take, and then he goes, and then we go back to like there's a few like 5 chapters left of the original like Yamato's adventures on Wano, that whole thing, and that's when we get, you know, Kaido Big Mom's resolution or whatever.
Guys, I got it. There's 2 Straw Hats. Luffy can still meet Shanks.
Oh my goodness.
That's true. That's the actual Straw Hat that Shanks was telling him to give back. It's so that he eventually like finds the One Piece, goes to Marijua, wages the war, and then he gives back the big Straw Hat or whatever.
You know what? I don't hate that. If anything, I don't hate that if it's not Shanks.
Yeah, that's actually good.
It's hilarious. And
That's
Shanks
a
was
idea.
able to just walk right up into Marijua and be like, let's have a conversation about a pirate. Why wouldn't he just be able to grab it right then and there? I don't know. But you're right. I don't hate it, but there is a little bit of like oh my God. That's crazy.
God.
Yeah, he couldn't carry it with just one hand. He needs someone with 2 hands to
foul,
grab it
dude.
for him.
That's foul. Unbelievable.
Don't go there.
Disgusting.
Oh my goodness. We're getting into the spicy hours of the stream at this point. But no, I think it's really interesting. Like, and I asked you originally, Dyer, because you brought up Law. Like, I do think maybe not like just like solely like his matchups or anything like that, but like just the things that he can provide to the end of the story. Like, because there was the whole perpetual youth surgery that, you know, we were introduced to the concept of, and a lot of people are thinking that he might self-sacrifice so that Luffy could, but I think Luffy would be really mad at that.
Yes, he would.
But like, and we saw with Whitebeard or with Blackbeard that that's not even something that's like really on his like main itinerary. That was like a footnote. He's like, yeah, I'll take your fruit. I can make a lot of money off of it. But it's not like that. Like, he was going for Boa's fruit like it was something integral to his plotting. But he was in the face of the Ope Ope no Mi, what was referred to in Marineford or before, I think, as the ultimate devil fruit.
Yeah. I mean, if anything,
he only cared about it monetarily, you know?
If anything, though, the perpetual youth surgery was brought up by one guy that we kind of know he's going to be back in the story, right? Delphi.
Flamingo, yes,
sir.
Then you kept off the crossbreed.
He's gonna be 100% back. I agree. But
yeah,
like I don't want to. I noticed you like Law, like you mentioned it, Dyer. But aren't you guys sick of Law and Kid already? Man, Law was with the Straw Hats.
Listen, I like Law. Law has decreased in my popularity charts as I went through the story. I'm a Silver Israeli and Fisher Tiger guy at heart.
Yeah,
okay?
Let's go.
Like
oh my
personally,
goodness.
like I'm happy that they're out of the story for a bit. Like they can dwell on the ocean ground for a bit. If you ask me, like I don't want them dead,
Totally
but
agree.
I don't need them back right now. I've seen so much of them. I much rather want to have Gastino back, if you ask me, or
Oh my
Foxy.
goodness.
Yeah.
But seriously, like man, so much room action and Law. I mean, Kid putting out his huge guns and all that. fun stuff.
I don't want this to come
we'll
across
get
as
Law-
kid slander. But
Good.
I am content
Oh, it's kid
with
slander.
ending where useless. Oh no, useless.
Useless
Got him.
with slander.
Oh my god.
Useless left in mid.
Where Eustace
Oh my god.
kid is. I'm content where this is, where that has ended. I am not content with Law. Like they said when they made the when they teamed up, what's that word?
Alliance.
Luffy, yeah, the alliance. Luffy's like, that means we're friends. That's what that means. So like Luffy's gonna see that Law got bodied, and I feel like Luffy might do something about it, but I don't know when that payoff will come. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't
feel
think
like
that
there's more
Law
for Law.
is going to be. Yeah, I don't think that he's going to be immediately brought back into the story. So, like what you were saying, Marth, I totally agree. Is we do need a little bit more time to let the Straw Hats develop a little bit more, because we did get a lot of Law screen time for pretty much the entire New World so far. So, but I do think before the end of story, we will be getting a lot more significance for Law's character. As far as Kid, I agree with you, Tree. I don't know if I need anything more from him. There could be more from him, but I don't know if I need that. You know,
You
what I
don't
mean?
need it,
It's
but he's a
definitely
fan
possible.
favorite, and so I think Oda's still gonna go there.
Man,
Isn't
how
he like
Kid can
top
come back,
5
in my
like highest
opinion?
characters in
Yeah.
the Middle East? I think.
Remember that scene with when Luffy tried to poke a hole into Law, and Luffy stopped him with his feet? I want to see exactly that with Kid, like doing that to save one of the Straw Hats. Then Kid can come back, okay? But until he does
Oh
something
my
like
goodness.
this, no.
That's such a
I wanna-
weird condition to be met.
I want
It
to
has
bring
to
up
be
something
exactly
that
that.
Will
Someone
Fire
has to
put in the chat earlier.
has to wear high heels. It has to be like that.
But until
Oh,
then,
okay.
if it's 1-on-1 in the failing contest, always bet on useless Captain Mid.
Oh my goodness.
I want to bring up something that Will of Fire put in the chat earlier. He said the coins of the Davy Back fight foreshadowed Kid. Both are sitting at the bottom of the ocean.
That's why.
Law is going to make Luffy immortal, and then he's going to turn into the sun and never die. That's, guys, it all makes sense.
Like in
Luffy wouldn't be
Teletubbies.
happy with that. Like, oh my god. No, but like for real, Luffy would not be happy with that. Like, if we've seen like time and time again that like Luffy is not somebody who wants to be put on a pedestal or viewed as a hero or an idol or like I don't know. It's something that I remember Baby Pluton like over a month ago, whenever the Giants were first reintroduced and things like that. It's like, what if they bring up the fact that like, oh yeah, Luffy, you're the sun god, and Luffy's just like, I don't give a damn about that. Like, you know, like take your, you know, that's just like your agenda, bro. Like, that's not me. Like, that's just some dude. Like, and like, I feel like that speaks more to Luffy's like character arc than him actually becoming immortal. I think that like that would feel weird to me if he did actually get the perpetual youth surgery on him.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think the perpetual youth surgery could be used at this point to save someone much more like, I don't know, something happens to Bonnie. After everything Kuma did to keep her alive, they would... Because, again, I'm thinking like further down the line where everyone's at the same place. We're in a big war or something like that.
Yeah, I get you.
Also, like I mentioned Dofi before. I definitely think the Cross Guild could be like a third party messing up the plans for Emu beyond Luffy.
I think that Buggy beefs with Shanks. I think that's the biggest thing is Buggy beefs with Shanks, and we see Cross Guild versus Red Hair. We see Shanks's like greater Puddle Pirates crew like having to deal with like the previous warlords, and Buggy and Shanks have a straight one-on-one, and Buggy wins.
Yes,
but I don't think that that's where Shanks.
Buggy
I don't think that's
Shanks.
where Shanks dies.
Yes,
but yeah, no, I don't think that's where he dies. But I think Blackbeard will probably still be the person to do that. But I could absolutely see Buggy versus Shanks.
There are so
Buggy
many red
coming out on
flags
top.
for Buggy killing Shanks. So many. I swear, I've made a video on this.
Could you imagine?
It's gonna happen, guys.
Is Buggy
it's
Blackbeard?
It's gonna be an accident or not, but Buggy will kill Shanks.
No.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Devil
Right?
fruit. Buggy makes him eat 2.
Oh my
Yeah, I
goodness.
noticed the other day, like someone told me that, or I read somewhere that like
Usopp and Buggy have never met each other, right? And then I started thinking that's kind of weird, right? Because like Usopp's lies come true, and Luffy's imaginations come true, and Buggy, like his luck, sort of comes true. So I wonder if we'll see like a Buggy Usopp combo later on in the story, which will just blow minds. Personally, that'll blow my mind if them two like, because they've got these like deep powers, kind of like a few people were mentioned earlier about Bonnie, like with Distorted Future, she can change reality, and Buggy does seem to be on that level, you know. And I hate to admit it because I'm not a Buggy fan. I'm not a Buggy simp, let's say, but yeah, I think he's going to be there at the end, and he's strong.
I used to be of the opinion that we would get Gear 5 Luffy versus Buggy at some point on like a debut black fight or something. That was just hilarious.
That'd be mad. Yeah, that's crazy.
So,
I don't know what's gonna
who's had
happen,
more
but I
success,
thought
do
that
y'all
would be
think?
funny.
Usopp or Buggy? Who's been more successful?
Buggy, he's a
Oh,
young.
Buggy, definitely Buggy. Hold on. Let's talk about the fact that
failed
Buggy
upwards
has
to being
the
a Yonko.
highest bounty growth out of any pirate we've seen ever.
True.
It went from like 5 million to like 3.5 billion.
Yes,
Hold
the
up,
highest growth.
because pirates can start at 0
Blackbeard,
and they go
yeah,
up.
Yeah,
true.
Blackbeard didn't. He didn't
Zero
even
isn't
have
a
that
bounty,
bounty. So
Yeah,
Yes,
Blackbeard has
but
the
we did
biggest
get his
number.
first confirmed bounty, and his growth was not as stark as Buggy's.
Like you know how the guys who made Game of Thrones and ruined it at the end got hired after that to do a Star Wars thing? That's what Buggy does in the One Piece universe. He fails and goes to a higher thing.
Okay, to be fair, they were hired for Star Wars and they stopped caring about Game of Thrones, which is why it failed.
And then they got rid of they got fired from the Star Wars thing, and that never went through because Game of Thrones fucking flopped.
For which part of Star Wars did they get hired?
It
was gonna be some, like, new
the
show
ones that are
or
coming in the
something.
future. Yeah, not the ones we saw.
It was like 8 or 9, I think.
Damn.
I will say I
Last three
can't.
always sucked.
Oh, I can't wait to see what Alvida's bounty is.
Alvida.
she's a
What
young
was her
commander,
bounty originally?
bro.
Like
Okay,
5
guys,
million. 5 million. Not
It
5
was
million.
5 million. Yeah.
So we're talking about Alvida right now.
Yeah.
I mentioned
are.
this in my last stream, but now I have way more people in here to discuss this with. Pull up a picture of Alvida, pull up a picture of Shanks, and then tell me Oda didn't plan to be Alvida to be Shanks. I mean, Ace, sorry. And then tell me Oda didn't plan to be Alvida being Ace's mother.
Or Oda
say
does
that.
same face a lot.
Podcast.
Yeah.
Maybe she's Luffy's mom. Maybe.
Sounds like.
Have you ever seen Zoro with black hair? He looks like Ace too if you had freckles.
I'm still
No,
on that
come on, no,
agenda
do
that
this.
I
Alvida
will
was
say-
one of the warlords.
Maybe Zoro's Ace's mom. Never thought of that.
There's
Okay.
no
He
way
does have
Alvida was one of
he is the
warlords.
biggest chested person on the Straw Hats, so
Well, yeah.
you have a
That's
point.
crazy.
Except Frankie now. Frankie, I think, is bigger.
Jinbei.
I'm telling you, man.
That's
I think
crazy.
Alvida could have been the warlord that Ace beat. That he talked to
way.
Jinbei about. Like when they,
No,
when they
no,
showed,
come
oh my
on.
gosh,
Dude,
I forget the
no,
chapter,
no
but they
shot.
showed all of the warlords in order, and then Alvida was there amidst them for some
They
strange
showed
reason.
Alvida
What
because
chapter?
of
What?
the Kobe.
Sure.
It was whenever it was because of Kobe. It wasn't
Okay,
because of
sure,
It was,
like they were talking, but it's kind of sus that when they Oda explicitly showed us every warlord, and then held Alvida in the middle of all of them. Like it's still sus.
What chapter? Like, what is this? What do you mean?
Nah,
This
it's
was
all
when
fine.
Luffy was pulling up, or this was when Kuma was pulling up to Goa Kingdom in the Kuma flashback, and we got
Right.
word from from the Whitebeard pirates that Shanks or that Ace had apparently taken out one of the warlords while they were just bantering on their ship or something like that. But there's
true.
no way it's Alvida.
In the
Yeah,
Ace
yeah.
story, there was a weird guy who had to draft fruit before Kaku.
Yeah.
But that's non-canon though.
No, it's
No, it
by
is canon.
it's canon.
It's
Yeah,
canon.
it's completely canon.
I don't think it is.
No, it
It
is.
is. It's
No, it is,
true
right?
with
Yes.
Oda.
They are.
Yeah, the Ace novel. The Ace novel lost the stories or canon.
Oda came out and said that he confirms the canon of
Okay.
the Ace novel and the Law novel.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Also, I love the it's a poo post, but I like it that Kaido and Big Mom's child is Alvida. I love the idea. It doesn't make no sense. I love it though.
Yikes.
No.
Yikes, bro. That's oh my goodness. But no, I don't know. Like, I feel like if Big Mom and Kaido did have a child, it would have been like that would have been like what Katakuri was built up to be, but the ages don't line up whatsoever with that.
Yeah.
Because Katakuri would have Katakuri was already alive by time God Valley happened. So
Yeah.
and Kaido was like a little baby boy at that point in time. So yeah, that's a little weird. But that's kind of like what he felt like he was like set up to be. Like for me, but like, and she also does have kids who have like actual horns, right? Like which is really interesting. Like Galette, I think, who is her, by the way. Like she actually has like horns. Yeah, the Bato or whatever. Like, but she actually has like horns like an Oni. And like we've also seen like I don't know. Do you guys think there's more races other than just the Buccaneers that are going to be introduced like in the late game?
I mean, I used to think the ring dyes were their own race, but I'm not so sure on that anymore because it used to be that like that was the third race that Big Mom didn't have, but then we got confirmed. Basically, I mean, it's not confirmed, but we're pretty sure now that that's the Buccaneers, right? But I don't know. It could still be a thing. Whatever.
I mean, Buccaneers are just
Buccaneers is
human
just a hybrid. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just giant and human hybrids.
Exactly. So there are as many races as there are combinations of races, right? So we
Yeah.
have like the cool Yeti brothers, who's probably a mink giant. We also have the Oni that are probably like giants
Yeah.
with ancient giants. You know, I actually think they're two different races. So yeah.
Well, do you all remember the Wotans from Davy Back, right? The half giant, half fishman.
Fishman and giant. Yeah.
And then you have the sky people that could be human and Lunarian hybrids.
I
Yeah,
found
maybe.
the chapter.
Tori
It was chapter
Mori.
1100, by the way, and I just posted the manga panels. Like, don't know why Alvida was put in the middle of there after the announcement of the 7 warlords in the newspaper.
Because
Why she
it's
cares?
mom.
She's one of the OGs. That's why.
Man, she was Roger's side chick.
Maybe it's just because
God.
Kobe feared her as if she was a warlord.
No, but also don't forget when Luffy met Kobe, we got an exact how long he's been with Alvida. So it also gives around what time is in the story, because Ace was
it's
already
like-
gone for like 3 years prior to that.
Alvida asking like, "Oh, are they stronger than me?" Like it's like she got beaten and she's looking for validation from her crew that she's still strong. And then the next panel, immediately on the next page, is Ace going, "Oh wow, they already found a replacement. Nice." Like, I just think it's sus.
Well, yeah, you could read that as like Alvida eventually working for Buggy and then Buggy being a warlord later, but who knows?
And it's just a way of them showing you how far the story has come. Like, I think like, it's just a narrative like ploy. And like, we were introduced to these like figureheads that are supposed to be like, like the warlords were set up before we ever knew anything about emperors to be like what we thought the ceiling was. And, Alvida was the first opposition. Alvida was somebody who believed that she was the strongest in the East Blue, and she absolutely wasn't. And the East Blue being confirmed to be, not confirmed, but speculated to be the weakest sea by Shiki and stuff like that. Like, it shows us how far we've come, as well as reminds us that Kobe is still like a prominent figure in the story. Because it ties to Buggy, it ties to Kobe, and it ties to Luffy's first major adversary, like in the story.
And if it was also Ace's first adversary, and she was a warlord, which would fit with everything, then it's another parallel between Ace's and Luffy's journey, where Luffy is always like one spot behind Ace, essentially.
I mean, Ace is already Fire Fist Ace at this point in his career, and Alvida literally didn't even know Devil Fruits actually existed whenever she fought Luffy. So that's enough evidence there for me to say that it's not Alvida.
Yeah. And like even the thing is that we know Buggy is an example of not all Shishibukai are weak, but Buggy had like an entire armada of people, so it made sense why he became a Shishibukai. Even in when we met her, there's nothing that proves to her that there was something off about her as a pirate, defeated by just a rookie, and then suddenly she has to team up with Buggy and stuff like that. So it doesn't fit the Shishibukai that you'd be expecting from someone.
Sure, I still think it's reductive to just pass it off, though.
But I
will
wanted
say
to
it's
shout out
weird.
to Tori Mori, the W helmsman of the Scarlet Pirates. We've got a goat who entered in. I don't know if you're able to speak, but if so, say what's up to the chat.
For sure, for sure. Thanks for having me on today, guys. I had to take care of some business or I would have been on earlier. Don't want to interrupt the flow because y'all have been cooking all day and I just want to jump in where it happens. But yeah, love what I've been hearing so far and thanks again for having me, for real.
I love you, Tori Mori.
Love you too, Cody. Love you all. Keep spitting. Don't let me stop the momentum.
Only if you say please, I will spit.
No, peace, man.
Bro.
No, please.
Oh my
do it.
God.
Oh, Josh said please. Open up.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Cody came here on some demon time today, y'all.
Well, speaking of
But no.
demons, which of your Oni races is the favorite to see from the story so far, including like the yokai centric devil fruits I think we've seen in Wano? What is everyone's favorite?
What do you mean by Oni
I
races?
don't know. Like races with horns?
Yeah, sure.
Before you guys get into this, I gotta go now. Catch you all later.
Hey.
See you later.
I'll miss
Yeah,
you.
take it easy, brother.
Bye. Take care.
We're good having you on.
I see ya.
But I think that like what I'm most curious about is seeing like what's going on with the whole vampire situation, like, and if that has anything to tie into that, because it's like such a loose end. You know what I mean?
Oh, what
I
you
don't
mean
know
like
if that's
Stussy?
really- so Stussy, and then like the Lelucia Kingdom was
Lelucia,
like
yeah.
they had a lot of references to vampires. And then like like we know that Magellan just shaped his hair like that, and he just wore wings because he's a pro cosplayer. But Hannibal actually did have like horns and things, and like we see like Galette, who also kind of gives off of those like kind of like vampire vibes, and like what exactly that all entails, because we just got that in the cover story. Like, and if Neomads is going to be able to add more context to that, I think that would be cool. And it like we were just talking about hybrids, and if potentially that the vampire race could be like a hybrid between like Oni and Lunarian or something, because like wings and horns, like I think that'd be interesting.
I mean, I think Stussy's probably just a devil fruit, some kind of like mythical bat vampire, whatever. And then like King Seki and the Lelucia people, that could just be like a stylistic thing, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of those people that have horns connect back to Onis. That's the main thing that difference that makes the difference. You have so many people with horns in the story. If most of them are in Wano.
Sorry, I'm typing in the chat right now. But I mean, like, I just think that there's more to like the whole vampire thing, like because like it mentioned that Stussy was like the first successful clone, and then it shows us Caesar, who has been attempting to recreate devil fruits and things like that, holding a devil fruit with like bat wings. So yes, we can assume that that's like part of it as well. But I think that like where would they have gotten, like, is that like a man-made devil fruit, like a recreation of some sort? And like I think there's a lot more there that Oda left open-ended, and I'm really interested to see like what's going on with like the OG Buckingham Stussy, and also just with like Stussy herself, and if there's any significance to like actual vampires in One Piece. You know what I mean?
I definitely think
Roger's
like
case, but what if she's a succubus? We get some succubusy from Stussy.
Oh no!
To carry on what you were saying, we do have the Kingdom of Lelucia, which has King Seki, and he does have vampire fangs.
King Sucky, yeah, exactly, $10.
Oh my
No, but for real, like, it is weird. Obviously, we have this whole thing with Shaki, that's like 60 something, and she looks young, man. I was gonna say she looks fire, but that'd be inappropriate. Yeah, she looks a lot younger than her years. Like Rayleigh has these kind of like ties to Mihawk, and Mihawk he's got all these crosses and all this like weird vampiric stuff going on.
It's
And lives in, like,
literally named Dracula.
Okay, I have just one topic on that note, okay? Everybody talks about young Big Mom and stuff, but nobody talks about young Dadan because she looks sexy as well.
Dude, all the youngs look sexy. Let's get it straight.
Thank you for bringing that one up. Yeah, it's true.
Oh my goodness.
I swear, like Dadan isn't even like she's a part of like a strange organization, right? What's it called?
Mountain
They're
Bandits.
just mountain bandits. She's like the regional criminal boss. Like that's all.
It's
Yeah,
like
look,
it's like
she was
Venom's
Higgum's
boss. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like literally, Mihawk's name is Dracul Mihawk, which could have ties to the original like inspiration for Dracula, which was Vlad the Impaler, and like there was like the whole Shikaru kingdom, like Muggy Island or whatever, where Perona and Zoro were sent during the time skip that had like those kind of like Transylvanian vibes and things like that. There was all of the Lucia kingdom. There is like a lot of the themings that you see from some of the individuals in Impel Down as well. And I think that it could be pretty even like Lunarians kind of like as it like just at face value kind of seem like you see like whenever we first got the face reveal for Albert or King, dude kind of gave you like those like that whole like vampire Lestat kind of aesthetic with like the wings and like this like really like
You can say Sephiroth.
Chadly looking dude.
More like
a really Chadly looking dude, you know, like who, you know, we don't know. I mean,
I
King's
want to
Chad,
tattooed
right?
King's face.
Yeah, he's literally a fallen angel, like the wings and the dark skin.
I have a
more than the vampire.
It's super thematic as well because obviously like we were talking earlier about Emu and Lily and like the whole body snatching stuff. So rather than body snatching, it could be like some succubus stuff, like Cody was saying. She might have sucked Lily's bus, you know.
Oh my
No.
god! Why?
Also,
Brother, that was
what
a
has anyone
5-hour
got any
build-up
thoughts?
to
On,
that.
has anyone got any thoughts on the younger brother? Because I never hear anyone.
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yep.
What young brother?
So it's
yeah,
too much to explain here, but I
Lily's.
reckon that guy is going to be the dragon that Ryuma slew. I'm not going to say it like anymore because it sounds like way too insane, but I've got a video on it.
That's wild.
Lily's younger brother is the dragon that
they're
Ryuma
referring
slayed. Okay, I'll bear it
to
in mind.
yeah, they're referring to Lily's younger brother, like before her like great.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. From back then. Yeah. The guy that
From Alabasta,
yeah,
like
yeah.
from the first
Shout
20.
out to
Yeah.
Gold Roger.
So I have a question here. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but in a shonen, right, the power levels are introduced progressively, and normally it goes towards the top of your big bad guy. But we've just been introduced to the Gorosei and some of their power level, but we still haven't seen the Holy Knights in action whatsoever. Does that mean that the guards of the Gorosei are stronger than the Gorosei themselves, if we go by shonen logic?
Nah. Because like we saw Lucci and Kaku before we saw like Jabra and stuff, but Jabra's not stronger.
They're
and there's probably, like, a lot
they're
of
still the
examples like that.
same. They're still the same level of things, though.
Also, we have seen Garling, you know.
Yeah, we saw Garland. We didn't see him do shit though. Like I saw
And he
Big Mom a long
Yeah, we
time
haven't seen
ago. It
Dragon
took
do
me a long
shit.
time to see her do
family.
something.
I feel like this
We
gets a
don't
pass
know-
because of the situation. Like this seems like
Yeah,
a
we don't
coda.
know if
Uh-oh.
Garling. We didn't even see really Garling in action at God Valley, and he was actually a God Knight at that point in time. We just know that he was a celestial dragon, and because of him becoming the champion at that competition, he ended up being the leader of the God Knights. But we don't know if he was actually currently a God Knight in that 38 years back flashback. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but still, it's
And we
still
didn't even see him really do anything.
Yeah, but to me, it still leaves the God Knights as a whole ass entity right here that we have not seen in action, but we've just been shown what the Gorosei do. How do you make their introduction and their implication impactful if they're not as strong?
I think
You're talking about
Gorosei
it
that we're
shown in here.
seeing. Yeah, I think that the Gorosei that we're seeing right now, this is not the full extent of what they're capable of. Because if so, I truly don't believe that this is the full extent of the Gorosei's power. I think that to refer to Magic the Gathering a little bit. This is like, you know, the Eldrazi that are only able to show a fraction of their actual, like, you know, power on like one plane of existence. Like if the Gorosei are not fully exerting themselves for, like, I don't know, but that's like something that I think, and I don't know really where I base it on, other than the fact that, like you said, narratively, it would feel really weird if this was like what the end game was, and we were seeing
There's definitely more
anything to show
ceilings to
up.
be crushed. Yeah, I think
Anything
at
that
least.
shows up after this would feel a little bit less impactful, because we've already seen where the ceiling is, and that's like
That's what I
a
mean.
concern
Yeah.
I had about a strong character like Kaido as well. Is like they mentioned, like, you know, like one-on-one always bet on Kaido. Okay, well now we have God's Knights, now we have Gorosei. We see that, you know, admirals like Kizaru were able to go and take on Kaido and Big Mom solo and things like that. So it's like when you introduce a strong character like that, narratively, you have to understand what that does to all future encounters. And I think that there's no way that this is everything that we can expect from the Gorosei.
I mean, I'm thinking it's probably going to be that. Yeah, we're just seeing a portion of what they are, but it would be narratively interesting to kind of flip the thing where like the bodyguards are stronger than the guys in question. It's not something we would have seen really in Shonen.
Yeah, I agree. It is weird that like we haven't seen their reveals except for one, and that this one dude is connected to like the strongest Chad in the story, or one of the strongest Chads in the story living, which is Shanks. So I agree that they're hard body. It does also make me question, like, the more we go down this road each week with the chapters, I just don't get how Blackbeard is supposed to be strong enough.
Yep. Well, Blackbeard has a reasoning built in, right? It's always that we don't get how he does what he does, but he always has that answer. Always has the plan. That fits in his gimmick.
Yeah, he's a gimmicky kind of guy as well. Like, so it wouldn't surprise me if we saw him do some sort of like twist on the trope or something and end up with some next level power or something. Because, I mean, one thing as well that we end up talking about every stream is like Oda has been doing this for so long. Other stories like Attack on Titan, stuff like that, might have used some of the ideas. So, like, I won't go into detail for spoiler reasons, but the rumbling, that might have been something that Oda would have included and maybe doesn't anymore. And I see that with like Edo Tensei and Naruto and like Blackbeard. There's a lot of ways that Oda could like just, you know, ass pull something out. But it'll be interesting to see how he does do this whole fate thing and how he can compete with Emu, because it's mad.
I think it's kind of crazy at this point to think that Blackbeard's the final villain. I'm not going to lie. Like, with what we've seen out of the Gorosei, and they're not even like the strongest. We've still got Emu left to go, the God's Knights, like old Shanks pretty much, and Garling. It's too much at this point. For Blackbeard and his crew of guys who are taking L's from like fucking, you know, Shachi and Penguin and shit. It's like... The power scaling.
That's kind of why I was saying earlier that I think like the cross guild's gonna have an implication at the end. I don't think we're going towards a war where it's one side against the other. It's probably gonna be like a 4 or 5 sided war.
Though I will
Blackbeard
say,
just comes earlier, you know.
I think it comes more clear that Blackbeard gathers these devil fruits for a purpose, and to have an enemy for someone who can imagine everything would be perfect. To have someone who has all the powers in one person. So I think that Blackbeard as the final villain with all the powers of his crew, essentially, he just turns back on them, gets all their powers. How he did it, I don't know, but that would be a powerful move to have a worthy opponent for someone who can imagine everything. And that's my...
I completely
agenda.
agree with the attacking his own crew thing. Like, I think that is inevitable.
Also, like,
so the thing about Blackbeard is he's somebody who has like, if you look at like Devil Fruit being able to be like, for the longest point in the story, I was talking about it earlier, Logias were built up to be like the power ceiling that we were going to have to like try to get to, and then we realized that, you know, like to a certain degree, once you have hockey and things like that, Logias really aren't shit. And it comes to a lot more than that, and there's more nuance. But like Devil Fruits being something that he has fixated on, I think that it would be interesting if that was his blind spot, and that it would be if he's somebody who expects to be able to usurp the top of the world, like to be able to interject himself into like positions much greater than he should be, because he can remove these devil fruit powers that he believes are keeping the world at bay or like oppressing the world and things like that, because he has that built-in power because of that. It's also, I think it'd be interesting if he was like a pawn who was being like, there's a reason why, and when somebody brought this up earlier in the stream as well, there's a reason why Emu hasn't just like straight up tried to like remove, like there was a picture of him just along with like Luffy and Vivi and other individuals, but like why would Emu not just actively try to take him out right away? It's just maybe because Emu is like trying to accomplish some sort of goal through Blackbeard. And if he is a pawn, but he ends up being a pawn who overcomes that status as a pawn through some sort of like galaxy braining in the end, and he's able to outsmart, you know, even like the most powerful beings in the world, and use just his cunning and conniving status to get to a point where he can become the end game villain. I don't think he's currently set up to be it, but I think he could be somebody who reaches that height.
So
You know, but there's still
especially,
steps
yeah.
before we get there.
So especially after film Red, you see that clearly, that if the power is too big, even the Marines and nobody from the Marines can do anything about it. And the Gorosei, they just say, okay, good, we can't do anything about it. And I think with the symbolism on the, how was the big bad monster called?
Musica?
Yeah, Toad Musica. Thank you. But yeah, I think with the symbolism on that and stuff, like getting people's dreams, and uh, I think the theme fits, and I think the whole feeling of having a so big threat that nobody can do something about it, and just the person that can do everything can do something at least. That is the feeling that I got from the movie, and yeah. But yeah, I agree. It right now it looks like more like he's the kind of guy that just wants to have a private island and can do what he wants. But we all know that he has greater plans, and
So, sorry.
yeah. No,
keep going. Sorry, I thought you were done. Keep going.
yeah, I think I'm done. Yeah.
Sorry. I was gonna say, like, one thing about Blackbeard is that he's not actually there yet, right? Like, he's not a complete villain because he still needs to get more devil fruits in order to sort of combine them potentially. And that's something I feel like a lot of the community is forgetting, that Blackbeard is an anomaly because we don't have any other characters in the story that can combine two devil fruits and create some sort of a chemical reaction between them, right? So
Yeah,
that's what we might see. We might even see, like, for example, Einstein's E equals mc squared. He might be able to actually control the flow of time, in which case he would be completely OP, right?
Let's go.
I mean, in all intents and purposes, Blackbeard. If One Piece was an anti-hero story, we would be following Blackbeard and rooting for him.
Yeah, and I think that like this refers back to like the tipping point that I was mentioning earlier, is that like Blackbeard was somebody who contextually, like as an idea, as a entity that wasn't fully fleshed out yet, he was first mentioned as in Drum Kingdom, because Ace was previously there hunting down. So Blackbeard was in Drum Kingdom. That was before the tipping point, which is like partway into Alabasta. And so it has to have some sort of relevance to the end game. And you also really think about like, and this is like kind of getting a little bit headcanon-y, but I do really believe that Oda likes to sprinkle in bits of like the actual story into non-canon things, like certain filler and certain movies and even video games. Like
Movies
there's
are
a video
blueprints,
game.
yeah.
Yeah, it's breadcrumb trails, it's litmus tests where he can kind of see how these things are received by the audience before actually like putting them out into the canon. And I think that like there's specifically a video game that came out only in Japan for the Game Boy Advanced that refers to being called the Shushibaruba. And so if you haven't heard of the I think it's called like the Secret of the Nanatsu Islands, it's like a video game. It was in the middle of Drum Kingdom like era. So Chopper. Yeah, Chopper wasn't even technically like a proper member of the Straw Hats at this point in time, and like they hadn't even really like heard about like Miss All Sunday or anything like that. But the Shushibaruba is an entity that is it's incomplete. It's referred to as a weapon that was built by an ancient society, and touching it renders all devil fruit users immobile, and it like can actually eat devil fruit users and steal their powers. And it is an incomplete like metal like golden octopus that only has 3 arms because it is not at its final form yet, you know. And so like we know like the parallels between Blackbeard and the number 3, and like, you know, everyone speculated about like krakens or octopi. Like I think Threevil put that theory out a long time ago, and like I really do like that as well. And like the fact that like, you know, people have never seen him sleep, and octopi can sleep with their eyes open and things like that. But like the Shushibaruba seems like it was a litmus test for like the end game of what Blackbeard could be capable of, and like that could be how he is assimilating multiple devil fruit powers, and like how he like, I'm not saying it's exactly this Shushibaruba, but like it's like a concept that Oda, you know, kind of like dangled out there in front of the masses a long time ago to solely a Japanese audience. It was never released in America.
That's totally
But
fine.
this was right. Yeah, this is right at the exact same point in time that Blackbeard was named as a character in Drum Kingdom. That's when this was released. So I think that there's a huge significance to what he could culminate to in the end game, but he's not quite there yet.
Here's something that no one wants to see. What if, right, we get fusion between Luffy and Blackbeard? Because
what?
Walpole is the king of the Black Drum Kingdom, right? So Blackbeard drums of liberation. Walpole is the one that combines Luffy and Blackbeard and creates a single warrior that defeats Emu. Completely unhinged.
I mean, that
I
Black
love
Kingdom
you,
reference,
Kuzuma.
that Black Kingdom reference
I'm
is
still
spicy, man.
waiting for this type of. I mean, we saw that amazing power of Vapo fusing 2 people, and that's essentially the one of the
So
greatest
the
things
sun, moon,
of Dragon
and the
Ball. So,
exactly,
yeah.
and the sun god and the moon god combining together to defeat
like-
this like mega god. How that would
Yeah,
be epic, right?
it's like Luffy.
I don't want to
like,
see it, but it'll
okay,
be epic.
Yeah, it's like Luffy would be saying, we can't beat that guy. How could we manage that? And then okay, we met that one guy, you remember, that confused people that meet him, and yeah, like stuff like that.
Like an
I mean,
eclipse of
Wapple has
sorts.
come back into the oh god. Wapple
Wapple
has come
never
back
left.
into the fold. Yeah, he is currently
In a big
important
way.
in the story.
In a
Yeah,
huge
right
way.
now.
And he was always there through cover stories. Wapple was never intended to be dropped. So
And like
Wapple
Frankie's
saw
entire
Emu.
design is Wapple
Wapple
metal
saw
now,
Emu.
so-
It cannot be overstated. Wapple saw Emu through a peephole in Marie's
Exactly.
life.
So
Yes.
Let's go.
And it would be
Glory
so
of
goated if the
Marie's
biggest mouth in the world reveals the biggest secret in the world. I just want to get that out. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's
Like, how crazy
actually
would it be?
kinda
Luffy and
fire.
Blackbeard are just like down on the ground. You know, they're getting kicked, their asses absolutely handed to them by Emu. And Walpole like comes in, just bites both of them, eats them, and then regurgitates them, and like there's just a
And I mean,
single warrior.
we even saw Emu devour an attack from Sabo. Like, is that like a reference? Like, I don't know. Like,
I'm so confused
This
right
is
now.
wild.
Yo, Kuso,
What
did you
happens if
steal
And
my
after that, they
personality or
are
what's
the
going on?
the straw hat beard pirates, or the black straw hat beard pirates.
That's cursed.
Oh my goodness.
I'm
I
sorry.
will take you down, Straw Hat. No, we must work together, Blackbeard. We'll become Strawbeard.
Dun, 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 dun,
I mean,
dun,
it might look like Hold'em, where like Luffy's on the top and like Blackbeard's the crotch or something.
Oh, that's
Well,
so
so
cursed.
what
That
I
is
was
so
thinking was
cursed.
Luffy would be on the belt because the lion was acting like a sunflower, like we have on the figurehead for the Thousand Sunny.
Let's
So
go.
Luffy
It's
would
happening.
be the
This is
sun
happening.
lion on
I
Blackbeard's
hate
stomach.
that I love this.
Yeah,
Now I
you have
wa-
to.
I mean?
Also,
Now I
you
just
have
want a
to-
gif of them doing the
Piece right
fusion
here.
dance.
you have to add Bucky to the mix. Like, you have to. He's one of the other gods.
The
It's
red
the
nose.
pirate docking technique. They're gonna
No.
all the Yonko are gonna
Oh
combine
my
to
God.
Voltron against all of the. Yeah.
But
Power
no,
Ranger piece is
Pirate
real. I'm
Bounce.
telling you.
5 hours into
Voltron would
stream, and it
only
always
have
comes
one
down
arm.
to
One
pirate
Piece is
docking.
real.
Yeah, the One Piece
Oh,
is real, Dev.
In case y'all weren't here for it, I'll say it again. I said that the Gorosei, we have their like 5 elders, and then their transformations are their Zords, and they're gonna combine into a giant Megazord, and Luffy's gonna grow really big like the Green Ranger before he got his Dinozord or his Dragon Zord, and then they're gonna fight.
What
love
if you?
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So good.
if you have 4 or 5 gods, what if you combine them?
Yeah, let's go Usopp into the mix. Like,
Let's
go.
Josh talks about Chopper, and how each one of Chopper's points ties to a different one of the ancient races, right?
Yeah, basically Chopper is the forest god.
And so well there you go. Yeah, Chopper's like all of them in one. You know what I mean? It's interesting. Andy's a Hito, and everyone knows now the Hitos are the dons. You know what I mean?
Do you guys think the Gorosei are like an extension of Emu, and they're not even like real?
I think there's a good
Gorosei
chance.
or original.
So we know
that they're satellites, right?
We know that
Like
the
Vagabond?
power of
Yeah, that's what I was going to
Davy
say.
Jones.
They introduced the satellites.
We know that Davy Jones has something to do with the devil fruits because Davy Jones locker and stuff, right? And the sea. So even if it's not the same concept as devil fruits, it could be a similar concept of giving off power to someone. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be like once Emu gives you power, you have to forfeit your life for Emu.
Contract sort of thing.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
like-
sort of
Emu's the head
Faustian
of
deal.
everything else.
Yeah, it's
Emu's the
like
head
in
of the
Bleach.
Megazord.
You have.
Oh, what with that
Rita
like crown
Repulsa.
there, spiked, point at the end. Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, man. And obviously, Chopper was found on drum. The Hito he ate on drum. Blackbeard went to drum. We don't know what he was looking for. I'm personally guessing the Hito or something along them lines. Couldn't find it because the island was frozen. You can't Will is inherit Will and Soul is kept low level when it's cold, with the Straw Hat and Marijois and stuff.
I think he was
Preserved
looking
rather
for
than.
Hero.
I personally think Blackbeard was looking for
Also-
the top half of Drum Island.
Drum Islands, Drums of Liberation.
I think he was
Yeah,
looking for
that's
Hero
right.
because Hero Look's a Rocks pirate and Blackbeard's gone on this kind of trend of eliminating the former Rocks pirates, like with Whitebeard, like with Wang Zhi at Full of Lead, and some others as well.
I think he
Interesting.
was looking for Hero Look because, in my opinion, Hero Look was hanging out with Roger and Clover at some point, and he probably wanted to extract information from him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
You guys
maybe he
think
was
Hero
looking for
Luke,
Hero Look for Rock's information
But
because
didn't he said
You guys think
he
Hero
looked
Luke
for
could
a
have been
mushroom?
from?
Nah. That wasn't. Nah.
The reason
Hero
why I
Look,
say that is because when Hero Look gives his speech, right, and he says you think when does a person die? You think it dies when you get shot by a gun or you drink the poisonous soup or you're ill. And I really think when he says when you get shot by a gun, he was referring to Clover, and when he says or you're incurable, he was referring to Roger, and he was only referring to himself about drinking the poisonous soup. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And his
I
speech
agree. I
also
think
did refer to the three types of hockey. He's like pirates are people who can split the skies and people who have the eyes of eagles and so here
Well,
Luke
famous
probably
pirate.
did know
the three types,
a
including
lot more.
Conquerors, which to me suggests he was there. He was at God Valley, or he was around there, and the cure that he
I
discovered.
think he's from God
was
Valley. I
Vex,
honestly think he's from
martyrdom.
God Valley.
Yeah, that's a
Well,
fair
the
point.
Vivre
Might
card
actually
says he's
be-
from Drum, but I mean, I think he was at God
No.
Valley from being a Rocks pirate.
No, he had,
No,
he
no,
had
Drum Kingdom doesn't
specifically
exist
gone
anymore.
to Drum Kingdom in search of Sakura petals and things like that. He was from the West. It
He
says
went
it
to the
in-
West.
I believe.
Went to the
But
West.
the
Yeah.
Vivre card said he was born
Oh,
in
okay.
Drum.
Well, then
And
I
when
think he went to God Valley because
Yeah,
it
I mean, I
specifically
agree.
states that the reason they call it God Valley was because they had such plentiful resources.
Yeah,
And that's whenever it was
He was a
explaining
thief.
why the Gorosei wanted to or the celestial dragons wanted to have their cleansing there.
Yeah. But yeah,
And when
Marth,
you
I
think
completely
about it,
agree that he's referring to Clover.
Yeah.
And yeah.
He was living in the middle of nowhere. He had this weird cave in some cliff, somewhere in the forest. Why would he do that? I mean, you could say probably because he was a quack and people hated him, but I don't think that was the reason. He was definitely hiding, in my opinion.
So the wiki says Hero Look is from Drum Island, got an illness,
Yeah.
saw the cherry trees in the west, and went back.
Yeah, information from Vivre cards could be overwritten in the main story.
I mean, it doesn't, just because it says he's from Drum Island doesn't exclude that he traveled with Roger or
Yeah, he
Clover
had a
and
life. He had a life. He
Yeah,
could get
yeah,
the
yeah.
Lucia, yeah.
And I think it's interesting because he was also speaking of a cure-all, like a panacea type of thing, that there was apparently like a legend of a mushroom that could cure all diseases. And if he was specifically looking for that, so that he can, you know, prevent what happened to Roger from ever happening again or something like that, if like that was something that impacted him and his dream.
I reckon it was Django's mushroom. I reckon Django's
No.
chin was what he was referring
No,
to.
I think it was Chopper's
I don't.
mushroom, the Hito, which was also
Yeah.
what I believe Blackbeard was on Drum Island searching for, was the Hito, which would have been the name that he was given for the mythical model Nika fruit.
He becomes a
But he
panacea
was just
himself
looking
by
for-
becoming the doctor that can cure all. I like that.
He thought that the Hito was on Drum was the mythical model Nika, because the only name that would still be attached to it is the Gum Gum fruit or just the Hito no Mi.
Yeah.
To add to that, I think it's interesting to think that like so if you look at how similar and I brought this up in previous streams as well, but if anybody has anything to add to it, please, because it's like it's really curious to me how similar the Yami and the Hito mythical model Nika look, or the Gomu look. They look extremely similar. So what if Blackbeard was originally looking for the sun god fruit and ended up getting mistakenly the Yami fruit instead? So it would make sense that he was going to, I don't know, it's interesting to think about. And like if there was like a mix up between the two, because we know that he had seen an image of it and he knew what it looked like, but we never got confirmation that he was specifically looking for like that fruit by name. We knew he was looking for it by picture.
Yeah,
So
I got a couple of
Coffee
questions.
had brought
on
it
that as
up
well, but
earlier.
Before anyone
Coffee
goes to
had brought
answer
it up earlier about how there was opposites of the devil fruits, and I think that's exactly what it is. It's just Blackbeard was under the assumption that the one that he had found was the mythical model Nika, when in reality it was the opposite of it.
The question is, right, like I agree, right, that's a good question. But on top of that, it's worth asking, is it possible that it is the Nika fruit as well? Because they are the same color, they're the same shape, and one's got anti-clockwise swirls, the other one's got clockwise swirls. What's to say that the twist is that they were both like Nika fruits, just different.
To say they're not
versions.
My thing is
two
is
different
to
hemispheres of the brain kind of thing.
That exactly that kind of vibe, like yeah,
love it.
The two, you know, the duality basically.
It's the two sides of the same coin. There's for a sun, there's always a moon, and to be able to see the moon, you have to have a sun. If
Yeah.
there's no sun, there is no moon. Without Luffy, there is no Blackbeard. Same with the Joy Boy of the Dawn and the Joy Boy of the Dusk that we've had going back for generations that we've been given throughout the story.
Because like Blackbeard, like someone mentioned it earlier, he'd read the book and stuff. He was like, I knew that this was my fruit. This is the one I needed to get, you know. And if he was that confident, like he isn't probably that mistaken. There probably is some significance to that particular fruit and the fact it looks like the Sun God Nika fruit, in my opinion.
I think exactly what Beck brought up is that there was no name for the actual fruit. It was just the image of it. And he saw it and immediately was like, yes, that's the one that I've been looking for. But in reality, it was the exact counter to it.
Well, if he did have like some sort of like vibe, like you know, if he like, I don't know, I'm not saying that like he had the voice of all things, but there's like, I mean, we can't really necessarily rule that out because he is extremely well informed in certain esoteric matters that it doesn't necessarily make sense for him to be informed on without having some sort of like benefactor of knowledge, right? But like if he did in fact have the voice of all things and the fruit was trying to like convince him like, yes, I'm what you've been looking for, it could just be like I said, that he is a pawn who is being used by some sort of other external force that to become eventually the actual endgame villain that he wasn't necessarily in the beginning. And like what if the fruit itself was like kind of like, because fruits have a will of their own, especially like the Zoans we were referred to, like whenever they first referred to the Nika, they said the Gorosei said that. I don't take a lot of the things that the Gorosei say you know, as truth, because there are known to be people who propagandize and, you know, like have like a long history of like erasure of public knowledge and things like that. But they were just talking to themselves. Why would they have any reason to lie in that conversation? So if it is in fact another Hito and it had a will of its own, it could have just been telling Blackbeard like, yes, I'm the one you've been looking for, even though it's not. So that's like another option to explore.
I don't. I think I agree. I don't think he was mistaken on his fruit. If he was in fact not looking for Hero Look, but for Chopper's fruit, I could also understand that. I'm planning on making a video on this because we know that several people, or at least one of them, said that the Sakura petals were healing them, right, when they saw that.
That was Hero Look that said that, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, and many people said that must be Wano because we have Sakura trees there and all that. But as a matter of fact, I made a video on the topic of Baron Münchhausen, right? And I just mentioned it very quickly around the end of the video because I want to make an own video about this. But there's one of the tales of Baron Münchhausen where he shoots. He's out of bullets, so he shoots cherry stones instead. He puts the cherry stones into his rifle and then shoots at an elk or a deer or whatever, and they land right in the middle of the head. And out of there grows a literal like cherry tree, which is a sakura tree in a way, and it starts blooming. And basically, we have a little reindeer in One Piece, and it's also connected to Drum Island, which obviously is Chopper, right? So I really think the I forgot the name about it, the Pangea or something, whatever, the cure that heals everything. It's gonna be Chopper, and his antlers will bloom sakura cherries. Oh, I think my camera stopped.
That's
working.
hilarious because
isn't that a Pokemon?
Homeboy, no, but like literally, Hero Luke shot Chopper. He literally shot him too. Like that's the funniest part of that.
I'm planning on making a video on this when I'm done with the other one.
There's a weird quote in Water 7 as well where Chopper says, Blackbeard's going to come and get my fruit.
Yep.
It's like, and then Usopp's like, what makes you think that? That's not going to happen. Something like
That's what led me to believe that Blackbeard was originally going for the Hito under the assumption that it was the mythical model Nika. But completely off topic from all that, I just got to give a quick shout out to John Sherrod on all social medias. Welcome to the VC, brother.
My guy.
What's going on, family? John Sherrod. I've been trying to be in this stream all day, but circumstances been keeping me away. But I've been listening to the whole thing. Very enjoying. Y'all been rocking it. Love to see the work.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, we're glad to have you finally. Like that's why we do this thing all day, and so people can you know come in whenever they can, you know. But we appreciate you popping in.
Absolutely, had to. I can't be here too long. I got me a gym date, but I'm gonna cook up a little bit with y'all. See how y'all doing.
Okay. In that case, let's get straight into it. Like we've been asking people about the Gorosei members that they think like the coolest, like not necessarily the coolest, but what Gorosei member were you most interested in when you saw them like change form?
Come on, then you know who I am, man.
yeah, it's true.
You know
Horse dude. It's Horse dude,
like
right?
First, y'all trying to antagonize me. I just got here. I don't deserve this. But listen, everybody knows Top Man is the top man. I've been telling y'all that since day one. Before I even knew everybody's names, and I saw them introduce them, and that guy in the middle, I was like, yo, that's my guy right there. And then once they named him Top Man, I was like, yo, Top Man is the top man. It's very easy. You know, I'm mad that I wasn't here to come talk to Dak about this because he keep bringing up that poll. And he keeps forgetting about the fact that he brought up the poll when Top Man didn't even do anything in that chapter. Everybody got down to EGGHEAD. Vegapunk was talking about making coffee and all this other nonsense. And then like Venus Euro was putting in work. Saturn was slacking as usual, but my boy Top Man didn't do nothing that chapter. So of course he's gonna lose the poll. But if he would have dropped the poll the week after, I think it would have got different results. Let me just say that.
He went full Pimbo.
The agenda. No, I'm here for it though. I love the top man support.
Bottom man.
He's not my favorite. He's
Bottom
not my
man.
favorite, but I don't put him. I don't
Honestly,
put him
I
at
think.
the bottom.
Oh no.
Bottom man.
I think he might be my favorite. I'm not gonna lie. I love a big kind of. I love pigs. Like they're such a good animal. He's like a big boar kind of guy. He's got 2 tusks, and he might. Is he the only one with Konkurasaki, do all of them have it? Either way, like he's sick.
That
Man.
roar blast was fire though. I'm not even gonna lie. That little
absolutely fire.
He-
Man, Mars
Yo.
is the coolest transformation. Come
Yo.
on, guys.
It's my guy.
The worst
Coach
one's the
welcome to
bird.
the
Yeah,
chat.
the bird.
Yeah, he was the bird. Yeah.
the Itsumade is absolutely the coolest one in my opinion, Marcus Morris. But yeah, we gotta
That's
give a huge shout out to
crazy.
King Recon for joining us. Thank you for hopping in, brother. I know you said you had work earlier in the day, but thank you for popping in. Definitely can't wait to cook with you. We got a couple more hours left in the stream.
That's
But
a
if you're
wild
able to
profile
speak,
picture as
just
well,
chime
Rico.
in.
No, say
That's
you
a
are
key
muted.
profile
Yo, what's good, y'all? What's good?
Yo.
What's good,
What's up?
brother?
I appreciate the love, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, we appreciate you showing up, but we were just talking to JJ from OPU about like his top Gorosei introduction or like power or like reveal. Like, did you have one in particular that you prefer?
Moltres.
Oh my
Yeah, that dude. Yeah,
Oh, it's
no,
Ho-Oh. Yeah, Ho-Oh. That's what I thought.
like facts. Like Ho-Oh looks awesome. I really like Nostro's and whole like the little skeleton and Grim Reaper S type of thing going for him. I think that's really cool. But in terms of just like the monster designs, man, Moltres, Ho-Oh, that's one of the coolest things ever, dude. Like I'm glad Oda decided to go with that design for sure.
Yeah,
I completely agree. When I saw
I love the
like, on the
Mesoamerican
full spread. Yeah, when I saw that on the full spread, I was like, that is so ridiculously cool, dude. Like that and the horse are my 2 favorite ones.
For sure.
I love the Mesoamerican like aspect of it. It's so sick.
Right.
The way he's done that and like the whole Skypiea moon murals being like in the same style and it connects to what we were talking about earlier. Like they're probably one from each sea and then one from Skypiea. And he looks
Southbird.
the moon murals.
Absolutely. It's also fitting that
I mean, them and the Southbirds have a similar design as well. It's crazy.
True.
Yeah, it's also fitting too that it's Mars himself who has been theorized in the past to have some sort of connection to Gonfall, who exists up there in Skypiea, which, not that I really have anything definitive to say about that. It's just one of those connections I can never really let go of. And it's interesting that here's another little strange thread that connects all of that together.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Ghost Train of Thought, who was in here cooking earlier, and he said he might pop back in a bit, has a huge trail of breadcrumbs that leads, that connects Gonfall and Marcus Morris. So I think that there's definitely some substantial evidence. I can't list it all off right now, but yeah, I love that. And I think people also meme on that Dragon has the East Bird Devil Fruit.
Yeah.
Like
that's hilarious. I would love that. I would love that. I would love that so much. You try to turn his head. Snaps back.
We need a really strong guy with a useless devil fruit that he really doesn't use. It's true, we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, and like shout out to Crownless King who was cooking on OPU.
Wait, who just said Foxy?
So you know what's funny? You know what's funny about that theory is that there's a panel of Calgara and his hair. Kube was telling me about this, and I looked it up, and it's true. His hair is it's blowing in the wind, and it has almost that same shape as Dragon Tattoo. So I think that theory is funny. I love it.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy. But I wanted a real quick shout out to Crownless King, who was invited to cook today, and he might pop in here in a bit. But when he was on OPU the other day when they were doing a call-in stream, I know JJ, you were there, and I was spitting my hot takes about Thriller Bark and the gospel. And we also had Randy Troy talking about Alabasta greatness. But Crownless had said that he thinks that if Dragon does in fact have just like some OP devil fruit, that might take a little bit away from like what he could narratively provide. I think it would be really cool if we actually like what Tori Mori was saying, if we got a really prominent figure that had kind of a seemingly useless devil fruit, kind of like Doflamingo. Doflamingo having a string fruit, you don't really see how that can get cracked until you see it actually in practical use and see what you could really let the imagination get away with such a simple power set. I think it would be really cool if we got another instance of that.
Like
with
what
Dragon.
they do with it, like exactly like what they do with it. If you had a like dumb devil fruit like that, but you can use it like in a busted way.
Yeah,
that would add more
so
to the character.
Well, to be honest, the Wind Devil Fruit would kind of be that. Like, Wind doesn't sound like a great power when you think about it. But
Wind is insane. It would be literally the strongest.
On the world of One Piece, in the world in One Piece, it is pretty powerful.
With all the ships.
But you know what would be great is
you don't really have to have the wind no me or something like that. You just need to have the fart no me, and you can sail wherever you want. So
that's a good point. That's a great point.
These Caesars, more Caesars.
Yeah, we already had Caesar for that.
Yeah,
Caesar.
I mean, if Kelly Funk had the jacket no me and that was a thing, give Dragon like the briefs no me or the socks no me. I want to see go ham. Let's go.
Real quick,
York
we got a
with
caveat
the
to
Caesar's fruit would be
Stan.
crazy.
Wait,
Or
guys,
even like
caveat, we have to
me,
send
though?
Piso Land off because he's heading out, so we got to say our finals goodbyes to him.
who's
Good one,
heading
fellas.
out?
Peace out.
Piso
See you,
Land.
man.
Brando!
Bye, Kushi.
Fernando.
Dyer, are you telling me that Suru and Dragon's devil fruits tie together because she can like wash the clothes and he can dry them?
Yeah.
and Kinemon can provide the suit.
Guy.
I need.
Right,
Add Kinemon and the Rube Goldberg of clothing.
Okay. Recon, tell us, what do you think is going to be happening towards the end of Egghead? Do you reckon Straw Hats are going to, leave through the sky, leave underneath? Do you reckon they're going to stay and fight their ground? What's your thoughts?
I really want the iron, especially I just finished catching back up to the anime, and they did this really cool scene with the Iron Giant, and it really put it into perspective how important that thing is, and we haven't gotten the climax of that yet. So I definitely think we're out the door, especially with all of the Elbaf stuff that's currently presenting itself in front of us. I'm excited to see how we get away from the Gorosei. Considering it really does feel like we're about to be surrounded, Sabaody style. But man, let me tell y'all, if any other person joins this Royal Rumble, that's already going down, it's gonna get nuts. Like it's gonna be like WrestleMania 40, where you hear like Cena and Undertaker's music. You know what I mean? At the same time, it's like what's going on?
Blackbeard has to come in, cashing in that money in the bank, though.
Yo, if he does,
he already did though.
You know,
Kind of already did with Catalina. That's money in the bank.
That's a good point.
In my opinion, that was him winning the money in the bank. Now he's got to come cash it in. Because of how many powerful players there are there. Think about all of the Seraphim that he talked about wanting to get under his control that he could get now.
Right.
Like
we got to see
for him to lose out on.
It does lead to money.
We got to see Neo Mads show up in this and just start doing what they
makes
do.
Me wonder, does anyone think anyone's going to be like all the Gorosei here? Does anyone think that anyone's going to be going to Marijua and like trying to infiltrate that while there's no Gorosei there? Emu's just on a
Dragon, right?
Right. I feel like Dragon.
Lafitte
Dragon
would appear there.
That would require Dragon.
It's already been there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nobody did it.
I know.
All the feet again.
Making
already said
a pigeon poo on their seat and then leaving.
Right.
The Blackbeard.
Dragon already said he's waiting for the Holy Knights, the Gods Knights to mobilize. So like once I'm going to assume once this arc ends and Emu says everything that happens. I don't know if you guys talked about this, but what do y'all expect Vegapunk to reveal to the planet? Because
I reckon it's not going to be too much that like we the audience don't already know. It's mostly going to be stuff like Emu's existence that's going to be then like revealed to the world of One Piece, right?
Right. That's going to cause Emu to retaliate and think, yeah, gotcha.
So for me, it's very simple. For me, it's very simple. Like we've seen Kuma's flashbacks throughout the entire thing, and Egghead started with everyone knowing how Kuma's a tyrant. And the last thing Vegapunk said in the flashback when talking about Kuma's memories is he can tweak with it without damaging the memories. I think he is going to introduce Nika to the world through Kuma's view of the world, while at the same time showing who the Gorosei are and how basically Kuma will be exonerated. It's a whole prison break trope of Michael Scofield trying to free his brother's image.
I got a crackpot theory.
Also,
I got a crackpot theory. Like, what if he shows a map of the world how it used to be before the world government, like fabricated it all. You know what I mean? Because hold on. Because remember, it's not just audio. It's not just audio. Remember, this whole little technical difficulty thing they're doing, they want to show something to us. It's they want to actually show us something. Or else it would just be an audio, right? So what are they waiting for?
The ancient kingdom,
what if it's a map?
Yeah,
a map.
They're going to show us a live feed of what the Gorosei's true forms are, so that the world understands that it's ran by
it's
demons.
a pre-recording. Though. This is a pre-recording.
How do you know?
A pre-recording can be cut to a live feed very easily.
Yo, we need that on YouTube. Hold up, bro. We need that on YouTube.
Hey, no, hold on, because what was the joke saying at first? Vegapunk is the first VTuber in the One Piece world. And what do we got now?
Well, technically, to be honest with you, Marineford was live streamed, so probably like Sengoku or one of them is the first YouTuber.
It's like when you do a stream and you've got the starting screen, but it's a video.
Right.
And then all of a sudden,
to remind you all, we already know. We already know that he spoke to Dragon. We already know that he spoke to Dragon about his death, and we already know that Dragon is somehow involved in what Vegapunk is planning because number one, you know what I mean, told him about he is dying and further. So I think he knows what's the plan is when he's dying. So he is somehow involved in the plan when he's dying, I guess.
Here's the thing.
Crazy take.
And my absolute crazy take before Marv takes it, my absolute crazy take, we know from film Red that devil fruits can pass through the Nenmushis because Uta used it on the Gorosei. So we know that if we cut from the transition from Vegapunk to Dragon maybe, we have somebody who can pump up everybody that hears her. And if Dragon makes a quick talk about how bad the government is, and then he passes on to how is that lady called? I'm sorry, I'm so bad with names. And she can pump up every civilian and give them an extra boost and to rage against the government essentially via the whole Denenmushi conversation thing. That would be peak for me, but I think that's too wild. Yeah,
I think I honestly think that role, and I love that potential possibility. I feel like that role though is going to go to the next generation, whether it be VV or one of the other Revolutionary Army commanders. When this information gets out and it's time for the Revs / VV to move, they're going to be the ones that like rile up a lot of the planet. At least that's the way that I see it in regards to, I feel like Dragon's main role right now is to both stop the Holy Knights and be the coach for the rest of the Revs and let them cook. Because if there's anything the Final Saga is about, it's for the next generation to take over and be the ones that overthrow the already established the stuff that's already been established in the story. So I feel like whether it is one of the commanders or Sabo, whoever, they're going to be the ones to rile up and get everyone going, because we're already seeing that, right? Like before Egghead, we saw several different nations that are already under Flame Emperor Sabo. I gotta say that again. Yeah. Flame Emperor Sabo. You know what I mean? That's my guy. That's my boy.
Now the question is, will he have time to do this between looking east?
Good point.
Oh my god.
Here's,
Good point.
here's the thing. Okay, memes aside, here's the thing. What if Vegapunk is gonna reveal actually nothing? Like there's nothing on the recording, nothing at all. All he wants to do is show the world how desperate the world government is to stop him from
Right.
revealing anything. And this
I would kind
all
of
of
like
this
that, to
is
be
gonna
honest.
be like shown to the world. They will probably see what's going on. Someone already said they will probably see the transformations and all that. And that would shock them. And then maybe at the end of the message, he's going to say something like, see, people, like, I didn't even have anything big to reveal, but the world government is so desperate to stop us from showing you anything, and so on. Maybe it's something like that. I could see
For sure.
Oda pulling off something like that.
It's a psych
But
out
we
to
all
pull the
agree that-
Gorosei from
Right.
the... Yeah.
But we all agree
think
that,
that could go
that
hand
the
in hand
transition
with
isn't from the same island, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, we were shown that the Revolutionary Army have been like organizing coups and uprisings in several different oceans and had been squandering or like squelching out like the food supply for the celestial dragons, and so they're in a tight spot where all they can do is eat cake. And he said that we're waiting for the God's Knights to mobilize and things
Right.
like that. If and we know that Dragon and Vegapunk through Shaka had been in communication. And so if Shaka's like, I'm going to die soon, we need to enact this
Right.
plan right now. And if they were in cahoots, and this is a thing that gets the Gorosei and the God's Knights away
Right.
from where like Pangaea Castle and the Holy Land itself so that the revolutionaries can infiltrate. Like I think that this could be a really, really interesting thing that like
Absolutely.
this is like what Martha's saying, this is just a ploy to pull the Gorosei, and what the revolutionaries have been doing is just a ploy to pull the God's Knights, and the admirals are also diffused and split up in other means, and so like this is leaving Marijois completely infiltratable.
100%.
So here's
I
the
think that
thing.
would
I've
be
never
interesting.
really liked the like Blackbeard being the final villain theory, right? Because I've never liked the idea of Blackbeard sort of coming in at the end like Kaguya style and just kind of like usurping Emu, and then we have a final fight. But what I think that the one way I think it could work, right, is if Dragon invades Marijois, you know, while all this is going on, and somehow, some way, he actually successfully takes down Emu. Maybe doesn't necessarily kill, but takes him down. And now there's a power vacuum in the world. Like now the King of the World spot is empty, and now Blackbeard and all the other people have time to kind of gather up their forces, and then Blackbeard becomes the King of the World, and then there's some big final fight, right? And so I don't know, that would just be more like evenly paced, I guess. Like if you think about the whole context of the whole story, I don't know.
What I think many people won't have in mind is that even the Tenryubito have the worst time of their lives right now. They have no food essentially, and it will get worse. And if Dragon can really, with my Dragon idea, of course, but if Dragon really can speak to all of them and even address the Tenryubito that they are just the sheep for a Gorosei and above, that they're just there for any purpose. I don't know for what exactly, but and they will be left out in the future because of stuff like that. I think even they could revolt against the Gorosei and the other government stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It could be interesting. Yeah.
Honestly, for me, it
And-
feels like. Oh, sorry, Vex. I didn't hear your talk.
I was just gonna go in like really quickly and say like it seems really like why would the God's Knights and the Gorosei be having like this? It seems like dead weight with the Tenryubito, and so like what would be the agenda there? And I had a crackpot theory a long time ago before we ever got Gorosei reveals or anything like that, like as far as their forms and names and things like this. This was like over a year ago. That like what if like in Dungeons and Dragons, there is like a race that are called the Kuotoa, and in like Warhammer 40k, you have like the orcs, and these creatures are able to, by believing in things strong enough, they will them into existence. So much so that the Kuotoa had believed that they had a progenitor god, which they actually didn't, and that god formed out of the manifestation of their beliefs. and entered into real pantheons in like the Forgotten Realms and things like that. And like orcs can just paint something red and just believe that it goes faster, and it does in 40K and things like that. So what if the Celestial Dragon had similar powers in that, like wouldn't this be crazy if every single one of them was like a conqueror? Like at least they had the bloodline of a conqueror, and they were keeping that conqueror lineage pure, so that these people, if they were just told to believe something, like a livestock, could be raised to make the powers of the Gorosei, the God Size, and Emu in turn that much more powerful. Because other than that, what other purpose do the Celestial Dragons themselves serve to the actual players, you know, at the top? Like, they're just dudes that are just hanging out there and being terrible people. Why would they go through so much to give these people such a cushy life and keep them so protected and out of reach, if not for them to potentially be like some sort of like imaginary or imagination battery? And these people, if they were led to believe that, you know, like them and the people of their liking were superior to the others, and they were able to like manifest at such a powerful degree, like I was mentioning, the Kuo-toa or the orcs and things like that. It would be really interesting to me if that was something that existed in One Piece, and that's what might be revealed. But I don't know. That was just a theory I had a very, very, very long time ago.
Yeah, for me it's kind of like a mix of Hansel and Gretel and the kids from Pinocchio. Like they can do everything they want. They can eat everything they want, and maybe it has to be about lifespan and something like that. Like Big Mom told us how she can live on and gather the lifespan of people, that maybe they can live a long time because they have the Tenryobito in their cage and being wealthy and stuff. Maybe that's the purpose.
I don't want to break the flow of the conversation, but I'm gonna jump, and I just want to say thanks for having me. Bye.
Hey,
have a good one.
Appreciate having you.
Good one, man.
Have a good one. Peace out.
Peace out, man. Thanks for having you. I was gonna say I jump even though
Actually, I have to go too.
Oh, okay. No worries.
I was gonna say that all of Group 3 is about to be heading out to go have their session. So much love to everyone in the VC still. Much love to everyone in the chat that stayed tuned this entire time. Drop some questions for the people in the VC and the YouTube chat, so that way they have stuff to keep them busy. But yeah,
have a good
much
session.
love, everyone.
Have a good one, y'all.
Have a good session, Group 3. Take care.
Godspeed, Group 3.
Yeah. So to go back and discuss Celestial Dragon, even though I do see this notion of immortality being, you know, they serve a purpose, I do think they also serve a purpose of the illusion of power. Like they're the scapegoats. Because they constantly talk about the 20 kingdoms officially. The 20 kingdoms. And I'm wondering if, in the eyes of the world, it works because of Celestial Dragon. You know what I mean? They're the scapegoats. They're the one that they use to keep their power. They don't want them to look deeper into the Gorosei and on what's behind the Gorosei, which is Emu. So I do think there's also a notion of the illusion of power, which if you look at One Piece of world government, it's all about the illusion of power. Like, look at the three initial powers, which were the Marine Shishibukai Yonkos. But if you look inside the Shishibukai system, it's kind of a weird thing when you have Buggy and Mihawk being part of the same group. But in terms of power level, there's a world of difference, you know? Then you look into the Marines, and you cannot say that all Vice Admirals are the same level. But yet people, you know, compare them. Like people compare all the ones in Dressrosa who got murked very easily by the pirates. They compare them to Suru, to Garp, who are explained to be unique Marines on their own. So I do think there's a lot of illusion to power, you know? They're good at branding. So I do feel like they're using the Celestial Dragon for that instance, you know? They're the scapegoats.
That's why I find yo, Kev, what's good, baby? What's good? But no, that's why I really appreciate Emu in this story, because when Emu was first introduced, I thought we were gonna go a similar role, like Vex was talking about, in regards to this godlike being that receives like energy from his believers and from his followers. And instead what we have is a character who remains in the shadows, no one knows exists except for a select few individuals. And he appears to be one of the strongest individuals in the history of the verse, just based on the potential. What I don't know what's there, Dark Toon Force, Devil Tail, whatever is going on there. The fact remains that the Gorosei served this individual. He's been in power for 900 years, but power silently. He's like the opposite of the characters that we've seen in the story that are like this. He's the opposite of Wapol and NL and all these characters are doing this strictly out of power. Like Emu, that's why I can't wait to learn more about this character, because it just feels like even though they don't want their existence to be known, they still want to be in control. So it's not like an ego thing. It's something else entirely. So I'm just, whenever you were speaking there about the illusion of power, it just made me think about Emu and what we could potentially get out of his story later on down the line, because it's definitely something very unique within the series. No other character is like Emu, literally, but even in terms of as a king in the verse, there's literally no one else like Emu. It's interesting.
But we know that one of the Gorosei is making experiments with blood relation and stuff like that Bonnie is came out of, right? But
right.
Maybe that is the purpose of the Tenryubito, that they need the blood of the Tenryubito, and it's like a bubble of cousins and people that are related of that they keep on living because they need the exact blood for it to use it for the experiments.
I actually that I think is really on the money, because I think blood is such a huge theme in One Piece, obviously, whether it's like literal family connections, lineage factor. Like we've been getting so much about this as the stories continued on. Like Sanji's entire backstory is pretty much just the de facto, here's an explanation for it. And I do think the Celestial Dragons are there for pretty much both the reasons that people have been saying. Like I really like the having them involved as like a fake a scapegoat. You know, I really, really love that idea a lot, because it makes it seem like these people are so disgusting and despicable, but they're like overly pampered children, so they don't really have any punishment for acting in such a annoying way. And I think that works really well to make it seem as though, oh, they're clearly the bad guys. And I love Vex's idea of them being more important in the long run, because I think it could be a great way to not redeem them necessarily, but show that they are victims of Emu as well, because they were brought into this world as these like what Desnes was just saying with the experiments and stuff. They're basically like fodder. Literally, they are fodder to be
like
used by the Gorosei and Emu.
Or something.
What is it, emo?
I mean,
emu. Yeah.
Yeah, I get
So like another potential reason for the Celestial Dragons is just to farm God's Knights out of them, basically, just to get like, even if 1 in 100 ends up being like a powerful, soldier on their side, that's good, right? For Emu and stuff.
Exactly, because it's like literally livestock. Literally livestock.
Exactly. Yeah, that lends to the fact that we see that Conqueror's Haki is inherently, at least to some degree, genetic.
Yes.
And so I think that's like they're keeping, like they're trying to just farm, like play the lottery and like just like Minecraft farm conquerors. You know?
Oh,
I mean?
that was the that was the thing I wanted to bring up. I thought you bringing that up was really interesting, because I never heard that before. And I feel like Conqueror's Haki and hockey in general is something anyone can do, obviously. But
I think
if there is
like
some
it's
sort of
nature and
connection
nurture
there,
plays a role in Conquerors probably. But that brings up a really good idea, which is that, does that mean that all of the 20 kings were conquerors then, like alongside Emu? Because Emu probably has it, right? They're like
For sure.
and whatever.
Well,
no question.
All of the 20.
I don't know if all the 20, but Emu for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know about all the 20, but like the thing is that we know from what we have heard that you have to be born with it, and that's like information that
It's
about
Garp.
Conqueror's Haki.
Garp said for Luffy, he didn't say you have to be born with it. He said, of course, he was born with it, meaning that there's stuff for some people like Luffy.
No,
they're
but
just
it
born
is
with Conqueror's
confirmed.
Haki.
Yeah, it is confirmed that if you're not born with Conqueror's Haki, you're supposed to, according to popular belief, you're not supposed to be able to ever access it at any point in your trajectory as a person in the world of One Piece. If you're not born with it, you don't ever get it. And that could be like a bit of propaganda. That could be misinformation. That could be like them trying to specifically let the world continue to believe that. because that could strengthen the possibility of the fact that they have lines of confirmed conquerors lineages up on the red line up in Marie Joie in Holy Land. And like, so that could just like feed into the agenda. Like I was talking about earlier, that Emu or Mu could refer to void or nobody, in the same way that Odysseus claimed that his name was nobody so that he could slay the Cyclops. And like, so if Emu is just kind of trying to keep the agenda and pull the wool over the eyes of the entire globe for hundreds of years to add to like that, like I said, that manifesting power that conquerors have and things like that. If the whole world believes in something for 800 years, that's going to have like actual ripples throughout the yes, I think that like is like kind of what feeds into it, is that the fact that like it might not be that conquerors is something that you have to be born with, but they could be spreading that lie to up the chances of them hitting their lottery ticket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, just want to say sorry to do this when it's getting so interesting, but I probably got to head out now. So
See you, buddy.
Watch out, bro.
Yeah, thanks for that. But yeah, it's been great time.
Great having you.
See you guys in a bit.
Have a good one.
We're cooking.
Take it easy, Moog. Peace in the streets.
Peace.
Just to add to the point of Vex and Kev, well, if you think about it, we know that for Celestial Dragon it's all about the upbringing, because we kind of see it with, well, until it's proven otherwise, basically that Shanks is a former Celestial Dragon, and Corazon and the Flamingo, contrary to all the other ones, they didn't live in Marijoa. And we know that two of them have all three hockey type, and Corazon was also really a great fighter. So it does show that there's something about where they live that maybe makes their body this way, you know?
Also, what's super interesting too is that, okay, so Charlos, right? He's a big fat loud. We all know this, okay?
Let's go.
He was able
We're here
to.
for the Charles slander.
That's right.
We're here for it.
But I actually have a compliment. He was actually able to perceive that he didn't shoot Zoro back in Saboti Archipelago. Because he was like, oh, I thought I missed. Like after Bonnie pushed Zoro out the way, he knew that he didn't shoot him. Or he had the inkling that he didn't shoot him. Which I find that very fascinating, that he had enough perception to detect that Zoro dodged all his shots.
Well, his durability feats are also crazy because he took one straight to the face from Luffy, who was enraged. Pre-time skip, which was pre-time skip Luffy, but that was the peak of him at pre-time skip until we got to Marineford. And you also see that there was but there were armament infused attacks in the dragon claw and whatever the Iron Tail or whatever. I'm just naming Pokemon names, sorry, but whatever Leo used,
it works for me.
And so the thing is his durability feats are crazy, and that could lead to the fact that we understand based off of what we saw with Mjolnir that only the God's Knights are able to execute and persecute a celestial dragon. So it could have been the moon cracking down on Charlos, and he might have survived simply because they believe, like this whole still thing that I'm still going on the whole manifestation, line of thinking that, but if they believe that they cannot be taken down by anybody but a God's Knight, then it doesn't matter if Kaido himself Thunder Bogwood this dude in the face, he's still getting back up.
True.
That's fascinating. It goes into the origin of Double Fruit as well. That's actually really interesting. I like that. That's
this is why I think that the story reason is that every every Celestial Dragon has inherited power, being durability and power, but they're so lazy that don't use it. This way, the God Knights will be so powerful because they actually train for it.
Right.
So here's a tinfoil take. All the Celestial Dragons are actually dragons, but they got turned into humans.
I think
they all ate different Hito fruits. Oh my god.
Hey, we don't have a dragon food for a reason. That is
Imagine, just think about it. Like, I don't know, the war breaks out, like Emo goes wild, the Gorosei also, and then Emo just like in Attack on Titan, but instead of like people getting turned into titans, right? Emo turns the Celestial Dragons back into dragons.
That'd be nuts. That'd be one of the best pages in One Piece history. Emu surrounded by a bunch of Kaidos. Who's stopping that? Like that's nuts.
It gives me like the Dragon Dive Hunter x Hunter vibes. Where
Right.
You just be like, bro. Oh my god. That's
Yo,
crazy.
not the dragon dive. Oh my god.
Honestly, I love
so
this.
crazy.
Think
'Cause
about
if
it,
it's
like
my-
dragons, they hoard gold and all that. Sorry, Cube, and like they are cruel and so on, and they are really sturdy, if that's the
They're
right
known
word.
for their
Like they
slave
can,
trades.
yeah.
Mhm.
So
Oh my
that-
God.
and I mean, Charles man,
You
he
mean
got a beating
internships?
by the time.
Internships. Yeah,
I'm
like,
sorry,
see,
I
you gotta go by
interrupted Cube.
YouTube's terms.
That's right.
What did you want to say, Cube?
I was just gonna say no. I like what you guys saying because it does fit my agenda. That a long time ago, the D clan and Celestial Dragon used to be one group. They separated. The D clans are the Celestial Dragons who decided to go with the people. It's a whole Odin trope. Odin was despicable until he met the world. And if you look at Luffy, every time he's in the beginning of the story, Shanks, Vivi, Nami, Zoro, they keep humbling him and teaching him etiquettes on how to deal with other people. He acts very. If you look at the way he is, he acts very celestial in some points. You know, doesn't want to share his food. You don't have doctors in Drum Island. I'm gonna beat you all up so you can heal my friend. He's trying to force his way into it until Vivi teaches him certain ways. So I do feel like
That's
the D clan and Celestial
crazy
Dragon,
theory.
might be from the same tribe. They just separated.
Not to derail the
That's
conversation,
fascinating.
but we were just joined momentarily by the lovely navigator of the last arc, Miss 3-Day Trip. How are you doing, Miss 3-Day?
Hey guys, how are you?
Hello.
Yo.
I had to join because I was afraid JJ wouldn't love me anymore, so I had to.
Oh
join.
my goodness.
What? JJ,
She's
what?
under duress right now.
I
Yeah,
am.
JJ, choose your next words carefully.
Oh my goodness.
I do have something to add to what y'all were saying on Emu and stuff. It might be a little crazy, but I wanted to tell it anyway. What if one of the reasons they don't want Yonko to fight each other is because maybe 800 or 900 years ago or thousands of years ago, I don't know, that when the users of Luffy's and BB's Blackbeard's Devil Fruit, and they fought each other like yin and yang, it brought Emu into existence. Light and darkness, the energy in between, brought them out of the void. Pure form of chaos.
Spicy.
Oh my
Very
goodness.
Yo, that is.
Somebody was
I've never heard
putting
that.
in
That's
the
actually really
chat.
fascinating.
It's
Somebody was
interesting
spitting in the chat
because-
earlier, like the sun is a star, and if you were to add darkness into like a burning star, like could you get like a supermassive black hole or like a supernova
Right.
or a quasar, even like type of
Right, or
phenomenon?
a miniature Big Bang, again, create life, kind of like with
changes
things, which is really
reality.
interesting.
I mean, he changes reality.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting because we were talking earlier about like Luffy's fruit and Blackbeard's fruit, how they're kind of like twins, right, or siblings or something. Same fruits, clockwise. One swirl goes clockwise, other goes the opposite way, anti-clockwise. And I did used to think like Luffy's ability is turning imagination into reality. So maybe the Gorosei and stuff like that, and demons and yokai, some of them are from like inside this Yami dimension, wherever the Yami takes you, because when he opens it, like you've got all this gravity being sucked in. It's like there's this weird combination between gravity and darkness, and I imagine that could be like, you know how Obito fought Kakashi, like there might be like a different plane, and some beasties might have been brought through that through the
a note for everyone. Lucas here, right? Our captain is doing his first watch of Naruto, so he's at the Shunin exam. So if you use Naruto analogy, be very don't go into details.
Go vague. Yeah.
I got something to add to that as well. Like I was bringing up earlier, the like chaos, the concept of chaos existed before all of creation, and two other names for that were, of course, the abyss and the water. So chaos, sun, abyss, Blackbeard, water, emu, like all of that existing before creation is really cool.
That is really cool. That would go into, because I really want Oda to go full when we get to the Void Century. I want him to go full either creation mythology or like I want him to go deep fairy tale like make it as cool for One Piece as possible, where he just creates his own world with his own Adam and Eve story of like the creation of the planet. I think that would be so cool to have elements like you guys are saying, with either the creation of an emu or having the abyss and chaos and all this creating what we see as One Piece world today. I think that's it would be such an Oda thing to do, considering how many fairy tales he's turned on its head already. For him to do that with creation myths as well would be super, super dope. And I hope that he does that in the Void Century. He has a lot to play around with for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Actually, I just had a crazy thought. You know, we've been talking about, when does a person truly die? When he's forgotten. What would happen to the world if people know about Emu? Because if you think about it, the name was forgotten. What if there's like an effect to Emu's abilities? Like it maybe makes Emu weaker. Like maybe Emu being almost forgotten, like having only 5 people actually knowing Emu's true identity makes it like it's basically at the verge of death, but it makes it also Whitebeard after after seeing Ace die. That level of that level of pure instinct, So just a thought, because it's true that Emu is maybe remembered by 5 people,
right?
From what we know.
From what we know, yeah.
Yeah, so that's interesting, Just a thought. Like
during this lull, I want to say I got my boy Kevin Weist actually to join us. We haven't introed him yet, so shout out to you. And of course, the questions that we've been asking everyone is, what is your favorite part of reading One Piece, and what is the Gorosei that caught your attention the most?
Oh, geez. My favorite part about reading One Piece?
Yes, sir.
I think
you could say Nami.
Simplest answer would just be the adventure.
I love
It's
it.
not really just about cutting straight to the chase. There's like a lot of like anime and manga out there where it's just like you want to focus on like these specific moments or like these specific arcs. But I feel like a lot of the charm of One Piece is like going through it slowly and like experiencing all the little details and build up for every little thing that happens. It's very a lived-in world.
Yes.
Completely agree. Yeah, excellent point.
Love that answer.
Gorosei that caught my attention. Probably the fucking worm.
Dune piece.
Like you got all the others. They're like yokais, mythical creatures for Chinese and thought. You got fucking worm though.
Yeah, dude. So cool.
The Alaskan
noodle.
The Alaskan bullworm. Let's go,
For real,
dude.
man.
Like,
We'd love to see it.
Oh my goodness. Oh
Oh,
my
that's the
God.
old cut.
I hope it just takes from all those sources.
Oh
Luke
man.
is
So
a man
silly.
after my own heart.
I
I think it's interesting.
That's what I thought of immediately. I didn't think of Dune. I thought of Tremors, bro. Back to perdition.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Movies, why not think of
Egghead
Trevor's?
is a video game arc, right? And there's plenty of snake or worm-like enemies in Zelda. For
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point.
Absolutely.
I think it's interesting that we're what
Midgard.
6 hours
Sorry.
into this, and everyone that we've asked, no one has said Saturn. I think that's really wild.
Yeah, but then everybody.
It's
Saturn
his
is
fault.
awesome.
It's Saturn's fault.
A little
And-
used to it, maybe.
I'm a little upset about this because everyone was shitting on Top Man when he showed one of the best feats of hockey we've seen in the series so far. But Saturn's been over here getting punked on like a little bitch the whole time he's been at Egghead. I'm sorry, but he has.
Alright.
Oh my
Like,
goodness.
Well,
they
not to
have
be that
kept him at
guy,
bay.
but Saturn looks cool. Like,
He
not to
does.
be
He
that
does,
guy.
yeah.
Saturn looks
For
cool.
sure.
And no
really
offense to
does.
Top Man, because, my guy John Sherrod on all socials is in the chat. I see him there. No offense to him. But the first chapter, when he did nothing, that did a lot to his character. That did a
That
lot
is
for the
fact.
portrayal.
True.
Yeah.
I
He
always
did-
see him
he
as
did
like-
go
If it's
crazy.
spit for Saturn right
He
now,
did go
like
crazy.
everyone simps for the horse being like, oh man, look at the centaur. But Saturn was the first
Yes.
one who had the top half body, bottom half spider. Like, come on now. Like, Saturn was the one who started that trend.
True,
I still like
The horse,
calling him
highly
Flattern
overrated.
after he got pizzaed.
Yes, sir.
Flattered.
That was so funny.
It's
Both him
pizza
and-
time. Spider-Man.
Hot
Sorry.
sats.
The Earth
It's
is
pizza
flat.
time. Yeah, the Earth is
Also,
Oh my god.
also, did anyone get the apple and worm connection with Vegapunk?
Oh, let's go. I
Dennis, are
see.
you telling me?
Yo.
Are you telling me that you think the sandworm is gonna eat Vegapunk?
Like the brain, like
Like
around
the-
the
or at least one
Oh
of
my
the,
God.
or at
Oh my
least
God.
one of
brain
the
is
satellites.
crazy.
That's terrifying.
It's gonna look like the caterpillar in Sunshine in that one level.
the bird went for the egg, and the worm went for the punk, essentially.
You just unlocked a core memory of mine, Desness, and this is like, we know that Oda likes to pull from literature. Jupiter is the hungry caterpillar.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Wow. That's so true.
Yes.
That's so true.
That would mean that the boar goes for our our emergency food chopper. And what animals do we have left?
That is crazy.
The spider, yeah.
The spider is from James and the Giant Peach, like enough.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Bro.
All bangers.
Oh my goodness. That is crazy though.
I have a
But we were
question,
making
actually.
references.
There's a lot of
Go ahead.
giant peaches in One Piece.
Yes, there is.
Oh
Cody.
my
Yes, there
God.
is.
Yes, there is.
But,
Lately, yeah.
Yes, sir. Oh my goodness, now I'm completely derailed. It was a question for Recon and Kev, actually. Because
Yes, I can beat Kevin Street Fighter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wow.
you know what? I want to see this. I want to see this.
You've been gassing this up, bro. You've been gassing this up, man.
Listen,
Dude, I haven't even played since Rashid came out. That's how confident I am. Rashid's been out for a year.
No, do you think that Luffy's powers as Nika will eventually extend to the other members of the Straw Hat crew? I've been kicking around this idea lately that maybe that's how Usopp's lies will come true, is because Luffy can manifest things he believes in, like a baseball bat and a helmet, and paint the helmet. What if he believes in Usopp's lies so fiercely that they become true? Like, do you think that?
I wish you watched Naruto so much. This is like literally like a thing they do in Naruto, and I hate you right now. I hate it.
Well, as someone who also hasn't seen Naruto, I'm probably perfect to answer this then, because I have no idea what they're referring to. No, I definitely think that's possible. I think a lot of what we think of an awakening, it's like other people's powers impacting other things, but we've never really seen it impact other people. Like when we see Katakuri awaken, they don't turn into Mochi or something like that, or Doflamingo, they don't turn people into strings. And I've always wondered why. Like why would Oda be saving this thing? Because we know like Luffy was considered a Paramecia, and even though he's considered a Zoan now, I feel like it's whatever. Luffy could probably do something like that because he affects the world around him all the time, just like those two. But no, I definitely think it could be possible. Like, I don't know. Oda's one to have Luffy do a bunch of crazy fun stuff now that he has these powers, and I feel like you could do a bunch of other cool stuff. Maybe like, kind of like, like a team attack thing would work for that. I don't know if he would literally give them the abilities. Because I feel like that would be a bit too much. But him like, oh, Nami, here, let me help you real quick. And he just like blows into like her Climattack staff or whatever. Now it's huge. And now it's like a massive one because it'll blow into it like a balloon or something. Like that's just off the top of my head. Or maybe Zoro's sword, it becomes as big as the one on Onigashima.
I just made a short.
The example I always give with it. 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. The example I always give with it is like maybe Usopp swinging his fake 10-10 hammer, and because Luffy believes it's a 10-10 hammer, it affects it like a 10-10 hammer.
But Luffy already influenced Kaido.
Oh, go ahead, Mike. Oh yeah, he
Sorry,
did.
I just wanted to throw that in.
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah, he stretched Kaido. He puffed him up like a balloon and everything.
Dude, it's so much deeper than just Gear 5.
I'm saying foreshadowing as far as back as like Long Ring, Long Land with Usopp and Chopper doing like their little wiggly dance because like they're already affected by the world around, and like so like I think that could be like potential foreshadowing to support this. You know what I mean?
Any of you? You go ahead first.
Okay,
you first.
I think it's very. I just made a short about this, so check out the Polypede Works channel. But it is very possible for Luffy to be Goku now because he can just ride on Zeus like the Nimbus Cloud, turn it into rubber. And when things become rubber, they still keep a lot of their properties. Like the lightning is still lightning when in the Kaido fight. So Zeus would still be able to fly even under the ability even under the effects of Gear 5th. So yeah.
Okay, follow me on this. This was
you
my
guys,
first
2
theory in
seconds,
One
but
Piece.
I'm gonna have to hop off.
All right.
It's getting a bit late. Yeah, so I'm just. Thanks everyone
love
for
you,
showing
Cube.
up.
Thank you,
Godspeed, Cube.
Bye, Cube.
Have a good one, bro.
Later, Cube.
Have a good one.
Have a good night,
Later,
Cube.
But we didn't
So-
hear the answer from King Recon yet.
1 second. DQ's been trying to spit for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Have any of you ever watched like the disappearance of Haruhi or the melancholy of Haruhi?
I have.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
bro.
I had this theory
Chizeno.
where Luffy is basically that, where like if he truly believes something, it's going to happen.
That's
he
interesting.
thinks Zoro's untouchable, nothing happened, you know? And then now just apply that to every ridiculous thing that's happened throughout the story has happened because Luffy has believed it, essentially.
I love the comparison to Haruhi. I really do. I can definitely see it.
So my longtime theory is that the rule for Luffy that he can do everything that he can imagine doesn't apply just only for Luffy, but for all devil fruits, because devil fruits like Law, for example, who imitates the devil fruit of his beloved friend that died, or like the dinosaurs that can do stuff because they think that dinosaurs could do that in the previous time, and stuff like that shows me that the devil fruit is only limited by the mind of the user. Like Buggy could split the whole red line if he wants, if he really thinks he could do that. And I think that's the same for like the powers essential, or you can extend that to Haki or something else, but Luffy is the freest in his imagination. That's why he can turn into Gear 5 as well. I don't think that Gear 5 is related to his fruit at all. I think it's completely related to his freedom of mind.
I love that. And I've been saying stuff adjacent to that or even exactly that for a really long time. And the fact that like people were saying he already affected Kaido, and it's not necessarily like even just like what we saw of him stretching Kaido in the panels, but also the fact that he showed Kaido that Joy Boy does exist and you're not him. And like I was actually a proponent for a long time before we got to the end game of Wano that I thought Kaido would be a Straw Hat, believe it or not. And it was because Luffy has his contagious aura. It makes a little bit of sense to me if I break it down and stuff like that. I've told a lot of other people this and they kind of like the thought as well. But if like Kaido's entire life was gatekeeping Joy Boy and was like up after like him freeing Albert and like them becoming the Beast Kingdom pirates and things like that. So everything post Rocks was like him believing that if I'm not Joy Boy, I'm gonna be what stands in between Joy Boy and like, you know, like I'm gonna be what stands in front of Joy Boy and things like that. And then Luffy understand it, like, and him being shown that like in a world of might makes right, he isn't the top dog, that there are people who through their willpower and, you know, through other circumstances can topple Kaido. It could have been like a Katakuri-esque situation where Katakuri was living his entire life under the predisposition that if he showed his mouth, he would see nothing but scrutiny, even by his most cherished loved ones. And the thing is that Kaido was just holding this world up on top of his shoulders because he had told himself and it basically institutionalized it in his mindset that he has to do this now. This is my way. And he was subservient to his own like faulty way of thinking. And Luffy set him free from that. And I thought that if a Buster Call was like, if the world government was approaching like Wano, like we thought they were before Zunisha like whipped him around and stuff like that, if Wano was about to be the target of like what we see Egghead being like what we see happening on Egghead, if that was coming to Wano, if Kaido was the person who stopped the world government and let the Straw Hats escape or something like that, and that would have been also interesting in that we wouldn't have seen somebody who is made to be the ceiling, the strongest individual character. If it's 1-on-1, bet on Kaido, fall by a big punch, like Oda said we wouldn't. So there was a lot of like breadcrumbs that led me to think Kaido for Straw Hat, and a lot of that really goes into like what Mihawk said at Marineford, is that Luffy has that contagious ability to like, you know, make people believe and make people follow him and things like that. And like we see similar traits in Buggy and stuff like that. So I think it's really interesting that, yeah, like what you said, Desnes, I have had that similar thought so many times. And it's not necessarily that it's like something that only Luffy can do, but it's something that Luffy can unlock in other people, and really anybody can do it. But they have to see somebody who's like Luffy coded in order for them to really realize that they live in a world where they can also do that.
Also, we know that the narrator once told us exactly my theory one time, and it was the thing when the ship was falling. Anything man can imagine.
Oh yeah, let's go.
That Kaido theory is so fascinating. Like, I was just, while you were talking, I was thinking about us and Egghead right now having Kaido with us. Like, how much
Could
more,
you imagine?
how much different things would have gone.
Oh, I was fully convinced before we got to like post Wano and things like that, and before we saw like them get knocked down by the Bajirang gun, I was like, nah, Kaido for Straw Hat. I was screaming it from the rooftops, y'all, and like I still think it's a good theory, but maybe not
hot take
immediately. Maybe it happens later.
I think we'll still be getting that if Yamato joins, depending on how this cover story with her works out.
Yeah, I think if
I'm all down for Yamato, for sure.
Yeah, if Kaido comes back, he's gonna be an ally.
Oh yeah, Luffy's
that.
definitely riding on the back of Dragon Kaido at some point in the final saga. There's no question.
And Momo.
or Momonosuke, one of the two.
Or
Double Dragon.
I do want to hop.
Oh yeah, sorry, Kev, go ahead.
I was going to say, I do want to hop on what Vex was just saying about his theory, because I do think that's kind of the purpose of Kaido going forward in the story, because I think that both Kaido and Big Mom are still going to be present in the story,
right?
Regardless of if they're literally alive or not alive, because there's no way Oda's going to build up characters for half the story and then just completely erase them from his world building. Like that's not what Oda does. Like if that was the case, then Buggy wouldn't be around, or Crocodile wouldn't be around. So I think that the intended purpose of Kaido and his crew at this point is to be like the front lines for Joy Boy, which I think would make even more sense with King being a Lunarian, someone from the past and someone before the Void Century. I don't know. I just feel like that's the purpose of them, especially because Joy Boy is the friend of all beasts and Kaido's crew is the beast pirates.
What better way, Kev, to showcase that the borders have truly been opened than the individuals of Wano, the samurai of Wano, under Shogun Momo, with the person who oppressed them for so many years, fighting alongside Joy Boy. Like that would pretty much Momonosuke accepting that tag team match with the two against and their alliances with Luffy is sort of like a thing that was presented in Wano, that from here on out it's up to Momonosuke to make the decisions. Like he's the one that's going to decide when the borders open, who invades now, everything that has to do with Wano, even when it comes to something like this. And so I love that idea, because it would showcase not only visually, as we're going to see it later on, but also metaphorically, that they truly have opened the borders of Wano, that they're willing to work with anyone as long as it brings peace to Wano and peace to the planet. So I'm so down for that idea.
Bro, and you know what? I just had an even crazier thing, because a lot of people got a bunch of hate for the end of Wano because of Hiyori's speech, but this could be a complete antithesis of Hiyori's speech, because, personally, I don't think the speech is real. I think it's some agenda thing that the playwriter made up. And I feel like having Momo and Kaido work together is like a great example of showing, look, it could have been like the Kurozumi, who were the people that Kaido worked for, they didn't really matter, and it doesn't matter about the past. It's all about looking to the future.
Right.
Because they could harbor this vengeance toward Kaido. They could easily do that. I mean, he oppressed them for so long.
Great point.
But moving forward, that would just make more people, more children especially, because we know that Tama's a Korizumi as well. Like, it would just hurt people in the future and could lead to some even worse things happening. So no, I love that. I love that.
I would love for Kaido to actually have a moment where Yamato he apologizes.
Oh man, I would definitely be down for that.
The dad trauma.
Like in the middle of the Kaido fight, I actually totally was like, this is a character where I really could actually get behind a redemption. Like,
Absolutely.
And same thing with Olin. Like, Olin was also set up for a Yonko potentially becoming an ally and things like that. And I'm just like, I really feel like there could be a huge like payoff there, but it like we're so far disconnected from it at this point with everything that's going on Egghead. But if they do come back into the story, I would love to see that. You guys are spitting. Thank you.
I always thought that Big Mom especially was so similar to Luffy. Like the way she's written, the comedy behind her, and as much as people call it big meme, I mean, that's what happens to Luffy all the time. And I feel like that was the intent of these characters, to be like a darker version of Luffy. Because Big Mom, she has great intentions. She's a glutton, just like Luffy. She is the butt of the joke, just like Luffy. But because she's depicted as a villainous figure that's supposed to be Whitebeard, I think that's the main reason so many people were crapping up Big Mom during her time in the story, because they were trying to make her seem, she's not strong, she's not cool, but like, dude, she's a monster. Like, she's actually just insanely broken compared to most other characters, but because of these Luffy-esque moments, people would downplay her. I feel like with Kaido, because he was built up as the brick wall, he was built up as the guy through the story for a lot of it. He kind of got away with that scot-free because he would have these comedy-focused characters around him, like Big Mom, obviously. But Kaido's meant to represent other things about Luffy, his determination. We see that he's also a victim of being, used as a child, and so is Big Mom, obviously. And I think these characters, they're victims especially because we know, at least I believe, we know that the Gorosei could have just, Yonko's causing some crazy stuff. We could just kill him right now. Like 5 of them are going after Luffy right now. If they decided they could do that with Big Mom or Kaido or Whitebeard, well, maybe not Whitebeard, but you get what I'm saying. They could easily get rid of these people if they really tried. But they didn't want to, because them causing havoc, them causing chaos, that benefits them in the long run because it takes eyes off of them being the bad guys. Same with the Celestial Dragons, who, like I said, they could be seen as victims in the story as well, even if they're bad people.
Kev, let me ask you this, because you were cooking right there. Do you think it also has to do with Rocks? Because obviously, Rocks wanted to be king of the world. The individuals under his crew that were prominent all became Yonko. I don't think that was by coincidence. To me, it's like the individuals. That's why the Rocks' emu theory was popular for so long, because it made so much sense that these individuals never got taken out by the Gorosei. The only one who was not quote unquote put by the rest of them from Rocks' crew was Shanks, and now we know Shanks is almost celestial, or he is a celestial dragon. So it's like they were all selectively handpicked for their positions, and it's like it. So what do you think about that? What do you think about their potential connection to Rocks, and why they upheld that until now when Luffy put a stop to it? Luffy and the next generation put a stop to it.
That's so... See, I love all the mystery surrounding Rocks, and I feel like... See, the reason I like the Rocks' emu idea, I'm not like 100% for it, but the reason I like the idea so much is because it almost mirrors the Big Mom Kaido duality that they had building for such a long time. Around the same time Emu was introduced, Rocks was also introduced, and they have this element of mystery in the past, really present through them. And obviously, shout out to Mr. Morge with the Big Mom is going to Wano theory, which was absolutely, completely correct. And I would say one of the best theories the fandom has ever had, because, he cooked. And I feel as though noticing Oda's patterns, where he's able to have characters be built up at the same time, is so important. Because if you don't have, like, Shanks and Blackbeard, I would say are obviously very similar characters, where it's like, oh, they have the same past. There's some connective tissue here, and we just haven't seen it yet. So Rox and Emu, obviously, with Rox being someone who is defeated by the world government, Roger, Garp. Like, again, Roger and Garp, that's another great example of, like, these pair characters. I think there definitely could be something there. I'm not 100% for it, but I do think it's not even close to impossible because of how they've been built up at the same time.
If I could, I think with the Rox crew, something I've been leaning towards a lot lately is failed Joy Boys, like people that Rox thought would eventually be Joy Boy. Because look at Big
fascinating.
Mom, she has one of the and I meme a lot about like being attracted to Big Mom and stuff, and which I am. It's not a joke, guys. Like, but nonetheless, she's my favorite Yonko because she has an aspect of Joy Boy that only Luffy has, that no other potential failed Joy Boys have, and it's uniting a country and uniting not just one country but every race as well. She's only missing which, like Kaido, he united a country in a horrible way. So did Doflamingo. Nolan kind of I was gonna say Shandora, but that doesn't ring up. But nonetheless,
do we count Buggy?
Buggy, I don't know.
I definitely count Buggy.
We always count Buggy. We always count Buggy.
Buggy is Joy
Clowns
Boy.
Clowns bring joy. Clowns bring joy.
That's right.
Buggy is the clown jewel of not Merijo, of Hachino's.
No, I think Buggy has
I love that.
play.
Well, to add to what you were saying, Lucas, about Big Mom, is like I see like there's so much to like the parallels, but also the inversions that she has with Luffy, because she is somebody who who literally drained the life force out of her own child, which you would never see Luffy, even go and have like a child probably, but especially of his crew members, he would never do that. In fact, he has sacrificed his life force to help like Robin, and like whenever he knew that Going Gear 2 was tearing him apart and like causing irreparable damage and things like that to himself. So it's like the inversions between him and Big Mom, I think, are like equally as strong as like that she is a failed Joy Boy candidate where Luffy has succeeded, because you could see that kind of like not just the parallels but the inversions of the two. So I love that you said that, Lucas.
Yeah. I think that one of the only other Yonko we see, one second, Josh, that kind of unites multiple groups of people. From what we've seen so far, we've only seen it in glimpse, is Shanks. Shanks literally has multiple different like age ranges, race, doesn't matter like how weak, how strong, or anything. He's a protector of the weak. So like he does have Joy Boy like traits from what we've seen. Also with his disposition to children, like he is very friendly towards them. Like he took care of Luffy. Like he is a good person. But in the opposite of Luffy, I think that from what we've seen of Shanks, he's a little bit too heroic. Because like Luffy ain't gonna sit there and tell this kid that like, bring me this hat when you're a great pirate. Actually, now he might actually. He did.
End of series, Luffy probably will.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's why I started thinking. I was like, wait a minute, nope, that ain't true. I can definitely see it. But nonetheless, like I think all the Yonko, in some regard, had that mentality of like gathering as many people as possible to experience freedom together, even if it was in some cases a sick and twisted way, like with Kaido and Big Mom, and potentially Blackbeard with Hachinosu.
Well, if you look at Joy Boy candidates and like what it would require and what let Luffy succeed, it's not just the fact that he has like the Will of D, which we don't have confirmation that Shanks has. It's not just the fact that he has Conqueror's Haki, which Shanks does have. And it's not necessarily just like the mindset or the influence or like anything like that. But it could be that the Will of D is what he is missing as a Joy Boy candidate, but it's also the fact that whenever he was, being brought up in the Roger Pirates, Shirahoshi wasn't even born yet. So the two sovereigns couldn't meet because one of them didn't even exist. And so like there was that. Also, if the fruit is something that's integral, and Shanks and the fruit was something that was out of reach, and that could have been part of the reason why Shanks was going for that fruit whenever he beefed with CP9 and who's backstory. So like there could have been there's a number of dominoes that have to be set up for a Joy Boy candidate to successfully become Joy Boy, and it's not just attaining the fruit but also awakening the fruit. which Luffy has successfully done. So I think there's so many different factors to really look at, but specifically, I think that the will of D could be the one thing that Shanks is currently missing, and he could have eaten the fruit, but that doesn't mean that he would have necessarily awakened it, as well as the fact that the second sovereign wasn't born yet. So like that's what I think the main discrepancy is between Shanks as a candidate and Luffy as the successful candidate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you think? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
Also, one thing that Mars, Kuzo, and I pointed out one time was, if we know that they try to replicate devil fruits, and the backdrop of that is people laughing all the time, and Luffy is laughing all the time, so he's the origin of all devil fruits? Question mark. Maybe Joy Boy had. He wasn't even laughing because he was enjoying it. He was laughing because he had the same illness and had to be laughing all the time, even if he's sad. So, yeah.
Well, it says in Volume 4 Billion that he's the warrior who, the more that he, the stronger he gets. So I don't know if the laughing is intentional, but as far as like Luffy is intending to, but like, that is something that Oda has said in Volume 4 Billion is kind of like the design of the power. You know what I mean?
So let me ask a follow-up question with this Joy Boy stuff and bringing in the 4 emperors as fellow Joy Boys. Do we think that when when Roger got back from Laugh Tale, that he told Shanks that it wasn't him?
I think it was either that Shanks wasn't him, or that Roger knew that he was going to die and it wasn't Roger, and Shanks was, I don't know. It's like, it could have been a number of things, but those are the two things that are most prevalent to me in my mind, is that it is, he told Shanks, like, listen, I'm going to give you this straw hat, but you're going to have to give it up one day. It's not truly yours. Or if it's just like, oh, listen, I'm going to die, you know, and maybe that just didn't sit well with Shanks either. It could have been either of those things.
I honestly believe that Roger told Shanks to be the one to carry the next generation. Where the problem comes in is that I believe Shanks himself doesn't see himself to be qualified to be Joy Boy, and that's probably due to his guilt. If he truly is Celestial Dragon, if he truly is the son or whatever it is of Mr. Moonhead. I strongly believe that probably went into his consciousness, and he saw all the insane stuff that Celestial Dragons were doing, and he more than likely over the years, maybe when he started off, he was very gung-ho about it, really wanted to bring in the next generation, was extremely ambitious, but then as time went on and he saw the Celestial Dragons and he realized just how sickening it all was, and maybe he looked at his own blood and was like, I don't know if I can do this. And then maybe an actual revelation down the line about the Celestial Dragons versus and the whole 20 Kingdoms thing from back in the day truly enlightened him to like, maybe it's not me. And maybe that's why he went for the fruit, and he probably spent a bunch of sleepless nights looking at it like, am I him? Is it going to be me? And when Luffy ate it, he was like, oh, this is my purpose. This is what I was meant to do. Was to bring in the actual individual who's going to bring in the new generation. That's why I'm so excited to see that Shanks backstory, because I feel like that's going to create a very deep character for sure, but it's going to allow us to see his internal conflict throughout the course of the entire story, which I'm pretty sure has been very, very, very prevalent. We just haven't been able to see it to now.
Dude,
I think
the
Shanks
backstory, and they like superimpose Shanks lore throughout the entirety of the One Piece story that we've seen,
right?
Like they did with
Like
Kuma.
Right?
I would freak.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
oh my god.
I can't speak on if he has celestial dragon blood or not, but I can say that he is part rat.
I was gonna say, I think a great opportunity for that, because I think we already got our first, well, besides the Roger stuff, obviously in the anime, but I think we got our first glimpse of that with Buggy's flashback, actually, where he's like, "Oh, I can't do this right now."
Right.
And Buggy obviously took that the correct way, because Buggy is that guy, and Shanks abandoned Roger's dream, you know, which is literally what he did. He literally did do that. But
Yep.
Shanks could probably also be taking that in a bad way. He also could be like, yeah, I did abandon his dream because of like what you were saying, Recon, you know, the Celestial Dragon connections. He probably was like thinking like I was trying not to laugh, but like hearing Shanks say "Am I him?" is just I can't imagine the memes that would come out of moments like that, and especially when you said Roger saying "You're not him." Oh my god! Imagine like.
Bro,
Wait, there's
I would
reality.
never hear, as a Shanks fan, I would never hear the end of it after that, man.
But wait a minute.
Whitebeard said that to Blackbeard.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, that's the reality of it. Here's
He's
the
not
truth.
him.
Here's the truth, though. Throughout the flashback, Odin's flashback, Roger says to Buggy, when you become a captain, you can come back up here to Skypiea and get the golden bell. He never has that type of conversation that we see with Shanks. So I can believe that he said softly to Shanks, you can carry the hat because I know you're the responsible son, but you aren't him. Similar to how, in a very aggressive way, Whitebeard said to his quote unquote son, no, Teach, you're not him. Not a chance. Roger is not waiting for you. Lose some weight. Stop eating so much pie. That was extra.
Oh my god. It's like kind of a Cain and Abel story where it's like one of them is seen as like the successful one, but the other one is seen as like
100%.
But in reality it's like, you know, there's I don't know how many of you guys have siblings as well, but there's always like an interesting mental game to like how parents view siblings, I think. Where
100%.
it's like, you know, and people know the memes, the middle child and the youngest child, the oldest child. Like there's always something there. You know, it's almost like a implicit thing. But I feel like with like if it's two brothers especially, there's so much like what's it called? I'm trying to think of the wording. But again, like
Rivalry?
a mental game, how they're sort of depicted, how the parents view them, their responsibilities, how they're viewed by the world itself. Like obviously, Buggy even said everyone thought Shanks was going to be that guy. But maybe because Buggy was so focused on what the world thought of Shanks, it wasn't what the world thought of him. And that caused him to like not spiral in any way, but like view himself as lesser than him because everyone was so focused on him the whole time. Like even Whitebeard said, "Oh, you're that one like black sheep of Roger's crew." But look at Buggy now. Buggy's where Whitebeard was. You know, rest in piss. You know what I'm saying?
Rest in piss is crazy.
which is also why I can believe. Oh, go on. Wait. Can I go or
Go ahead,
choose
Polly.
someone else?
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Polly.
Okay. One last thing. So that's why I can kind of believe that Rox is actually a clown, like he looks like Buggy, because out of all the I can't talk. Out of all the Rox members, Whitebeard's the only one who has actively seen Buggy and has talked about Buggy fondly in every situation he has come up. Even Marineford, like, oh yeah, hey little buddy. Well, I mean,
Didn't he say you're that red-nosed freak?
Yeah.
I believe he did say that.
Like, you're that little red nose.
Yeah. But no, I agree. I've been pushing the Rox D Buggy agenda lately. Like I don't know what it is I'm on, but
Nah,
I love
something
it.
about it.
There's so much potential.
Is this clown
Emo has
jewel
a red
of
nose. Come on, guys.
Hachinosu?
Everybody knows
But
it.
what I
Exactly,
wanted to
Desnis,
throw
the
in,
clown jewel of Hachinosu.
what I wanted to throw in is the scene of Shanks crying to Roger is a parallel for me for Luffy crying to Shanks when he loses his arm. So Shanks set a goal to help the future and help the next generation, and I think Roger decided on Laughtail that he will get to the Marines and will be executed by them because his illness and stuff, and he can't reach his goal of what Laughtail and the whole road thing is leading to. He can't do it and leave it to the next generation essentially. And he said to Shanks in that moment that he can't fulfill his dream, but his dream will be carried on and he will get to the Marines and will be executed. I think that's the thing why Shanks cried, because that will parallel what Luffy and Shanks experienced. Yeah.
Yes.
And And for the clown jewel, I think we know from Rox now that he was very good in the Davy Beck fights, because he got, in my opinion, he got all his crewmates through Davy Beck fights. And
I love that theory. That's really cool.
And I mean, he was the inventor of Davy Beck fights, or at least he was the champ of Davy Beck fights, because it was invented on his island. And so I think that he doesn't, just like Foxy, he doesn't need to be powerful. He just need to have a very useful devil fruit for his for the game, essentially, for any game that you play in Davy Beck fight.
A few things.
And then, yeah.
So the Davy Beck fight was stated in the manga to have been hundreds of years old. So I don't know if he was the progenitor, but he might have been really good at them. Yes. And also, I think in the officials, it doesn't ever mention crown jewel of Hachinosu. It just says the treasure. So I mean, I love like I was on the buggy as the clown jewel for like agenda as well for a while. But when you read the officials, I believe they never really mention anything like that. That was just a translation.
Okay, but we know that treasure can mean anything, from a head to a person, right? And we know that Rox didn't go for the devil fruits. That was just Big Mom and Kaido going for them. So Rox was going because of something different that was stolen from his island. And I think if it's not a devil fruit, it really could be a person, like a kid or something.
Well, see, that's what I think too. That's why I'm on the Rox debuggy train, is because a treasure, and then what is the most important aspect of the Orangetown arc that we learn? It's about treasure, and how treasure can mean something different to everybody.
Great point.
Also, it's a big parallel, because Garp raised the son of his opponent, right?
Right.
And that's like Roger raising the son of his opponent.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great point, dude. Great
I make the
flipping
same
point.
I make the same point. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm so down for a lot of things you guys are saying, because I've always loved Buggy as an existence, right? Like, this is an individual who, just like Luffy, gathers so many people under him. And if he's truly the son of Rox, then I would assume that Rox was very similar. Whether he was extremely powerful or just like Buggy, the fact remains, he also had the thing Mihawk spoke of, to bring many individuals. Like Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido still speak of him very fondly. Like, that was my captain, all right? That was my guy. Like, he was that dude, regardless of how things went on after that. So I'm excited to see whether he was like that dude in terms of strength, or that dude in terms of like Buggy, where he's. I mean, I'm not saying Buggy's not strong. We all know Buggy's top one, but he's like in terms of the overall comedic value, the comedic aspect of the character, which we know is going to be there. Is it going to lean more on the Buggy side? And I would be down for either scenario, maybe a little bit of both. And it's but I just love the Roxy Buggy stuff. I just think that's such a cool idea.
Also, he said it in the live action that he will be the first. He will be the first Pirate King. Then said Luffy and stuff. I really believe that Buggy will be the Pirate King in the end, because Luffy said he will be it before him, and Luffy doesn't want to be Pirate King to be known as Pirate King or something else. He wants to be Pirate King for a specific reason, for his dream.
Right.
And afterwards, it doesn't matter to him. So it would be funny if Luffy actually gets Pirate King first, but after that, Buggy gets Pirate King in finding One Piece or stuff like that. And then everybody on the world knows Buggy as the Pirate King. I would love that.
Well, and if Buggy...
Earlier, someone was... I was going to bring up that theory of someone bringing up Pirate God instead of Pirate King for Buggy.
That's
we were
insane.
talking about that a few hours ago.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's Dax's video, yeah.
And if like Buggy will be the Mr. Satan of the One Piece universe.
He already is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He already is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a great parallel. Yes.
Yeah.
And by extension...
Buggy.
Yeah,
and
also,
by
everyone...
extension... Okay. Go on.
Yeah, everyone talks about Blackbeard being the moon god and the moon being the opposite of the sun, but it really doesn't really seem that way in One Piece. Like even looking at the symbolism for the moon being a ray of light in the middle of the night sky, that represents hope. So I think Buggy represents that moon, the light that comes before the dawn, the ray of hope, the god of hope.
Also, Mihawk talks about the great power of Luffy to gather people around him, and Buggy has the exact same. So it's a big power. Like it could be something like a ancient weapon type of affection to people, to gather people. Like Shirahoshi can gather Sea Kings, and he can gather people to his cause. Yeah.
Also, if you all remember, and there's a video coming on the channel later this month, but in the cover story of Miss Golden Week, we find out that Mr. Zero, also known as Crocodile, his dream is to become the Pirate King. So, if Buggy becomes the Pirate King, he will become the Pirate King or Pirate Queen, maybe, by extension.
I love that it said Pirate Queen.
But
before we go on cooking, 1 second. Mr. Bushido with the €10 super chat said, made a discovery in Buddhism. They have the 16 arhats who are perfect humans. They are seen as saints of the highest order, aka 16 elders, 16 holy bullets, and 16 rings of the oxbell. End of and beginning of new era. Spicy.
And Doflamingo's attack was 16 holy bullets, if I remember. His
Yes.
final attack.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes.
All right.
While we have real quick, while we have a lull in the conversation, DQ, I wanna call on you, my man, because you have been waiting all day to talk to King Recon about Trails. This game.
Oh, let's go! Let's flip and go, baby.
Yep. Vex 2. Yeah, we've been tanking away at this game, and I gotta say, I wasn't expecting like an 8-hour prologue. It is a very long game.
Yeah.
I am absolutely.
Anyways, no, I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, it's like when they start derailing a little bit, the writing always goes anyways, and then pulls it back in and progresses. I love that.
No, so far it's been really enjoyable. We finally learned how to play the actual game, which is pretty cool. But like
the tutorial
Joshua
right
is just
over
like
my
me
head.
for real. Joshua is just like me for real. If you're ever free on a Thursday, we do not you, Joshua, the character in the game. But if you're ever free on a Thursday from 2 p.m. to about 6 p.m. CST, me and Tree have been going through it. We're in chapter 2 right now. We were just grinding on some shiny palms to get like the proper orbs for the area and stuff like that. But yeah, it's been absolute peak. And we've had a lot of actually some people who are familiar with you in our chat. So
that's so
if you're ever free, pop in, brother. And we've been really loving it.
It's been nice, like having people. That's actually how I learned how to use the orbaments properly and understand the combination of gems and whatnot, and that each orbament has its own like. That all went over my head, and I didn't get it. But I had some people from you come in and explain, and I was like, "Oh, this makes so much more sense."
The way I always explain orbments is that orbments are just like materia. Like it's a very similar system, except you can't like. It's different in a few ways, but in terms of the magic being put into like this into this system that becomes one with the world. It is very similar, especially in combat. But I'm so glad that you guys are already enjoying it in chapter 2, because it most certainly, like you said, bro, it's a really long game. Every single game is extremely long.
They're like 12, right? Like there's a lot.
Right now we're on, I think it's 12 or 13, somewhere on there.
Oh.
Yeah, it's so I'm happy, and you saying Estella's her. Brings joy to my heart because she really is. That's my girl.
She's so good. I guess for those that don't know what it is, it was Legend of Heroes: Trails in the Sky. King Recon explained it to us as it's essentially like One Piece in video game form, as
yeah,
there's expanding upon every game. Every time a game ends, they just pick up and keep
Yep.
telling the story. And I'm like,
yeah,
say less.
yeah.
Say less.
That's how it was explained to me. Like,
really,
whenever
it really feels like you're playing through like a long running battle shonen. Like it really
Right.
feels like it. It's great.
Right. And that's the coolest thing, right? Where I always wondered how it would feel to, because I've been caught up to a lot of my favorites for a long time. So like I always wondered what would it feel like to binge the classic Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach arcs, because I've been caught up to them since I was a teenager. Like I've been with them for so long. Trails gave me the opportunity to not only binge something like that is as good as those, but also get to play through those moments. Like imagine being able to play through Orange Town, but also through Arlong Park, and also through Water 70's lobby. Like you're playing it, you're immersed. Like you get to make the decisions yourself. And I think that's the appeal of the game, is being able to have this extremely long narrative that goes from game to game to game to game, like a One Piece, except you actually get to control it. And because of that, it feels much more personal, where when you defeat, I don't know, Kaido or whatever, you feel it, because it took a lot. It took a lot of grinding. It took a lot of building your stats and building up your team members. And it's a brilliant game. And if anyone is looking for something to play, coming off the tail end of a lot of great games, that most certainly is one that I would recommend, especially to One Piece fans. The only thing is, it's not only a time commitment, but it's also a money commitment too. There's a lot of games.
That is
So
true. That is very true.
so if there's when there's a sale, I would highly recommend it for sure.
I mean,
I
we're
gotta
all
say,
One
I'm
Piece
loving
fans.
the world building.
Or if so, the one point I didn't understand from the explanation is: do you take your companions from one game to another, or is it just?
Yes, you do, but it's I don't want to say anything, but it's it's sort of like it's like One Piece, and I think the other thing I would compare it to is kind of like JoJo as well. Are you guys familiar with JoJo?
Oh yeah.
So you know how JoJo, every time a new arc, a new part begins, there's a new cast of characters.
By Marth.
Okay.
It's like that too. So when a new arc begins, it picks up in the story again, but from a new perspective. So it's like a reset, but it's carrying the same thing. You're just going to a new point of view, and so it's building this. So in One Piece terms, it would be, you start off in the East Blue with Luffy and them. When you get to the second arc, the main character is Kobe. That's kind of like how the Trails is, where you're continuously going through multiple different perspectives of this humongous world. So it's if that appeals to you, it's that would actually be really cool for One Piece to do that one day. And they have done it multiple times, also, showing POVs. But
also the game I think will apply to every One Piece fan the most, in my opinion, is Bug Fables. It's intentionally written with One Piece in mind. The story sounds like One Piece. You can play it in like 30 hours and you can get it for like $10. That's the cheap version of that. But Bug Fables is really my opinion.
I've heard that's like Paper Mario.
I like meeting characters, and then they go away and we don't see them anymore, but it's like, you look like a main character. I'm sure there will be payoff with you eventually, but I haven't seen you in like 20 hours.
Like, can you all you gotta do, I just have one more thing to say about Trails that I have to get off my chest. S Charizard is her, bro. Oh my goodness. It's like one of my favorite characters right now. I absolutely love her, but Olivier is also a goat.
Oh, dude, Olivier, are you guys playing with voices? Like, do you have a voice mod or a voice patch?
So what do you mean by that?
So there's a voice. So the voices in the game when you're in battle are different from the voice mod, right? So like the voices in game, Joshua's Ichigo, and Estelle is Rukia.
I knew it.
Yeah. So that's the English. But if you were to play with a Japanese patch, there's a lot of voices you would recognize. Olivier is Aokiji. which is really, really, really cool. Whenever you get to hear him talk, he has that
crazy.
slow, deep, because he's also Dio, like the Koyasu.
Mind right now.
So it's not that every line is voice acted. It's just the battle stuff.
The battle stuff is what comes with the game. The English version for the Sky games, for some reason, or at least I think is it just the first one? I think it is the first or second. Regardless, it didn't come with the voices from the Japanese release. So I'm trying to remember how I did it, but I put in a mod that patches in the voices from the Japanese release, and they all say pretty much, I would say, like 70% of their lines. It's kind of like in Final Fantasy. They don't, or old Final Fantasy, where like they would voice their lines, and then they wouldn't voice like the side quest stuff. That's kind of like how Trails is too, where if you play the Japanese patch, you would still see a lot of text with no voices, but in the main scenes they do talk, like for sure. But so yeah, just try to figure out how to. If not, I'll try to find a way and try to send you guys the link, because that's how I played it, and it was a marvelous experience here in the Japanese cast.
It has.
I know you brought it up before.
I looked on Wikipedia. It has like 16 titles.
Dude, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it is huge. It took me from Christmas 2019 until October 2020. Like the entire pandemic, I played Trails. The entire pandemic, I was so obsessed. The only reason I took a break was because my favorite game came out, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and well, now it's Rebirth. But my franchise dropped a game, and I said, all right, that's kind of like when a One Piece chapter drops. I don't care what's going on, we're playing that, or we're reading it, right? It was the same thing with that, where I took a break from it for that, and then once I hopped back in, I didn't stop playing until October, and this is a crazy experience. But yeah, Trails, man, fantastic. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying it. We talked about it last time on this stream, and I was wondering if y'all had checked. That is so cool. That is so cool. I appreciate y'all so much for letting me know that. That makes me so happy.
Yeah, we'll try it.
So we're in the last hour of the stream now, everyone. And
Woo!
I think
You
it
made
would
it.
be. We have made it to the last hour of the stream, and I think it would be fitting. We were initially going to have a D&D section, but a lot of the D&D players were not here now because they're playing D&D. So
Go
what
figure.
what I'm going to ask everyone, and I want to hear from as much people as possible, especially Mr. Weast, since we haven't heard him speak too much, is what are our thoughts for the end of series of One Piece, like the ending, what we think it's going to begin, or what's going to happen.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, like and subscribe.
Like this stream.
Well,
And remember to click that bell.
Yeah.
I have an idea. Not so much about like where we'll be at, but I think there's going to be a point coming very soon, possibly after the Yamato cover story, in which we kind of have our final crew. And I think the final crew will be technically, it's a little different than Free AZ's. I think it'll be a total of 14 characters, but there will technically be 12 crewmates.
Nice.
For the end of One Piece, I just want it to be that one Evangelion scene where everyone is just clapping and saying congratulations, and it's just a 50-minute episode of all the random characters saying congratulations.
It's like in the first finale of Scrubs where they're just walking on the hallway and you see all of the NPCs from like the past seasons.
Yeah, it's just like a 3-hour-long episode of everyone going congratulations from like each like miniature character that has had one line.
And a 15-minute speech from Mayor Whoopslap.
Yeah,
Let's go. No.
and everyone is gonna go.
Joke, but
Yo,
this sounds
wow.
fire.
Yeah.
I'm eating this up.
This is where
I
the
think
real
that
cooking
honestly-
begins, folks.
I think that
No,
honestly,
no,
for
no.
the
They go
story,
like
you
the
know-
extra while. They introduce like fucking Force Ghost from like Star Wars, and then there's Ace in like a hockey
Whitebeard's
ghost.
there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone-
Congratulations.
No, but on a serious note, as far as like what I expect from like or like hope for with the end of One Piece is the loose structure of it all is that we will see a final war probably at or after Elbaf, and we'll see a lot of other characters that we haven't seen in a while that have been probably power crept up into the new world like standings and things like that. And we'll end up seeing some strange alliances, maybe some strange matchups. You know, like everyone assumes that the Blackbeard pirates are going to beef with Straw Hats in some way or another, and it could be cool if we see Buggy versus Shanks and like a Cross Guild versus Red Hair Fleet type of matchup. We see the Revolutionary Army going up against the world government proper, and if everyone has like if it's like a perfect like you know, like lattice work of really intricate like fighting, like which I think would be really cool. And like Oda said in his 2018 Jump Festa message, is like it's gonna make Marineford look like a kiddie pool. It's gonna be like way above that. And then after that, and presumably the toppling of the world government's current regime, then we will find the One Piece. And I believe that Buggy will be declared the king of the pirates because Luffy doesn't actually want that because he has other ways of accomplishing his dream. I think we will finally come to figure out what Luffy's dream actually is. And as far as like how all of these things directly play out, again, this is just like a loose you know, framework of it in my mind, but those are like the things that I think I need, as well as some sort of allusion to all of the Straw Hat streams coming true, even if we don't see that in the actual story proper and get it in like an epilogue chapter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see the Straw Hat streams come true, definitely. I definitely want there to be some meta undertext as well, because, like, Oda's so cheeky, man. Like, putting in something like One Piece was the story the whole time, or putting in, like, a subtle message that, like, One Piece is the community or something like that. I need something like that, like something real cheesy.
Bro.
The One Piece is gonna be Luffy walks into like a comedically big like treasure chest, and it's just gonna be the first volume of One Piece.
Let's go.
I would love that.
Yeah.
I would love that. I would love that so
Yeah.
much. I was literally just cooking in the VC chat earlier with Marth. There's two screen caps from the anime, both from Eni's Lobby era or arc, and one has a book with Ichiro Oda's name on it, and the other one is just a One Piece book. Like, and it's like, yeah, give me the meta goodness, please reveal to me that the One Piece is just the story the whole time. Yeah, Josh.
Imagine if the penultimate volume of One Piece comes out and then there is an announcement that the final volume, there is only one in the world and only one person can find it. So good luck out there.
Could you imagine?
I'm not gonna lie, that would be so cool.
Could you imagine the violence? The violence.
Yeah,
100%.
Shit would go crazy after that. Yeah.
No, but to speak on Marth, because he's not here, and I know he had a theory. It's like an hour and 20 minutes over on Tainted Marth's channel. Highly recommend you go check it out.
Theory of
yeah,
the year.
it's so
Go check
good.
it out.
It's really phenomenal. But he basically, I won't go into. There's so much I literally couldn't even go into it all right now. But the main thing that refers to the end of the story is that like, what if the voice of all things is you being able to hear the thoughts that Oda is having while he's writing the story? And if you were able to see the truth of the world, you're actually seeing Oda's writing desk, and you're able to see ahead a few pages. And that's what Future Sight is effectively, is that you are able to read the story before the story actually comes out. And so like, if that is literally go and watch this theory. It's phenomenal. That is just a tiny little sample of it. But if we do end up seeing the world through Oda's eyes and seeing that, like, you know, the best part about the video, and it literally gave me chills, is in the last like 2 minutes of it. And I don't want to spoil it for you. Please go check out the video. He's not paying me at all to say this, by the way.
Yeah,
but
no,
like, it's
when
just.
I said theory of the year, guys, I strongly believe it is a contender for like best theory of the year. Like, it is that good.
But it explains so much about Joy Boy, the Void Sentry, the voice of all things, the will of D, and what it means to turn the world upside down. Literally go check it out. It's phenomenal. And parts of it gave me like goosebumps. It's like I haven't actually had like the vibes from watching a theory video like that since like back in the day when like when I first got it, like 2+ years ago when I first started getting into like the YouTube theory space.
So the end of One Piece is Luffy becomes Deadpool.
I mean,
yeah.
Then we are gonna get a small,
words.
and then we get a small arc of Luffy going the Deadpool route where he kills all the riders.
Oh
my goodness.
D stands for Deadpool.
The D stands for Deadpool.
I feel like at the end of the series, whatever happens is gonna happen. I want more so like at the end of Ocarina of Time, after you beat it, the camera like goes through the entire land and shows you like what everyone is doing, and kind of gives you like some people are cheering, some people are J-vibing, and it's
right.
I don't know. I want some kind of like closure like that, or something that's like a celebration of everything that's come before, where we catch up on what these people are doing. So like even if Smoker doesn't show up for the rest of the series, we'd see what he was doing there, you know?
Yeah.
Right. Speaking, I love that. And speaking of Zelda, something I'm really looking forward to from the end of the story is going to be when this inevitable, because you know how every single arc has had the race against time thing going for it. And I think it is building to when the story comes to a close, we're going to have the biggest race against time, which is the destruction of the planet. And in some way, shape, or form. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how the individuals in the One Piece world react to the destruction of the planet. Will they despair? Is that going to be when their beliefs and wills are truly tested, similar to what we're seeing right now with Bonnie and her fruit's powers diminishing as those beliefs started going down? Are we going to see the beliefs of the people in Luffy versus the beliefs of the individuals in Emu, or them not believing in Emu, whatever the case may be? I'm looking forward to seeing how the destruction of the planet plays into the Luffy-Emu conflict, and the individuals within the world, even the strongest of people, are more than likely going to still be like, man, if we're all going down, like, what is this all for? And it's once again going to the story about the story thing about Oda having the opportunity to talk about the adventure aspect of the story, and those little detours when the planet is about to be destroyed, and everyone's like, oh, you remember when we went to Skypiea, or you remember when we went to Sabaody and had these extremely fun moments on the roller coaster and all that? Like, that's what really matters, and that's what One Piece is all about. And so I feel like when the story's about to come to a close, and Emu's bringing down that thing we saw in Lucia just 15 times over the entire planet, and things are just getting destroyed, I'm looking forward to seeing how he plays around with what truly is the meaning of life, as well as the meaning of adventure when it comes to the meaning of life. It's he has a lot of opportunities to talk about the story within a story aspect, and I'm very excited to see that take place.
Do you think we're going to see some kind of like themes of Final Fantasy VII, where like the planet itself is a character trying to fight these oppressing forces?
I could see it. I most certainly could see it, especially if we start playing into what we were talking about earlier with Luffy being able to change the not just other individuals, but maybe even the planet itself, which I think is really fascinating, considering Emu, we feel like, is the individual who controls everything, literally from the ocean to what's under the world, and whatever that other space is. Like, imagine Luffy just being like, nah, you may control all that, but I got the people and the planet behind me. You know how peak that would be? I mean,
Emu is Omega weapon.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Emu is Omega weapon.
Well, I was thinking of like also the people who are named after the other planets would be like the Gi per se, if you've played Rebirth, you know. They are the embodiment of the other planets and the other essence showing up and trying to like be this oppressive force that Luffy represents the best of all of it, facing it head on and at the forefront. I just think it's cool.
I saw this, you know, those TikTok or YouTube shorts that are like the fake debates, like, oh yes, this is this totally real theory that one of my favorite was just end of One Piece, Luffy just fucking dies. You know, because there's always been the like, oh yeah, he gives so much life essence going to Gear 2 and stuff like that. I find it to be such a hilarious idea, and I wanted to see how mad would people get from that.
I think.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. Continue. I was gonna.
No, like like, oh yeah, we're just about to get to that One Piece and cut to black.
Oh. And then that's the end of the story.
Kratos style, dude.
I was gonna say, I genuinely could see, like, if executed well, that the community would actually welcome a Luffy death scene. Just not if it's done like that though. Like that would just infuriate everyone.
Executed well.
I think that if it was like a flashback where, like, I mean, you guys have all seen like the meme where it's like somebody is at the grave site of all of the Straw Hats, and you see like Nami's grave with the climb attack there, Luffy's with the straw hat on it, Zoro with the 3 swords, and all of that, and it's Brook telling the story to the next generation, and all of them have been long since deceased or something like that. Like,
right.
I don't know. Do you guys think there's any possibility of that happening?
I most certainly do. I think there's a possibility. Like I told you last time we had this conversation when I came on. I don't know if Oda wants to give the last adventure on screen, because he has a lot of emotional potential there for cry your eyes out moments where he leaves the crew one by one in order that he recruited them in reverse, and like ending off right with Nami and Zoro. I don't know if he wants to go that route, or if he'll go through the final chapter. Brook or Usopp are talking about the legend of Straw Hat Crew, but maybe it's long after they're gone, and we see how the planet has gone thanks to the efforts of the Straw Hats and everyone who's around. And we hear of the legends of Luffy and Usopp and the Straw Hat Crew and everyone who ushered in this new era. I don't know the route that Oda wants to take, but whatever it is, I have full faith in him, because he said the first thing he ever came up with was that final panel, and he's just building towards it. So whatever he has in mind, he's had in mind since '97.
That is
so whatever it is, we know what it is.
I feel like the idea of it being a story is pretty concrete, because there's a lot of moments in One Piece where they sort of throw in narration. For example, with like Whitebeard's death, they have it almost play out like a legend being told about his death.
Right.
So it's like there's a lot of moments throughout where it's like someone is telling this story to someone, or like as if it's a book or something. So I feel like there's great examples for that being like a very valid possibility for the end of the series.
100%.
So
100%.
So my take on the ending is One Piece will end on chapter 1280. Many secrets will be open to find out ourselves. Oda will appear in his own manga. Vivi will be the 10th member of the Straw Hats. Yamato, aka Odin, will be boiled, of course. The One Piece is the planet itself. The Laugh Tale, or the island where they found the One Piece, is the sunken part of Goa Kingdom. And when they find the One Piece, the water goes down and they have a whole new world to discover.
That is
that's like with the undiscovered part of the water. I actually think that's a really cool idea. Yeah.
Well, I like the idea
that
of the water
crazy.
being drained as well.
Right.
I have this crackpot tinfoil theory called gear piece that I think long ring, long land is a gear. I don't know what the function of it would be completely, but one of the points I lean towards is draining the water that has built up since the Void Century because of the creation of the Red Wall. The Red Line.
Or maybe it could be the opposite, that the land that was before the Void Century got is up into the sky now, forming the new moons and the planets.
I mean, they did refer Marie Joie as hell. So, like, it's right below Sky Peak.
Sabo did, yeah.
Yeah, Sabo did.
I think that it'd be really interesting, like, if I don't know, like that is really cool. I like what Desta said about leaving a lot of things open ended and up to interpretation. I like to have open ended, like I guess like it's like not really like a full resolution to the story, but it's kind of like you could insert your own and like we have to understand that whatever the One Piece is, there's been so many theories at this point that like it's going to somehow upset some people if it ends up being this and not that, or not this and stuff like that. So having it being a little bit more open-ended is something that I think would be the ultimate Oda move. But I'm not sure, just because like he's also said that nobody like, and I don't know how tapped into the community he is, but he said at one point that nobody has guessed it. And so that's like also like an interesting thing. So that means that it is something definitively, but I don't know if we are necessarily going to be given that, like spoon-fed that in the panels proper, or if it's going to be something that we won't know until maybe like an SBS or like a data book in the end, or like, can you imagine he off screens the One Piece?
Oh man,
everybody has to hide because everybody be looking for it.
My question though is like, oh, go ahead.
My bad. Oh, go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna kind of like go in a different direction. So if that was pertaining to what was just being said, go ahead.
Oh, and I was gonna say that comment was made before we found out about the future stuff, that what took place in the past was actually all this futuristic technology. So I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility if someone has gotten it right after those comments were made. Yeah.
It's really interesting to think. I was thinking, like, to go back to what Tree was saying, how there is like a bit of a, in Ocarina of Time and in many other stories as well, like a capstone, like a victory lap type of thing, where you get to see a bunch of the other side characters from throughout the tales and from different islands and different blues and different parts of the Grand Line and things like that, and their perspective and their reception of what the ending is. And maybe that's how we get the actual ending, but we don't see the Straw Hats actually stepping on Laugh Tale and claiming the One Piece. We just hear about it through the mouths of the thousands, from like in the cover story, the decks of the world, and like, so it'd be really interesting if we got like a long epilogue kind of similar to that. If we were to get like a victory lap, who would the one character, no matter how obscure, who would the one character you want to see in the victory lap be?
Daimon.
Daimon.
Absolutely.
Out. Yeah.
1000% with you there.
So I think Luffy experiencing what the One Piece is the very last panel. I think the very last picture, and we see the other reactions beforehand, and we also see that through the whole manga, that we see reactions of a certain something that happened before with other people, and then in the end with the Straw Hats, because that's peak essentially with the emotions and stuff.
I don't know. I think he'll get the One Piece before he even fights Eam or anything like that.
I noticed that the One Piece is like the last thing
to his dream.
Yeah, this is why Cube has a theory that once they find the One Piece, the series that is named One Piece is over, and he's gonna change the name.
But there's also a possibility that what he means by that is similar to like the Final Saga thing, right? Where once One Piece is found, that's when us as the viewer know, oh, this thing's only got like a couple months left.
Yeah, that's
like,
how
it's almost done. Because the way that it was worded wasn't. I got to remember exactly how he said it, but I remember at the time when that comment came out, it was more so like after the One Piece is found, the series is basically going to be coming down to its conclusion. So we could say it's like either final volume territory, or like what was brought up a few seconds ago in regards to maybe that's what he finds right before the world gets turned upside down, the war happens, Eam, and then all of that, because Luffy has to become king of the pirates before he said it was a stepping stone for his actual dream. So I think the only way we get the One Piece as the final panel is if we take the flashback route that we were talking about earlier, that we hear of it in Legend, we don't see it, and then we see what he saw in the final chapter. But besides that, I do think that final volume is going to be dedicated to Luffy's actual dream at this point. I think I think he's setting himself up for that being the actual end game of the story.
So the direct quote is referring to the final chapter. Like Oda says, I've always pictured what the final chapter of One Piece would be like. though from time to time the situation surrounding it changes, it will still be over whenever the One Piece is found in the series. Haha. Anyways, the next arc is the final one. So it's like he was directly referring to the final chapter whenever he talked about it. So like I understand that like there are stepping stones to Luffy's like full dream, but being Pirate King is one of the stepping stones. The One Piece doesn't like just be like that is like the quickest way to becoming the Pirate King is to claim the One Piece. But the One Piece is never stated to be a stepping stone for Luffy's dream. It's becoming Pirate King that is. And I think that those two things might not necessarily be as synonymous as we see them.
Right. I think one thing to note on that though is that in Japan they refer to chapters as episodes. So like I'll give you an example, right? Like when Berserk drops, when that used to drop regularly, the individuals over there would refer to the Berserk chapters as episodes and the arcs as chapters. So like we won't know until we talk to, I don't know, a Japanese translator or whatever, of what Oda was truly referring to there, whether he was talking about the final chapter as in the final stretch of the story or the actual final chapter, because they have several ways of saying chapters, episodes, all of that for their manga. But regardless whether that's true, I agree with you 100% on the Pirate King and One Piece not necessarily having to be synonymous, because Luffy could be called Pirate King whenever. At this point, I would be down with him being called Pirate King before, during, or after the One Piece is found. Because at this point, he's that guy.
For all we know, when he gets to Laugh Tale, the One Piece might not even be there because Roger could not claim the One Piece. When he gets there, it could be revealing where the actual One Piece treasure is.
Right.
Do you think all three of those things are the same thing, or any one of them, like the Pirate King, his dream, and One Piece, or are they three separate things that he has to?
Probably three separate things leading to each other.
Exactly. I think that's it.
Yeah, because Roger, he was called the Pirate King by Big News Morgans. Like, it wasn't even something he gave to himself. Right. And then the world associated Roger, when he found the final island, that was called, like, the One Piece. But we don't even know how the One Piece came to be in the story, which is so crazy, because we're already, you know what I mean? Like, the Pirate King, the One Piece, and, like, them being associated in the slightest is all just something that was drummed up by just the hype of who Roger was as a person. Because Roger's goal wasn't to find the One Piece at all. It was just to circle the globe. He didn't even
care about it. He literally offered it up to...
Blackbeard,
just real quick, like
trying to become king of Pirate Island would make him a Pirate King and kind of cheating the system. And then people would associate that with him and call Blackbeard the Pirate King.
Exactly. Just like Rock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like Roger never even cared about like the One Piece or like being Pirate King or anything, and he literally offered it up to Whitebeard on a silver platter. He's like, "You wanna go there? I'll tell you where it is right now."
Facts.
And like Whitebeard was like, "Nah, I'm cool." Like,
yeah, that is.
To get back to the victory lap question, where I was like, "Who's the one person you would definitely want to see like in the victory lap?" Like the reaction of, I know Kev's answer is Moda, right?
Oh my god. So, I feel like I should get a second answer, because I feel like that's like the obvious answer. I would love to see the Yeti Cool Brothers.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I feel like that would be so funny. You know?
That's hilarious.
Kev,
you
what
just
is
see
the
Zoro
possibility?
become the world's greatest swordsman, and they're just like, "Man, we fought that guy." Like,
Kev,
oh my god!
What is the possibility we see Yeti Cool Brother lore in the Void Century?
Dude, honestly, Joy Boy's the friend of all beasts. You know, Yetis might be there. Maybe.
Down?
Dude,
what if Yetis are like mink giants? Right?
Okay.
That's what
Fishman giants.
Yes, sir.
Me and Polly were talking about this right before stream started, like 8 hours ago.
Yes, sir.
Like, legitimately, we were talking about, like, what if they were, like, the equivalent of, like, a buccaneer and a mink together, or a giant and a mink together. Like,
I think I said this a couple of streams ago, that there are giant mink hybrids.
I really think they are just hints to Toriyama and Kishimoto, because the one represents Toriyama 1-to-1 essentially with the straw hat and the gas mask, and the other one would be in the case of Oda, Kishimoto was one of his closest. So I think that's
Dude,
just
I
a
never
reference to those.
noticed that. That
I
is
just love
so
that.
true.
Because
It is the Toriyama mask.
Toriyama
Yes.
in his first depictions of himself always wears a straw hat, and
he looks just like that.
essentially passed the straw hat to Eiichiro Oda, and Toriyama is essentially Oda's Roger because he said
sure.
like manga
Right.
can be
Or
popular
it's
in
just
other
Shanks.
countries as well.
Shanks passing the straw hat, Toriyama passing the straw hat. Like,
Oh,
I think Oda. So actually, this is a perfect segue because the man himself is in the call right now. But I remember when Recon and Par, when you guys were talking about like writing in One Piece, I resonated so hard with this. You said Oda was Luffy, but now he is Shanks, and I'm like, that's so real, man. That stream, I've never stopped thinking about it because it's so real. It's so real.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
I really
because
do.
It's just over a
Oda,
year ago.
yeah,
or
Oda,
something, right? Like,
yeah,
the
someone there.
Shanks.
Shout out to Par,
He is
man.
the
He was cooking there.
Absolutely. And I did have one more because the Yeti Cool Brothers. Maybe that's too obvious. You know what I mean?
that's too obvious.
Yeah, I mean they were a major character. Definitely. So my other one is Margarita, the plate girl, whose shadow was put into Sentry. This is my wild pick because Moda is more likely than her. Moda's more likely than her. So I feel like she deserves love.
Margarita's crazy.
Mine would be.
I want to see
Captain
go ahead.
Shu, the guy with the sabi
Yes.
to me. Like,
yes,
I want to see him just chilling, being like, "I wrestled one of the greatest swordsmen swords."
Oh my god,
that'd be so cool.
I need to see Kami and Papagoo, like for sure. Like
they're a lot.
That's a given. Yeah, that's a given that we will see them, but that's like my obvious answer. If I had to pick like a less obvious answer, I need to see my boy Geen.
Yes.
100%.
My boy
Geen. He's definitely the right hand of a Yonko now.
Yeah. Yep. Do you see the picture of Toriyama there, and next to him the stone? It's not Stonehenge. What the fuck?
Moai head.
Yeah. And there was a depiction of Kishimoto that he previously draw where he draw himself as that one as well. So it really fits, in my opinion.
That's like some big three energy. And notice how Kubo is not in that big three. That's all I'm gonna say. It's like some big three. I don't know. I've been feeling low key. I've been feeling somewhat toxic. This Kendrick, Drake, J. Cole stuff is really inspiring me to be toxic. Because let's be for real, Oda's top one, and Kendrick's top one. That's all I'm gonna say, and we can rest it at that. Yeah.
May I have one for end of series? Who I want to see.
Okay.
I would love to see female Crocodile, and I want his personality to change to where he is a housewife to Buggy, and is nagging him all the time.
Whoa! I know.
Crocodile.
I initially said
Croco Mom end of series.
But I told you the secret of Crocodile already, right? Lucas, I don't know. Because I just figured it out, and it's so obvious that it's hurtful because Ivankov knows his secret, right? And he doesn't talk like, Ivankov changed me or I owe Ivankov something. Just Ivankov knows something about him, right? And where was Ivankov, and where I would guess Crocodile to end up? In God Valley. So if Crocodile was a slave once, and we got that same story in the same arc, even with Boa Hancock being a slave and doesn't want to be recaptured as a slave. So if Crocodile was a slave once and he doesn't want people to know that he was a slave, that would be the same story like Boa. Like, he doesn't want people to know that he was a slave, and Ivankov knows that. So that's the secret that Ivankov knows about Crocodile.
I like
And so that would add him to God Valley, and I love this. I want to see him on God Valley with Mihawk even. That would be amazing.
I like that idea.
I think that's really interesting to bring up, if the fact that he's a slave, because that would even further his connection to like money, because his main aspiration was money through a lot of the story, and that would even make him a parallel to like Nami in that case, because Nami and money and slavery, that's I don't know, that's really interesting.
And the giant gold hook that he's overcompensating with.
Yo, good point. Good point. Hold up, Real might be selling me on this.
Maybe he had his slave mark on his hand, so he cut off his hand. Just
that is very fair. Very fair.
Or maybe they cut off his hand. As simple as that. Like maybe he, because we saw them kill Kuma's dad for as simple as singing a little happy song, and then
was it Garling that cut off his hand?
Oh,
that is spicy. Wow.
Or if he would escape a shackle or something, cut off his own hand to get out.
Right.
So how had the pirate with Captain Hook, how he lost his hand to the crocodile, right?
Yes.
Oh, to the crocodile.
Yep.
Oh my god.
He just blew Tori Mori's mind, does this?
That is so spicy. I've long thought that there could have been a slave mark on his hand, and that's why he cut it off. But to tie it into even going further and tying it into like Garling, that's really inspired. That's so cool.
I mean,
I assume we think he'll be at God Valley then.
Yeah, I would
love that.
I mean, all the big players in the beginning of the story reappearing in God Valley, so Crocodile's obviously in God Valley, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Do you guys think? Wild. Do we ever step foot in God Valley, like the Straw Hats? Do they ever step foot there?
They already have.
Oh yeah.
They've been to Thriller Bark.
Yeah, they've been.
to Thriller Bark.
Interesting.
It always comes back to Thriller Bark.
Always does.
Everything comes back to Thriller Bark, baby.
It's going to end up being a top 3 important arc by the time it's all said and done. No question.
Yeah.
I've been preaching the gospel of Thriller Bark for ages now, brother. Thank you so much. Everyone.
That's what's written in Kuma's Bible there.
Oh my god.
So to pull us back a little bit, characters we want to see at
the
end of the series.
Hold on.
Margaret.
The goat has to return.
Are you saying Kuma brought a Bible to Thriller Bark to pay his respects to the fallen victims of God Valley?
That he was at?
Hold up, bro.
Oh my god, bro. Hold
up.
Well, no, he had it in Jaya, didn't he?
He was bringing it to Marie Joie as well. Oh, but what if he brought it to Marie Joie because his father died at Marie Joie as well? You see dude.
Yeah, okay.
Dude.
Hold up, bro. That's a cook.
Oh my
god. Oh my god.
That's wild.
Oh man.
I don't need to care. I don't need to care about Thriller Bark more, guys. What are y'all doing? Like, it's already a problem.
Wait, hold on.
I think, like, to answer back to like the original question, and like Tree brought us back to it, like, I don't think this is likely, but it's something that is like a mighty need for me. I really see Silver's Rayleigh survive this story and get to see like the results of them finding the way. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think he will. Unfortunately, I think he will pass.
So
at a pivotal moment.
Instead of the Ocarina of Time ending, kind of have that, but have it be like people reading the newspaper, and it's all of the people that we've been with across the journey, and they're reading the headlines of like Luffy has claimed the One Piece or something like that. Like, and having Silver's like kicking it back, reading the headline that like Luffy did it. Huge.
No, I would love that. No longer a sapperling, like I don't, that's so crazy to me, but I don't know if we're going to get that. I think that of all of the individuals that are coded for potentially like where the death flags are in One Piece, I think that Rayleigh and potentially Law, which is unfortunate because they're literally my top 2 favorite characters in the entire series. I think it just kind of makes the most sense. You know what I mean? Like narratively. At a point.
Law is my current number 1. Because the other one's gone, I can't.
Oh my
god. Bro, from the moment I entered this community until now, I've heard Law is gonna die. at this point, I don't know if he's gonna die. I remember hearing Dressrosa.
Oh my God,
I
it's
heard it
One
in
Piece. Nobody
leading into
dies.
Wano. I was like, man, I don't know, bro. He might survive. Unless they kill him and take the immortality, the operation on the from the ability.
Juan
But
Bell
I
are gonna
don't
be
know, man. I think
chilling.
y'all may survive. I think y'all might be okay. I think y'all might be okay. He's survived everything else.
Saved Law.
Right.
What if Law self-sacrifices to give Rayleigh the perpetual? No, I'm kidding. I'm just.
Oh my God.
Rayleigh is my top one in the verse, and I love him. I'm not talking about power scaling. He's literally my favorite character. He is such an amazing character, and of all of the individuals that I think are probably not going to see the actual end of story, he's probably on the top of the list, unfortunately. I don't know if y'all have any other characters that y'all think might not make it.
So, like I said, Yamato will die, obviously, because she will be
stop.
boiled. Like
Oh
Odin.
my
God, bro.
She always
Do
claims
this to
she is Odin, and Odin has to be boiled. Point.
But how can you boil if you're so
Odin, hold on.
cold?
Yeah, but her dad
Odin
will
did a
do
whole.
it. Wow,
Hold on,
she
hold
could
on.
probably do
wasn't
it.
king till he died. So I mean, like Luffy
Odin
has
did
to
a
die
whole
then.
victory lap. Odin did a whole victory lap, though. Odin went around the whole. He circumnavigated before he got
Oh, you
boiled.
mean Roger? You mean
So
Roger?
Yamato. Odin.
Oh, okay.
Roger took Odin
you were
along
replying
with him to all of the like. No, I'm saying to Desness, like if Yamato does have to go, Yamato is going on a big grand bon voyage beforehand. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'd be okay with that.
If
Okay,
we're
yeah,
gonna
to be fair.
if we're gonna hug so closely to the parallels between Yamato and Odin, we gotta pay respects to that whole part of the story. You know,
It's okay even if Yamato survives the boiling, but she has to be boiled at some point.
Okay. If she survives, I'll be all right. I'll be okay. I'll be all right.
She's gonna have to fight a Kainu then.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The exact same thing.
She's gonna tank a Kainu.
Yes, sir.
She's gonna tank it for a. She's gonna
My
tank
boy
the same
Yamato
attack
gonna roll
and
up and
everything.
beat the shit out of a Kainu.
Dude,
yes, sir.
Yamato's gonna be made a donut, and she's gonna be like, "It's okay. I'm used to eating these."
Oh my god.
She's just gonna like, you know who my dad is? You know what I
Actually,
think?
you know what? That's my new agenda because her and Ace were friends.
Yep.
True.
I want Yamato to beat his ass.
Oh, yeah, I
Let's
see
go.
that.
I want
I
her
thought
to.
that Blackbeard will do
Yo,
something
let it-
to her because he's heading
Ace was
to
getting that
Wano,
pussy.
but yeah, that's.
Let it be a Sabo
Really?
Yamato
Momo.
tag team. Let's get it.
Seriously?
Make it happen.
Fire and ice, baby.
Fire and
Hey
ice.
yo.
The fucking song
But
of
no.
Fire and Ice.
Yes, sir.
No.
I want her to turn
I
to the
think-
camera and say, "I'm too hard boiled to be burned."
Hey,
Let's go.
I'd be down for it.
He's so
Yeah, you think we're gonna see all the Impel Down? Yeah, you think we're gonna see all the people in Impel Down like get freed, like once the world government like regime topples and stuff like that? We get to see like Senior Pink and stuff like that, like getting out. Or do you think we'll
They
do
could
like
be in the
full
final
Impel
war.
Down breakout before?
Is
Right.
Yeah, I
Senior
was gonna
Pink
say,
even
I
alive?
think,
I think it'll be before.
I think
before the final.
Cross Guild is gonna break out Doflamingo and Senior Pink and like the Doflamingo family.
Please.
And all that.
Yeah.
That's
Please.
really interesting because I think that's what Marco and Weevil are doing right now. I feel like that's the whole point.
Ooh.
Get free Weevil from Impel Down.
I think it's all of them. I think it's everybody. We're gonna have a
That's where the
big
final war
Impel
is.
Down. I think that is going to be a major point of like the kickoff in the same way that Egghead is for sure.
Right.
I think all these characters are going to converge there, like Neo, Mads, Marco, of course, Weevil, King, Queen, because they all three should be in Green Bull's.
Here's the real question:
Warden right now.
Do you think Magellan still solos all of them like he did in Impel Down like 1.0? Do you think he
Not this
just
time.
wipes the floor with everybody?
I mean, there are a lot more heavy hitters in that lineup than
Right.
before, so I don't know. But
Bro,
Are we
Buggy
assuming
by
Kaido
himself.
and Big Mom are there?
Conquers hockey. Boom.
Dude, Conqueror's
No.
Buggy.
Conquers Buggy.
Yeah, but Roger and Conquerors and still got
Insane.
disease and poison.
Wait. Ooh. New
Also
agenda
with-
unlocked. New agenda unlocked.
Also,
Conquerors.
New agenda unlocked.
will
Conquerors.
will Kaku's death finally changing Lucci?
Nah.
I don't know, man.
Nah. Someone said nah.
Nah.
Out of curiosity,
No,
who still hasn't answered the outro question yet for who they want to see in the recap at the end of the series?
Honker
Likely or unlikely?
If I guess I'll just add another because I don't know what Gaimon is under. Unlikely or likely. So I'll just okay. So if we're going unlikely, I mean, I honestly want us to cut back to ores. Speaking of filler bark, I think it would be interesting if you know, we've been talking a lot about shadows in the theory side of the community for a long time, and I've been thinking about a lot of the corpses that are in the verse, especially in Thriller Bark. And I'm wondering if there's going to be any of those characters from the past, your Ryumas, the Orzes, where we see like their force ghosts at the end of the series, on some Star Wars stuff, or if we could potentially have a situation or a scenario where any of these characters could be highlighted in some way, shape, or form. But because I think Ors is going to be so important, the more we learn about the Void Sentry, the Giants, the Onis, here heading into the end of the story, I feel like I cut back to that, even if he's gone, like just in general. I think it would be really cool to have that with new context of what potentially happened with the Onis in the past, Onigashima, all of that stuff. Just kicking it back to Ors, who might have been one of those Joy Boys if there's any foreshadowing for him putting on the hat and acting just like Luffy there whenever he had his soul inside. I've always thought that was interesting, especially once we found out that there is a giant Straw Hat, which leads us to assume that Joy Boy is a giant. It's just always been interesting how maybe Oris himself was one of the original failed Joy Boys. There's a lot going there, which is why I want to cut back to Oris at the end of the series, similar to the Zoro visiting Ryuma's grave scene. There's just certain things I think need to happen, and I feel like cutting back to Oris, even if it's just his frozen body, is going to be cool with the different context. And obviously Johnny and Yosaku for the emotion and all that stuff. So
Let's go. Nice. Everything comes back to Thriller Bark. I love that.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, King Rikon, do you think there are 3 straw hats or 2 straw hats? Because we know Luffy's straw hat that came from Shanks and from Roger, but we also know the frozen one, and we see one straw hat in the flashback of Kaido when he was talks to somebody, and that person wears a straw hat, and he talks about going to God Valley. So is that the same straw hat that's in Mary Joa, or it's a completely new one that would make 3 straw hats?
There's a whole nation of people who can make straw hats, like Little Ors Jr. and Ace were taught this in Wano.
Right. It's just because of Japan's obsession with 3s, I wouldn't be surprised if there are 3 straw hats or more. But I've noticed in a lot of their stories, a lot of 3s, this stuff. So I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility for sure.
I want to see Smoker. I'm with Cody here.
Who?
See him do. See him do anything.
Who's Smoker again? Who was Smoker again?
Y'all don't do this.
Is he an admiral or a fleet admiral at the end of the series? What do you think?
I think he's a revolutionary. He's retired.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, if the new regime of the world government established, maybe like an admiral, but like I don't.
Right.
I really hope he just like jumps shit from the government. I was talking about it earlier before you popped in, but like if he were to like see Saul and Elbaf who defected, or even a Dragon in the final war, and that could be the final like nail in the coffin for him to like jump ship and actually defect himself proper.
Alabasta was pretty.
What was that?
Also a thing that I wanted to see since childhood when I first saw Thriller Bark was I want to see Zombie Roger and zombie other people from the past.
Let's go.
No, I couldn't. My heart couldn't take that.
Zombie Roger's like, where's my son?
Oh man. That would be crazy scene.
Or at least zombie rocks or something. Yeah.
I think we've
Sounds
already
fire.
seen zombie rocks.
Who's zombie rocks? You think?
The Jack in the Box zombie from Thriller Bark.
Ooh.
No
Okay.
way.
Yeah,
It always
dude,
Jack in the Rocks.
Part, maybe.
Yeah,
Jack in the Rocks.
Bro. Come on.
The blue
That's
hair,
amazing.
the red nose, that's an odd shape.
Oh,
that's Buggy's
he's cooking.
dad.
No, but
That's
so
Buggy's dad.
in
That's Buggy's dad.
but so we've been shown that the nose pops off. That's not Buggy's real nose.
No, every
Because,
part of
like, in
his
that
body
in
pops
the
off.
cover
No,
story.
Vex,
No,
is his
it's
real nose.
it's his nose.
That
It's
is his
his
real
nose.
Yeah, every part of his body can pop off. Remember that?
Even,
Yeah, true.
Even in the live action, they made it his real nose.
It's his real nose. Yeah.
Yeah, that's his power. He
And he
can
had it-
touch every
I think
part
it's
of
a
his
cover
body.
up,
There's-
man.
There's a
You
cover.
sure it wasn't
where someone
attached like Shiki and
takes
the
it
steering
from-
wheel to his head?
He's
Yeah,
half
it's like-
fishman, for sure.
Yeah, but when they take
my
his
goodness.
nose DQ, there's literally like a hole there. From where his
No
nose
way.
is gone. Yeah,
No
I'm dead
way.
serious.
Yeah.
It was like an animal that like took his
Yeah,
nose. It
the-
wasn't like
yeah,
a
the one
it
who
was like
knows.
In Egghead. Yeah, this was the one. This was.
well,
in
there was
Egghead.
also Andy Lex's video. So like I forget when it was, but he literally like his nose at one point like it was a horn.
Yeah.
Like and so like I don't know if that's like his actual nose. I mean, yes, you could probably just do like some like honka like to an actual nose in One Piece because it's such an absurd story, but like I'm still led to believe that that's a cover up and he's hiding his actual nose because he's
No.
ashamed of it.
It's propaganda.
definitely it's his nose. It's his nose.
Conquerors.
He's half
coffee,
fishman.
Yes, sir.
Conquers blue. We're in
Blue,
there.
blue hockey.
Yes, sir. Blue hockey.
Blue hockey.
I'm still waiting for Film Blue with Buggy.
That's right.
Film Blue is crazy. I love that.
Super Pirate King Ascended Blue level.
Oh my goodness.
Super buggy blue.
That's hilarious.
Super
Yo,
That is wild.
Yo, real quick, I apologize. I have to get going. Really appreciate y'all having me. It was so much fun being able to talk and spit on the greatness. You guys cooked a lot of stuff here that left my mind blown, and I'm looking forward to the next time that we'll get the opportunity to get together and discuss some greatness. Yo, all love to the Trails crew. I need to pop in one of these days.
Yo.
And see what's going on there. But all love to everybody in the call. All love to everybody in the chat. You guys killed it, and I'm looking forward to the next one. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Coach, for coming
Hey,
by.
Absolutely,
it's
brother.
kind of perfect timing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother, for coming and cooking.
so,
We are
bro.
all we're approaching the 8-hour mark. So if we
Yes,
all,
actually, yeah.
Lucas, you want to do outros for
Yeah,
everybody?
that's what I was about to say. If everyone's cool with it, we'll start with outros. Let's start. We're just gonna go through the list. DQ, tell people where to find you.
Oh, nuts, man. Hold on. I ain't ready for this. Hey, what's up? What's up, gang? My name's Dylan. I'm DQ, Tree the Wolf. I'm here on The Last Arc every Thursday playing Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. I spent
Nailed it.
20 hours. I'm finally remembering the name of the game. I actually do that with homeboy here, Vex. I'm also found on twitch.tv/TreeTheWolf, where I play games occasionally. Mostly like Zelda, Dark Souls, FromSoft kind of stuff, and variety sprinkled in here and there. But that's all I got for you guys. A lot of fun
Beautiful.
today.
And my main man, my main squeeze, the love of my life, SSJ8 Cody. Where can these lovely people find you, my sleepy time boy?
Hi guys, it's me, SSJ Cody, the sleepy great sorcerer of the anime manga sphere. And if you want to see more wild takes from me, you can find them over at TikTok/SSJ Cody. I do a lot of anime themed jokes and content over there. And I do weekly One Piece D&D with the crew from TLA here on Saturdays on my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/SSJ Cody. You can find Tree, Vex, Lucas, and Ornata Dan all there playing some One Piece wacky characters. It's really crazy. And then every Sunday I do Jujutsu Kaisen and One Piece manga review and read-throughs. So be sure to catch those every Sunday on my Twitch. That's about it.
Then I'm gonna skip Dindin. I think he fell asleep in the call.
Yeah, like a while ago.
But hold on, I got this. I love is Dindin Kushi, and ultimately you should go subscribe to my channel where I do theories. All right, there we go. That's Dindin. Desness, tell these lovely people where to find yourself, brother.
I'm Desness the Dwarf, the One Piece live action guy. You can find me on Desness the Dwarf, the channel. And yeah, I owe you all new videos, of course, but they are in the making. And yeah, subscribe to the TLA, of course. Join the Discord. Thank you that I could be here with you. It was fun, and the theories were fire. And yeah, thank you guys.
Oh, it's always wonderful to have you on cooking with us, brother. Elson, if you want to mute and say goodbye to the people, you can.
Farewell, travelers. It's been a great day so far. Cooking and mixing things. So, where can you find me? I'll be on the Discord, the TLA Discord. So don't forget to subscribe, join the Discord. I've popped down things here and there. And then just on X, formerly known as Twitter, I'll just plug away a couple things here and there. But other than that, been great.
Okay. Thank you for coming on, brother. Like I said, I loved having members of our community here, and it was an honor to have you here for the entire stream. Next up is the musician of the last arc, Mr. Joshua Vykthor. Josh, tell these lovely people a wonderful adieu.
Yeah, good night to everyone, and I'm glad to be here. Also, have your eyes on the Denden channel. There might be a theory popping off soon.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Not a big thing, just my biggest theory that I have ever worked on.
And then,
No big deal. Yeah.
Next up is Mr. Weast, the final guest of the night, and it was very, very awesome having you here, my man. Tell the people where to find you.
Thank you. And sorry I didn't get to speak up too much. That's on me. But you guys can find me on Twitter and Twitch, all at Kevin Weast. I mostly do streaming, though currently I'm on break till I get a new computer. I mostly do variety gaming, just about everything. Stream is entirely based on One Piece, the layout, themes, all that stuff. Love the show, and I put it into all that stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, yeah, it was awesome. We'll have to have you on again soon. And of course, this man needs no introduction. Mr. Kev D.O.G., a goat of all goats. Where can these lovely people find you, my man?
Well, I appreciate that introduction / maybe that's my epithet. Who knows? But yeah, YouTube. I do YouTube things, like One Piece, dare I say. And I actually have a video coming out literally tomorrow. So that's pretty great because I'm trying to get this out. And copyright has been annoying over the past week. I've been knowing a lot of people who are dealing with stuff like that. So we're trying to move and continue the journey as always. But we got a video coming out tomorrow, so we will get that out tomorrow. And obviously, it was fantastic talking with you guys. I always love talking about One Piece. I feel like as much as I talk about it, I rarely get the opportunity to talk about it at like the exact same time. So it's always fun to be part of these streams and hear what's going on. So I appreciate you for the invite.
Hey, we love having you, Kevin. I agree. I can never talk about One Piece too much. It's kind of a problem. Next up, another man, legend even, who doesn't need an introduction. It is Ragnar. Ragnar, where can the lovely people come hang out with you and find you, brother? You are muted, by the way.
Ragnar, you're muted. Yeah, you're muted, by the way. Just to harken back to the first bit of the stream.
Yeah, right. We'll wait on Ragnar as well. Maybe he fell asleep on stream too.
Yeah, most
next
probably.
up, Next up is another goat, Mr. Polypede Works. Where can the lovely people find you, Polly?
Hello, everyone. I'm Polypede Works. You can find me at Polypede Works on YouTube, Polypede Works on TikTok, and I have a podcast channel called the Roll Skull Podcast, in which I invite everyone who is on stream here to be a special guest whenever you have time. We can schedule it.
Can confirm it's a really good time. It's a whole vibe. Everybody definitely recommend going and being a guest. Polypede and Zach are wonderful, wonderful hosts.
Yes,
can confirm. I
Vexyz
watched
was a great
Vexyz's
guest.
episode on the Rose Skull podcast. It was a really good episode. It looks like a really good time.
Thank you. I'm blushing, y'all. But yeah, subscribe to TLA. Follow everyone here. They're all great folk. I've had a blast. Thank you all so much. I am famished. I'm going to go eat.
Yes, sir. Polly, before you go,
Yes.
I do have to say a special thank you because you have been here. You were literally the second person in the VC chat with me while I was setting up stream, and you have been here since then. And what a commendable act, my man. Thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Thank you to Den as well, even though he's asleep. But you are a great host. You all are great. TLA is the best. Subscribe to everybody.
Yes.
Do it now.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Next up is a woman after my own heart, and my wife's heart, which is crazy. And that is Miss 3-Day Trip. Miss Lovely 3-Day, do you want to tell the people goodbye?
Yeah, sure. 3-day trip and I hang out and link stuff.
I love you,
Thank
3-Day.
Thank you for everybody being here.
That is the heart and soul of the last arc. Everyone knows it. Right there, Miss 3-Day Trip.
I think the whole greater One Piece community.
Yeah,
honestly,
the whole greater One Piece community, yeah.
3-Day's carrying this community on her back, for real, for real. I'm just saying.
Honestly, I learned everything I know
yeah.
about holding a wrench from 3-Day. Every single thing. So, like,
you could say she was the real wrench tree.
oh my goodness. But yeah, we major kudos to 3-Day. I saw you pull in work, dropping links in the chat all stream long. You are amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Goat.
No
Next
problem.
up is one of my favorite members of the TLA community, and I don't mean anything against anyone else in the TLA community, and that is Tori Mori. Tori Mori, why don't
The
you tell the
goat.
people goodbye?
The goat, I love you, Tori Mori.
It's
good to see
I
you,
love y'all
buddy.
so much. Thank you. Dude, you guys have been killing me today. We've been cooking and laughing, and I can't imagine a better time. Thank you, TLA, for having me today and every day. I love being a part of this community. And this is, like you guys said, this is really the main place I get to talk One Piece. Like, a lot of people in my personal life just don't watch it, so I don't have anybody to talk about it with until we get together like this or in the theories and chats and stuff. So it's always a great time. Each and every one of you. W Stream, excellent day. Thank you guys for hosting so much.
Thank you
Tori Mori, I never get the moment to tell you this, but I've never gotten in a call with you, but we never get to talk about Jujutsu Kaisen, and I just wanted to say it's not Gojover. It's not. Have faith.
Absolutely, we're out here. I was, oh my god, yeah.
Yo, Cody, maybe just try to be active on my server when Torimori is.
No, I keep getting bullied. I'm fine.
Oh my god.
Next up is one of my closest friends in the entire community, and that is my brother in arms, vexyz, the lurking legend.
Hey, what's good? It's your boy vexyz, Lurking Legend. Y'all can just call me Vex. It has been an absolute blast. I had to try and do everything I could to stick around for the full 8 hours for this one, just like the first one. And to those of you in the chat who have been here the whole time, we love you. And we, like I said in the chat, like y'all are the reasons why we keep doing it. And it's so goated. We could just talk about One Piece in VCs, but like just, you guys make all of this as amazing as it is, as well as Oda for giving us such an amazing story. If you want to find me, I got my own channel, link in the description, vexyz Lurking Legend. I do One Piece D&D every Tuesday with goats such as Ragnar and Tori Mori, as well as Balenci, who was in here earlier, NoChillDill, who was here earlier, and Party Pete, who sadly couldn't be here today because he's a busy working man. But we solo apparently. Well, a lot of people have been saying that. So you can catch Group 2 Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. CST. You can also see me doing some big collab streams in the near future. Had to put a little bit of a postpone on those for health reasons in the past. Like this break came at a good time for me. Let's just say that. But I'm ready to get back into some One Piece greatness once the chapters start dropping again. I'm also a part of Cody's D&D every Saturday on his Twitch. I love that, and I cannot wait to get back into your Twitch, Cody, and do some more JJK read-throughs with you. That is, it's been a whole lot of fun, and now that I'm feeling better, back to my tip-top shape, I definitely want to continue that. I'm also every Thursday on TLA Gaming with Tree the Wolf while he plays Trails of the Sky. We're still in the first game. I'm the guy in the chair, and I'm reading the guide for him and just kind of doing some witty banter. It's a whole lot of fun. But yeah, I've been, kind of lurking, living up to that name for a while now, but I'm about to. So I'm super glad to have been here with you guys all day. Thank you so much for all of you that came out and joined us in the call and joined us in the chat. You guys are all amazing.
Yes. Couldn't have said it better myself, Vex. And last but certainly not least, another member of the TLA community and the Tainted Mark community and every One Piece community, and that is my man, the Will of Dreams, William Drillium himself. William, tell these lovely people goodbye.
Thank you, Lucas. And it's only a problem if you admit it as a problem. I love One Piece. I usually don't get to talk a lot. I'm on TLA. Anywhere you see me, I'm on YouTube usually as Will of Dreams. On TLA with Will of Fire. I'm usually in voice chats. I have a couple of theories, but I just like watching all these guys and talking and hanging out, and it's been a pleasure and an honor that they asked me to come in. So I would say apply, like, all that. These guys.
Thank you.
Let's go.
And in closing, guys, earlier at the start of the stream, I asked everybody as they were doing their introductions and as people were coming in what their favorite thing about One Piece is. And I gave them joking answer about it being Big Mom, which is also only half a joke. I would like to tell you guys what my favorite thing about One Piece is, and that is the community. It's sitting here with all of you guys talking and cooking up theories and talking about our favorite moments and what moments gives us goosebumps, what moments makes us go, holy shit, what moments makes our brains rack until 3 a.m. because we can't stop thinking about this one panel, that what could it mean? That is my favorite part about One Piece. Everyone here in this call who was here before, everyone that's been in the chat today, all of you goats here with me tonight, thank you so much for being here with us. I've been Straw Hat Lucas, captain of the last arc, and we hope that everyone has a good night.
Peace.
Goodbye.